Members of council and staff, could you start to take your seats, please?
Mr. Chairman, it's empty.
Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We have quorum, so I'll start. Ready, Madam Clerk? Okay. Good morning, members of council and good morning. And to members of staff and to the public that are here today, I'll call this a Wednesday, March 27th, 2024 council meeting to order. Members of council, before we go into a moment of personal reflection, I have some sad news. And I'm going to ask that you keep the 4 members of regional council in your thoughts that have passed away. It's with a heavy heart that I share the somber news of a recent passing of 2 members of our Works Department family. These tragic losses resulting from 2 separate car accidents on March 19th and March 25th have deeply affected all of us. In these moments of grief, it is important to come together as a community to support one another. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to the families and friends of our colleagues who have been taken from us far too soon. While we refrain from sharing their names out of respect for their loved ones' privacy, we hold them in our thoughts and honor their memory. As we navigate through this difficult time, please remember that you are not alone. We encourage everyone who is struggling or in need of someone to talk to reach out for support. Our Employees Assistance Program, EAP, is available for staff who need the resource. I also would like to recognize that we lost a member of our social services team on January 30th and a member of our team at Hillsdale on March 3rd. Members of council and to the people in the room, please feel free to join me in a moment of personal reflection, and I ask that you keep in your thoughts the recent losses to our regional family. Thank you. The region of Durham exists on lands that the Mississauga and Anishinaabeg inhabited for thousands of years prior to European colonization. These lands are the traditional and treaty territories of the nations covered under the Williams Treaty, including the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, Alderville First Nation, Hiawatha First Nation, Curve Lake First Nation, the Chippewa nations of Georgina Island, Beausoleil, and Rama. We honor, recognize, and respect Indigenous peoples as the right holders and stewards of the lands and water on which we have the privilege to live in. In our efforts towards reconciliation, we continue to build and strengthen our relationships with First Nations, as well as the large Métis community and growing Inuit community here in Durham. We are committed to learning from Indigenous values and knowledge, building opportunities for collaboration, recognition, and recognizing that we are all connected. Madam Clerk, could I ask for a roll call now, please, and directions, if any, for the meeting?
Good morning. There are no further directions and roll call starting now.
We have quorum in recognizing Councillor Pickles as well, please. Good morning. Members of council, we'll do declarations of pecuniary interest right now. Madam Clerk, I've got so much paper on my desk I cannot see my screen, so I'm going to rely on your screen this morning. Requests. So under declarations, first is, and Madam Clerk, if you could record these and make sure they're noted at the appropriate time in the meeting. Mayor Ash. Mayor Ash. Oh, sorry. I was enthralled in the other conversations.
I bet you were. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to declare an interest in regards to the works budget, salary level operations, as my son is a new employee of the Regional Works Division. And it's similar to the declaration declared at Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, can you make sure that I have that too, so I can pull it at the appropriate time? Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have to declare a conflict as my son works in finance.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wu.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Henry. Good morning. Yes, I'm declaring a conflict of interest, municipal conflict of interest on the social services, as I have a relative that works in the social services department.
Okay, thank you. Additional? No, that's it. Okay, thank you. Members of council, it's at this point in the meeting where I'm going to take some liberties because I have two very special announcements. And the first is I'd like to recognize the recent retirement announcement of Alan Robbins, Director of Housing and Social Services Department. Alan began his career at the Region of Durham on December 11th, 2006 as a senior financial analyst in the region's finance department. After working closely with Social Services Department in this capacity, Alan joined the department's housing services in 2013 as the housing program manager. By February 2018, Alan was leading as the Director of Housing Services in the Social Services Department. During this time, Alan has well established the region as a service system manager in being a partner in the sustainability and growth of the housing system. Alan's dedication and leadership with Durham Region's first 10-year housing plan proved instrumental in establishing the 1,000 housing unit target. Alan's oversight supported the development of Parkview Seniors expansion in Newcastle, Beaverton supportive housing, Oshawa microhomes, regeneration efforts to Durham Region's nonprofit housing cooperation. Sorry, it's going to be one of those days. In Oshawa and Whitby, the refuge housing for youth, the Muslim welfare home in Whitby, Cornerstone expansion projects, Durham Youth Services in Whitby. In total, during Alan's tenure as Director of Housing Services, he has contributed to the establishment of 250 new units, with more underway with over 240 additional units under development. Further to this, Alan has been successful at establishing the At-Home Incentive Program. We refer to it as AHIP, which has been crucial in attracting new affordable housing development to Durham Region. Alan, as you begin your new journey, leaving us here at the region with your outstanding legacy of honorable dedication and commitment to public service and your community. Thank you for your outstanding service and leadership. Also today, I'd like to recognize Lisa Fortuna's retirement. And in the gallery today are Lisa Fortuna, Director, and Anthony DiPietro, Manager of Health Protection Division of the Health Department. I wish to acknowledge with deep appreciation Lisa Fortuna's many valuable contributions to the region as her pending retirement is on April 19th draws near. Lisa joined the region on June 18, 2018 with this distinguished career over many years with Halton Regional Health Department, Ministry of Health and Long-Term Care, and Public Health Ontario. Since assuming her post, Lisa has proven to be a superb and passionate leader of the Health Protection Division. For example, Lisa, with Anthony's assistance, led the development of the Check and Go Health Protection online inspection to closer website. More recently, Lisa and her team led Health Department's pandemic response with respect to COVID-19 related inspections and investigations, engagement with regulated business and other entities, management of COVID-19 institutional outbreaks, and enforcement of emergency related laws. These later activities often led to conflict, which at a time was excessive. With this in mind, towards the end of the pandemic, Lisa led the development of the Health Department's Pandemic Health and Wellness Strategy and Implementation Plan and the related pandemic recognition event, which was held in the spring of 2023. I'm also pleased to announce that Anthony DiPietro will be Lisa's successor. Congratulations. Members of council, we'll move on. We'll move to page 4.1. Well, we'll do all the adoption of minutes at once. Moved by Councilor Miriam Pietri, seconded by Councilor Lee. So, Madam Clerk, this is items 4.1 and 4.2. They're both on the floor. I will call for the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Online? Seeing none, that carries. We'll move on to presentations. First presentation is 5.1. We have the Chair of the Police Services Board, Mayor Collier, and Chief Moreira, Chief of Durham Regional Police, for their quarterly update. Chair Collier, would you like to give an introduction, please? Thank you. Go ahead, Your Worship. Mayor Collier? Mayor Collier? You're on mute. Mayor Collier, we still cannot hear you. Okay. All right, so thank you. Chief, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. While Mayor Collier is fixing his technical difficulties there, I'll move on to my presentation. If you could just advance the slides, please. The next one. There you go. Good morning, Council and Chair. I want to start off by just giving a summary, as I often do, just for our calls for service. The number of overall calls for service are up by about 1,200 calls so far this year compared to 2023, and more than 2,600 from 2022. Emergency calls are close to what we saw in 2022, but urgent calls are up 9% over the year before. Durham has experienced an increase in the number of overdose calls to paramedic services. Durham Region Health has issued 2 overdose alerts year to date to increase in suspected opioid overdose calls, and the surrounding regions have issued an additional 7 alerts. The number of overall overdose calls responded to by DRPS officers has increased steadily over last spring, and beginning in December, there's been a more sustained increase in overdose calls. Approximately 60% of these calls occur in downtown Oshawa. The DRPS has issued 29 doses of naloxone carried by our officers last year on 17 members of the public, and 16 were confirmed to be responsive. So our officers are out there administering naloxone and quite frankly, saving lives. We have seen an increase in both medium response times and time on scene. There's a number of factors that can attribute to this, including the volume of calls for service, as well as missing persons and domestic calls, for instance, which require more comprehensive efforts in obtaining information in order to properly manage those calls. Changes to bail legislation under Bill C-75 means that we're releasing more people on scene, and that also requires more time. So far this year, we have seen 2 homicides in this region. 2022 was our highest year with 14 homicides, and we had 12 last year. I want to highlight a significant arrest on Friday, March 8th. The DRPS Homicide Unit held a press conference to provide an update on a double homicide of a young couple in Bowmanville on February 4th of 2023. On that day, suspects entered the couple's residence and shot both victims multiple times at close range. Both victims died instantaneously. The female victim, tragically, was 6 months pregnant at the time of her murder. 3 males in their early 20s were arrested and charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder. Less than 1 week after the press conference, and as you can imagine, investigations never stop, even with arrests, 2 more were arrested and charged, each with 2 counts of first-degree murder. This investigation continues today. No homicide case is truly closed, and we must dedicate resources to support this work. It's why we've added resources in the 2024 budget, specifically for serious organized crime, including homicide. While the number of people killed or injured by firearms fluctuates, what doesn't is the number of shootings and firearm discharges. Looking at our year-to-date for 2024, we are trending higher than previous years. This is concerning. This is the highest number year-to-date over the past 6 years. We've had 5 firearm discharges and 2 shootings this year with 2 people injured, but thankfully no fatalities. All 7 incidents occur on weekdays in the evenings or nights, and 5 of these incidents occurred in West Division, 1 in Central, East, and 1 in East Division. Further to the previous slides, the number of firearms and people charged with firearm offenses is at a 3-year high. 28 people charged as of February 29th of this year. This is directly attributable to the number of resources that we've dedicated to investigate these very serious offenses. As well, there's a consistent pattern of individuals charged who have pre-existing court conditions. 6 of those 28 were already on pre-existing court orders. As noted, we currently have 207 offenders living in Durham who are on probation on parole for firearms offenses. So far in 2024, there have been 1,683 situations where a criminal code charge was laid for offenses other than fail to comply. Of these, there were 395 situations where the individual was also charged with failing to comply on an undertaking, release order, probation, parole, all of those conditions that prohibit them from possessing firearms because of a previous court finding. And that's obviously very concerning. This turns out to be about a rate where I once talked about it being 18%, it's now climbing to 23%. And these are issues that I'm raising at multiple levels of government. When we look at those charged with firearms offenses since 2020, 34% do not reside in Durham Region. If we compare just those living in Durham Region, 40% of those charged live in Oshawa. Violent crime. There's a 22% increase in violent crime year to date. Is largely explained by the increasing in threatening, which saw the largest spike. Simple assaults or level 1 assaults, we've seen a massive spike. The more serious assaults that result in assault, bodily harm, and other of those levels of assaults, we saw a spiked increase. And robbery, we've seen about 12 more incidents than we did the year before. Over a 5-year average, we've seen about a 31% increase in assaults with a weapon, assault caused bodily harm, those types of charges, 100% increase in commercial robberies, a 26% increase in street level robberies, a 25% increase in level 1 assaults, the simple assaults, and a 30% increase in sexual assault. I think this is worth noting that I've previously spoken to council about the number of unreported crimes. We're making concerted efforts in building those relationships, and we feel that more and more crimes are being reported, and therefore, we're seeing some of these increases, and we're dedicating resources and looking at exactly how we can stem the tide of some of these increases here. This is true right across the GTA, and we speak to our partner agencies, and they're all seeing similar, if not even greater, increases in these types of crimes. Last year, we saw a large number of extensive vehicle damage deliberately caused by suspects. It speaks to the nature of the work of our frontline officers in dealing with the inherent dangers that come from this work. We saw a 16% increase in reported workplace incidents for our officers. In this, I want to highlight the value of our AR1 that allows us to safely monitor and not engage in dangerous pursuits that would put the public at risk. AR1 has been instrumental, and I presented to council before some of the incredible work AR1 has been able to do, not just locating people, but it also prevents us from getting in those very dangerous pursuits. The vast majority of damage has been, we've experienced to our vehicles, have been as a result of deliberate and dangerous and intentionally caused damage to police vehicles during suspect apprehension pursuits. In many of those cases, the individuals are driving stolen cars or had their driving privileges suspended. I'm going to talk a little bit about auto theft in just a sec that's related to it. There's been a significant spike in the number of commercial break-and-enters. Restaurants are most commonly targeted, a property making up 1/4 of incidents. Smashing the front or rear glass doors is the most common method of entry. We've also seen an increase in organized crime retail thefts. I want to highlight a specific project that addressed the new complexity of crime and organized crime that is happening right here in our region. In January of this year, members of the Central East CIB, Criminal Investigations Bureau that is, identified a group of individuals who were believed to be involved in residential break-and-enters in a series of organized crime retail thefts. They began reviewing and collecting incidents reported through the DRPS online portal, Regional Reporting Center, and calls for service that we actually attended. Project Washmill was created to identify and arrest individuals involved in organized theft incidents, recover stolen property, and disrupt their operations. Throughout the 8-week project, that project was run by our investigators. Our investigators identified 35 individuals and laid a total of 206 criminal charges. Search warrants were executed at 3 residences in Pickering and Oshawa, and as a result, investigators recovered approximately $107,000 worth of stolen property and seized more than $18,000 in cash as proceeds of crime. 5 different residences were used by this group, all rented by the same individuals. As part of the project strategy, investigators conducted compliance checks on individuals who were released and found multiple incidents where offenders were not complying with their conditions, something I've just mentioned in previous slides, or providing false addresses to the courts, another gap within the system. Charges have been laid against those individuals, and in some cases, their sureties for aiding and abetting these breaches. We're taking a very strong stance against that. A number of offenders have been identified by police, but have not yet been arrested as their locations are unknown. The warrants exist for their arrest. And investigators are working closely with members of CBSA as they run parallel investigations to help us locate and apprehend these individuals. Auto thefts. So as of March 26, we have seen 342 theft of autos within our region. Auto theft remains an epidemic in Ontario and right here in Durham. I want to stress that these are not just property crimes. Our communities right here in Durham region are the source target for organized crime that steals vehicles and transports them overseas. We know that terrorist factions use funds from stolen vehicles to finance their deadly abilities. It impacts community safety and the safety of our officers who try to bring dangerous criminals to justice. As I showed earlier, related to the brazen disregard for life when we were trying to apprehend these individuals. One of, just as an aside, in Pickering, we saw this over the course of 1 week where we had two separate incidents where our officers, because they were put in the right places at the right time when these things are likely to occur, intercepted these auto theft in progress, and with the stolen vehicle, they intentionally rammed our police cars, and this is what's happening out in our region every single day. Among our comparator services, we've seen the greatest percentage from 2019 to 2023. We saw an increase, that's a 207% increase. So if you think right across the GTA, we've seen the largest increase, but it's not the most cars stolen. It's just that others have had at a slower rate. In that time, we've recovered 635 vehicles with a value of more than $27 million. Our officers are out there working hard to recover these vehicles and to disrupt these criminal organizations. To address the rising number of auto theft incidents, we participated in the Provincial Carjacking Task Force, dedicating resources under the provincial grant, and we created the Auto Theft Unit through Project Attire, which runs for 3 years, focusing on vehicle thefts and related offenses. The provincial government has given us a grant to run this program. Project Attire centers on investigations, analysis of information, partnerships, and public awareness. DRPS has secured 2 national partner agencies, Equite and GM, and we are working with them on local issues we are facing and dealing with the substantial increase in this crime in our region. Last week, Deputy Bertram attended a Joint Services Auto Theft Summit in Peel. Stakeholders from partner agencies, provincial government, and the auto manufacturer sector were on hand to update and discuss new initiatives in combating auto theft. This is not going to be solved simply by the police. Along with addiction-related calls, we continue to see the growth in the number of mental health calls. We continue to work with partners at Lake Ridge Health on our crisis call diversion, mental health support unit, and further investigations in the chronic cases to see if we can reduce police and clinical demands to deliver better outcomes for individuals. Roadway safety, something that touches so many of us in our community. While we have seen an increase in property damage and injuries on our roads, we have had 1 less fatality this year compared to 2023. Small comfort for anyone who lost a loved one in that period. Our goal, of course, is 0 fatalities or deaths. And we continue to work with the region and other partners to reduce injuries on our roadways for both pedestrians as well as drivers and passengers. Impaired driving remains an issue within the region, and one of those valued partners is MAD, Durham Region. While impaired driving incidents year to date are down from 132 to 118, impaired collisions are up from 113 to 117 year to date. We can and must do better. Impaired driving cannot and will not be tolerated on our roadways. We're dedicating quite a significant amount of resources in order to address the contributing causes to collisions and including impaired driving. I think it's important to talk about investments and outcomes, how previous decisions, both at this table and with regional council and with the executive of the Durham Regional Police Service, what are the outcomes that have been produced. As you vote on the 2024 regional budget, there's been a lot of talk about values and impacts for our community. I continually message to our members that we must remain good stewards of tax dollars and demonstrate our value each and every day. The discussion on the number of officers and the prevalence of crime has come up in previous presentations, and I think it would be helpful to walk through the investments from the 2023 budget and how they've had a significant impact on our community. I want to preface that when we talk of more arrests related to investing in policing, that crime is underreported. The addition of 20 frontline officers means that we are better able to meet the growing demands of our community in addressing rising and more complex crime. Adding 2 new ICE investigators after the 2023 budget, we're able to double the number of child exploitation incidents investigated, double. And arrests have increased by 20%, and charges laid are up 40%. These are children within our own communities or perpetrators living amongst us. And our just adding two investigators has seen this massive increase. With federal funding provided in 2020, no longer available in 2023, this was an essential investment that has made a huge impact for our service, our region, and our children. Forensic identification services. We added 4 new forensic investigators and 1 administrative supervisor. They have all completed their 9-week basic training and are going through the mentorship program. They provide direct support to several major investigations, and these investments have improved turnaround times for forensic testing and the efficacy of the department. Surveillance. Adding 2 surveillance members allows us to field fully functioning surveillance teams and meet the guidelines under the CISO provincial standard. Again, these investments here are not necessarily seen on the front lines, but have massive impacts on very serious investigations. Body-worn cameras. From March 2023 to date, we have redacted just over 27,000 body-worn camera videos. 16 staff include 12 civilians and 4 sworn members. On top of the sworn members are doing about 500 to 600 videos a year on SIU, professional standards, or very traumatic videos, so that we're reducing who's exposed to some of the trauma that's captured on these cameras. IT. Adding IT staff has allowed the unit to support and deliver on projects. Frontline cell phone deployment, which has been a game changer, really, supporting our frontline members and supporting things like the bail dashboard and the automatic license plate readers that has produced incredible results for our region. Older Adult Support Investigative Unit. The regional municipality of Durham is currently experiencing a major shift in age demographics across the region. In 2016, census of residents in Durham, older adults made up 13.7% of the population, approximately 1 in 10 residents. Statistical projections suggest that by 2028, those aged 65 and older will make up about 20% of the population, or 1 in 5. Along with this changing demographic comes unique circumstances and issues. The creation of the OASIS unit comprises 1 detective and 2 detective constables, a small investment. The unit works closely with the DRPS Mental Health Support Unit and regional and provincial stakeholders. A key element of the unit mandate is awareness training for the general public, interest groups, professionals, and our own officers. The awareness training is requested throughout the year by community organizations that are involved in dealing with them, our most vulnerable. And in 2023, 93 presentations were completed, totaling over 2,100 people attending. So far in 2024, there's been 45 presentations already scheduled. Just to put it in some perspective, we continue to see frauds going up. Just year to date, our fraud investigations have resulted in about $9.6 million lost to our residents. Fleet staff. A new automotive technician position has provided us the capacity to address delays in repairing and upfitting services due to supply chain issues and vendor human resource shortages. It's also provided us the ability to take on opportunities to create efficiencies and improve ongoing fleet management through the introduction of a fleet telematics across the service. All this done while maintaining vehicle downtime with less than half of 1% of that when fleet had a fully functioning repair facility. So less money, more investment in technology, it's producing better results. Chair Henry, that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to take any questions from council at this point. And I'm not sure if the chair is now available.
I'll come to the chair for closing remarks. We have a number of members of council with questions. First would be Councilor Miriam Pietri. Councilor?
Thank you. Good morning again, Mr. Chair and Council. Chief Mariera, excellent job to your staff and the frontline officers. My sincere regards.
Thank you.
I have some questions about the statistics that have been outlined. It seems like auto theft seems to be year over year trending towards similar numbers, but there's some other stats that seem to have spiked quite a bit, and that's violent crimes as well as property crime stats. Just looking at violent crimes, from 2000 to about 2002, it seems that they're pretty well in the range of you know, being a standard. But the anomaly comes last year and then this year, if you're looking at that stat. So if you could help us understand, maybe expand on the particular stat relating to 2024, considering it appears that we're already significantly higher than the year over year of 2023. And that would be on one of your first slides, I believe. It's,
The very first one?
yes.
Let me just, yeah, the very first one was about calls for service. Just let me get to it if you
Sure,
wouldn't mind
certainly.
here. Sorry? 9? Okay. I'm on page
Violent-
8, so it's the
violent
very
crimes.
next one. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes. So, you know, I spoke and I kind of alluded to it. You know, the large percentage of unreported crime is obviously a big concern. We made some concerted efforts last year to deliver more community-centric policing and investing more in relationship building. This has produced, you know, part of this is more people are reporting to us, more people trust our officers to report, and perhaps that no greater indication of that than in the category around sexual offenses, in which, you know, people who believe that the police can help them report. You know, what I didn't mention in here is, you know, the success that we've been having clearing some of these cases. Again, the solve rates of these will fluctuate throughout the year. Early on in the year, you know, some of these cases take some time to solve, and so, you know, the 6-month mark is really when you begin to get a sense of, are we ahead or behind in terms of solving some of these very serious crimes. There's a number of factors why crime is going up, the violent crime. These factors are, you know, there's some socioeconomic factors, of course. There's issues around different segments of our population amongst young people, for instance, versus older people. Some of these crimes are domestic related, for instance, and so requires yet a different approach to it. So it's not a linear thing that you can simply say, just add one resource and you can make this go away. These are often complicated and matters. But what I can tell you is that officers are intervening, and they are getting more people to report to them. And we are having a great deal of success in forging those relationships that's resulting in really significant arrests for our most serious crimes.
I appreciate that through you, Mr. Chair. I think that clarifies the direction that we're taking, and essentially the statistics that are being provided. I think one of the main elements that I think that we're dealing with, and that you've indicated you're working on, because it's a very difficult one to tackle, may not be related to violent crimes, but it's a very serious one because it can result in a great deal of aggravation and you know, personal sort of strife, and that's the cyber crimes. Just wondering if you could expand on that, because I think, you know, when you take a look at policing and folks think of, you know, the general frontline stuff, this is becoming more frontline and labor intensive as well as resource laden. If you could expand on that, we'd really appreciate hearing how we're tackling that through you, Chief.
Technology is rapidly developing.
Yep.
So too is the sophistication in which the criminal element leverages that technology.
Certainly.
And we're seeing that right across the board, be it through the stat I just gave around frauds or child exploitation, or you know, some of the crypto crimes that you see committed. There are a number of different factors. Further complicating the cyber world is where servers are located in the world. It often adds an element of complexity because we may have to obtain warrants, for instance, in the U.S., which takes quite a bit of time. It involves multiple agencies. There's other places in which we will never get that information. So the investments in this area, and we have to be very careful, are not just human resources, they're technology resources. And, you know, the fact is that in almost every single serious crime category, there is a cyber element to it, whether it's, you know, the computer you carry in your hand, the cell phones today, to, you know, the whole host of products that are out there that are leveraged by the criminal elements. So this is an expanding area, and we continue to stay informed, stay engaged, and look for provincial grants to do things. But eventually those grants run out, and we have to invest heavily. You know, I think our job is to use the finite number of resources we have to be dedicated to addressing the cyber issues that impact our most vulnerable people.
Chief, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I think when considering, you know, the traditional sort of policing is you have your weapons, your vehicles, your equipment. I think it's important for us to recognize when we're looking at the budget or any budget that this, whether you're a senior citizen or someone of any age, this is our reality now, and we have to invest in defending ourselves from it. So I thank you very much for focusing in on something that is definitely a concern in our community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, Chief, I've got 3 quick questions, and if the answer is you need to talk with me more, that's going to be perfect. And you are going to hear from each and every one of us how much we appreciate your work and the work of all of your staff. You're talking about the naloxone and bringing people back. I'm going to be tagging on to a concern that Mayor Carter has had for a number of years. Do you keep stats on how many times naloxone is administered to the same individual? And where I'm going with this is, you know, we are seeing at the nonprofit, we are seeing regularly that a very small slice, frequently, of, I'm going to call them clients or residents, are demanding a huge amount of resources. And, you know, I would suggest that there are individuals that are incapable of taking care of themselves, incapable of living on their own. Do you keep those statistics? Because we need to start addressing the burden on society and safeguarding those individuals at the same time.
I don't believe we keep it necessarily on the individuals. I know that, you know, for while we're compiling this, we looked at how many times we administered, but one event can have many administrations, so it could be more than one naloxone packet given at any one event. It's a great question, and you know, we don't have those stats readily available, and I'm not sure who would have those stats. We'd have to dig into our data.
Okay, so similar to what we did with nonprofit, it may be worthwhile to have dialogue, Mr. Chair, with emergency services to try to identify those individuals that, again, are incapable of taking care of themselves and looking to frankly, be the province.
Mayor Foster, if I could just add, one of the complicating issues around there is that people don't actually have to identify themselves to us when these incidents happen. In fact, they frequently don't. That doesn't hinder our duty. While I would love to say that we could probably provide accurate information, it may be paramedic services or the hospitals that would have, because of that health card, a little bit more accurate information.
So someone in the throes of an overdose is not thinking of reaching in and pulling their health card out. Fair enough. Fair enough. The second question is, all municipalities with the unsheltered, which is not necessarily a policing issue, but we are seeing in Clarington overdoses in the library, for example, new for us, not new for all of our neighbors. I'm looking at Mayor Carter again, was suggesting that yourself or someone from DRPS to engage our staff in looking at some of the rules, regulations, and wraparound services that we need to put in place. You've got tremendous experience out of Toronto. Can we set up some meetings with staff, with the appropriate DRP, again, whether it's yourself or whoever, because we need to know what we're getting into as we're providing services.
Absolutely. And Mayor Foster, it's as if we set this up, but this might be an opportune time, if I could, Chair, just introduce Deputy Chief Kim Yendel, who is heading, she's recently joined us, and she is heading our frontline policing services or public safety command. And of course, Deputy Chief Chris Kirkpatrick, who is part of our strategic and organizational support command and leads that. What you're talking about would involve Deputy Yendel, and through your local division, that's where that conversation needs to begin, and I'll make sure that Deputy Yendel can follow up with you and have that happen.
It's a great setup, even though it wasn't a setup, but thank you for that. And lastly, we had spoken a while back about a protocol in terms of communications. I see
Yeah.
there's a letter, it doesn't really address that to mayors, where there's, some sort of consistency and materiality. Has there been any discussion or movement on that?
Yes, so we have spoken to our unit commanders, and my understanding is that the process is in place in terms of notifying us, the elected officials at the appropriate time when things are happening, and it's one of those areas in which timely information matters a great deal in terms of making decisions. But often those facts are not clear, and so providing information that isn't accurate can have the opposite effect of being useful. So in terms of sharing it, we are very much committed to it, and perhaps this is something that we can take away and have a further conversation about where you see the gaps existing. Our people are saying that information is regularly shared.
Okay, so I think my concern on that is that each mayor, or if it's appropriate to go further down through council, that we know the nature of the material, just a consistent approach, because I appreciate it's got to be accurate, and there's some information that you should not and cannot share. But for that, thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Chief. Thank you for the presentation.
Morning.
Wish it was more positive, but I mean, it's not really beyond your control. It's quite beyond your control. First question regarding the unfortunate Bowmanville homicide. Was the victim, did they know the accused? Was there a relation there, or was it act of just randomness?
Great question, but because it's before the courts,
You can answer. Okay.
it'll come out. It'll come out soon.
Right. Okay. Good to know. The topic I kind of want to focus on today is recidivism. It's something that you've anecdotally shared with us, and our chair brings up often. Is that a stat that DRPS keeps track of? So if someone comes back into the system within 5 years, for example, is that something we can track or has been tracked?
The rate of recidivism?
Yes.
There's a number of different factors on that, and
Sure.
and we can, and we do in some respects. Anybody who has a criminal element that commits another crime. Where I've really had my focus is anybody out on a current release or under the conditions of a judicial order, for instance, not to possess weapons during a term of probation or something like that. That's where really my focus has been. And so, over and over again, we're seeing, we're policing very serious criminals
Yep.
over and over and over again, and just trying to inform our justice partners at all different levels, and informing them of the tools that we would need in order to improve community safety and try to reduce some of that recidivism.
So in that category, then, are we keeping track of those stats? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, it's anecdotal. What I hear from you and from the chair is that it's the same. But if our rates are plateaued or flat, then it's a problem that's kind of built into the price of business, so to speak, of policing. So I was wondering, is that possible to bring to your next quarterly presentation of? Can we show numbers to our residents and council
Yeah.
so that we can figure out just where the problem lies?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we'll see if our data can reveal that. I guess my concern is that it's going to give us careful the question you ask, because you'll get the results that
Sure.
that answer it. And my concern is that you think about recidivism. So is it somebody who has a criminal record ever, or is it somebody who's recently committed a criminal offense, or somebody out on bail on a criminal offense? So let me have a look at our data and let me see how close I can get to answering the questions. More importantly, the qualifiers I can put to the answers that
Sure,
I do
and
provide.
that'd be helpful too, right?
And I'd love to follow up with you after this if I could, just to better understand.
Of course.
Okay.
And then, I think Bill C-48, bail reform, the federal had just passed. What are we seeing from a DRPS point of view? How does that help us? Is there still areas that could be fixed?
Yeah, I mean, the government, I met with the Attorney General of the country who came here, Minister Vareni, and we talked at length about it. While the government made really significant, the federal government that is, made significant strides in trying to address it, there are still a number of gaps that exist in there. One of the things that I would love to have seen is that not only will judges have to consider a number of criteria on a more expanded set of charges, but I would have loved for the courts to say, and the reasons and how they weighed some of these decisions were put as part of the record. Now, there's the concept of judicial independence, and
Right.
judges don't have to really explain how they come to it. But I was in the homicide business for a long time, investigating that is, and in every single case that we prosecuted, there was reasons for the decision. We're not looking for war and peace, but I'd love to better understand so that I could better articulate to our communities and to bodies like this, why people were released in certain circumstances. Things like, some of our most serious crimes. It was unheard of when I worked in homicide for anybody to be released for a first-degree murder on a first-degree murder charge. Today, people are on bail for first-degree murder.
Right.
And so, these are the issues that are facing our community. And so while the government made significant strides, and I will absolutely give them credit, and I did to the minister, and I very much appreciated the efforts that the government made, I still think there's more work to be done. And I think that what's really healthy is that the minister took time to come here and to speak to us about these issues, and I think listening to us. And so I'm hoping the next iteration of the legislation addresses some of these concerns.
I guess the follow-up to your example of like someone with first-degree murder being able to come out on bail now, there's a degree, if I'm not mistaken, of just like our jails being somewhat full, as well as lack of judges to process this. Would you agree with that, or is that just something I'm also hearing anecdotally?
Yeah, like I've heard that. I struggle with that.
Why is that?
Well, because judges are appointed, appoint more judges. And sometimes dragging our feet on these issues creates bigger issues for communities. My struggle is that the gaps that exist, these problems are getting bigger, and I think if there's one body that can begin to address this, they need to make those investments in people, and so I'm not really sure. And in terms of jails being crowded, I have no statistics that I've ever seen that actually says that.
That supports that.
Yeah, that supports that. So I'm not probably in a position to answer that or even to
Definitively.
dispute that.
Sure. And then the judges in question of being appointed, I think there's gaps in the Ontario side as well as the federal side. Which would impact Durham Region Police the most? Do we need more provincial judges or more federal judges to reduce the amount of violent crimes, carjackings, etc.?
All the above. It's not just that. So you look at it this week, last week, a number of traffic charges were thrown out right here in this building because they're taking too long to come to court. Decisions like the Jordan decision, which is the Supreme Court of Canada, puts timelines that I'm not sure how they arrived at these timelines for very serious cases to be brought before. And you know, there's a charter argument to be made there about, you know, speedy trials. So, I mean, there's a number of different factors that go into solving the problem. But not unlike what happened here in this building with a number of charges, you know, tens of thousands of charges being withdrawn, that has a direct impact on road safety.
Of course.
Right? And so you can look right across the spectrum and say, you know, I think, you know, we can all be doing better. And I think that at least these conversations are happening, and we are taking, you know, what I would call an earnest effort to begin to address some of these issues here, because they have there's a culminating impact on communities.
The ones in this building, would those be under federal jurisdiction or provincial jurisdiction?
Provincial jurisdiction.
Okay,
Yeah.
just for
Yeah.
clarification. So that is very helpful. Thank you very much again. Thank you to you and your everyone under the service. It's a ongoing battle, and I know you guys are all doing your best. So appreciate that. Chair, I just received a note from Mayor Collier saying he actually had a presentation on some changes within DRPS. So just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. I am aware, and I will come to Mayor Collier at the end.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple questions, one of a general nature and one more specific. I'm just wondering, I'm getting a lot of anecdotal evidence of when frontline officers respond to calls for assistance, especially those involving homelessness, mental health, et cetera, that they're using an awful lot of discretion and not actually pursuing charges. Do we track individual officers' rate of discretion? Or because I'm hearing that there's certain officers who just simply won't charge.
Well, being homeless is not a crime.
Setting fires is, though.
Sorry?
Setting fires to buildings
No,
is.
well, that obviously, would be very concerning. So officers do have discretion, and in terms of do we track individual officers? Officers' individual performance is absolutely tracked. If there's a specific incident that you and I can talk about, I'd love to learn more about it. It's kind of hard to draw a generalization on, you know, what is almost 1,000 cops and answer the question definitively. But there's a number of different factors, and even when some people commit crimes, you know, setting a garbage can on fire may be actually indicative of a mental health issue and not, you know, an intent to commit criminality. And I'm just using your example, but I mean, it all depends on the facts that the officer had presented and at the time of the incident. So I'd love to learn more about the genesis of your question. And
Yeah, well, I do appreciate that. My biggest concern was, I mean, I obviously know that officers are professionals and they're going to use discretion at times based on their own judgment. I just want to make sure that we haven't got some officers that are using more discretion than enforcement. I mean, if somebody's on the average is 10% discretion used and somebody's using it 80% of the time, that kind of red flags the officer may not be as trained as we would like them to be on use of discretion. I'm getting a lot of calls in the South Simcoe area of Oshawa of groups of individuals who are setting fires to both businesses and residential properties. Now, they're doing it to keep warm, but they're putting the properties at risk. I mean, we're not talking small fires either, we're talking big fires. When the police attended, they said it's not a crime. Now, I'm trying to understand, and my residents are trying to understand, how it is setting a fire on somebody else's property is not a crime.
That's a great question.
Specific,
And
yeah.
no, that's a great question, and it's there's a number of different factors that can that I can think of just off the top of my head right now that could make it go one way or the other. But you know, Deputy Andel sitting here writing feverishly some notes here, and I know it's one of the takeaways is she is also spending this time learning about our organization, learning about some of these challenges. So I'm gonna ask if it's okay, Councillor, that we have a quick conversation at the end of this. And
I'll be
I'd love
glad
learn
to.
more.
I just want to deal with the general terms because I don't want to get specific in a public session like this. But we're seeing a pattern of, how do I put this gently, nuisance crimes
Yeah.
being ignored.
We have to be
And
very,
that's anecdotal evidence coming back from the community that, you know, the officers are very good in dealing with, obviously, physical crime, issues like that. But the small nuisance items, which may not be important on the scale of things to the entire community, but are extremely important to business people who are trying to operate their stores, or landlords who are trying to maintain their apartment buildings, or tenants who are trying to live without the fear of their building going up in flames. They are very important issues, and they just want to see that we do take it seriously, because the perception is growing, and I'm getting more and more feedback that, as the residents put it, and the businesses are putting it, DRPS only deals with serious crime, doesn't deal with the minor crime. So I know that's not the case,
No.
but that's the perception I think we have to address in the community to try and convince them that we do take it seriously.
I very much appreciate the feedback, and I can tell you that it's all of those things that you discussed are all serious because they impact the quality of life of residents, and it's something that I take seriously, and I know the command does as well, and so our officers should. You know, when we talk about incidents around mental health, homelessness, and addiction, though, we have to be very, very careful that we're not criminalizing people who are experiencing those when, you know, what they're doing could be better dealt with in another forum. But it doesn't mean always, it doesn't mean never, two terms that get you in trouble, but it's facts dependent. And that's why I'd like to understand a little bit more about the specific facts and you know, but tackling the perception out there that we won't treat those crimes as serious. I appreciate that feedback because that's not the message I want our community to receive.
And my last question deals with something I've raised previously, that it's my understanding that possession of restricted drugs is still a criminal act within the community. Is that still true?
So yes, it's still in the books.
Right.
But no, because Public Prosecutions Canada, right on their website, invite everybody to go to, it says that they will not prosecute simple possession of narcotics. There are a number of different caveats to that, but the reality is, you know, if it's near a school, if it's near here, like, of course, all these places are, but we just had this meeting and we haven't had one case prosecuted in several years. Right. For simple possession. This is an issue that I've raised at every single level of government to every elected official. I've, you know, beat my chest, but this is a federal issue, and public prosecution, we're working with them right now to better understand that.
Well, I do appreciate that. In fact, I'm somewhat shocked that when people commit a crime, someone is deciding arbitrarily, contrary to the legislature's passage of the criminal code, that they're not going to prosecute crime. That's their job. The Crown Attorney's job is to prosecute crime. It's the police's job is to collect evidence to assist them with that.
So, Councilor,
So
I hate to
I'm
do
just
this,
wondering,
and I
should this be something we should be taking up at the federal level to try to make sure that we are going after this guy? It's hard to explain when someone is stopped in their possession of heroin or possession of fentanyl, and we confirm that, and they walk away after the stop with the drugs in their pocket. Could we not just stop it by taking the drugs off them? Which is because possession is a crime, whether it's prosecuted or not.
I certainly won't direct council to do or not do anything.
No, I understand.
But I can assure council that I am taking up this fight, and I have raised this at the federal level. It sits with the federal prosecutors at Public Prosecution Canada, and I invite everybody to stay informed on this issue and go to their website. You can see right there what they say about this issue and their thoughts around it. I get the intent, but there's unintended consequences, and we're seeing it within our communities.
Well, and I thank you for your answers and for the additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brenner. Questions to the presentation?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chief, thank you very much. I've got two questions, and they are indirectly tied to the presentation because it has to do with performance and it has to do with statistics.
Yes.
First question has to do with, I don't see any statistics regarding the force's involvement within the, I
guess, the community safety file as it relates to Neighborhood Watch. Do you have statistics in terms of the staff involvement supporting community initiatives such as Neighborhood Watch? The subsequent part of that question is also that going forward with the modernization of the force, which is tied to our budget later on today and your previous requests, in that modernization includes probably the rebranding of a new type of Neighborhood Watch. So can you answer that question first?
Yes. Obviously, in a presentation, I have limited time, and this is by no means a comprehensive outline of everything we do. I was looking up at the head of our data here because I've never been asked that question. It's a very good question. I can tell you that moving forward, though, and one of my overriding themes here is about building trust and partnerships. This is all about delivering community-centric policing. I'm committed to it. Just this week, we rolled out our new organizational chart. I met with all of our senior leaders, including the heads of both police associations, and outlined sort of the vision for this new organizational chart and where we're heading. This includes the changing of subunit mandates, including our community response, so they can do exactly what you've just said. And through that change, I expect that we're going to be able to not just collect data, but really good data that helps inform and answer your question better. So perhaps when I'm standing in front of you at a subsequent time, I will be able to provide that kind of information with data that we can rely upon.
Excellent, thank you. My second question, again, is indirectly tied to your presentation and statistics, but I'm going to throw in a little bit tied to the provincial budget announcement yesterday as it relates to police services. Part of DRPS's service provides, not just through the partnership with Paramarine Search and Rescue, but where DRPS has been involved in terms of on the water. Do you have any statistics in regards to the force's involvement, both with Paramarine Search and Rescue and excluding them when responding to on-the-water calls? And then the subsequent component to that question is, with the commitment from the provincial government's budget announcement yesterday, will you be able to enhance more of your resources to support Paramarine Search and Rescue and their funding in terms of patrol and safety on our water?
Both good questions. And I don't have any statistics in front of me. If this is one of those areas I can use the can we speak after card, I will. I don't have any of that information in front of me in terms of our involvement with this particular group. I can tell you, though, the provincial announcement around, helicopters, the coordination of how our Air One service is blended into our day-to-day operations is well established 25 years later, I'm thankful to say, or happy to say. And, we welcome any announcement that helps us enhance those services for our entire region. It's 2,500 square kilometers, this region. It's really, really big. It takes us a long time. If the first police asset that gets there is an air unit that can help direct other units or, help out in some way, I think it just benefits everybody. And leveraging technology like this, although costly, does make sense for a region our size.
I'll certainly take you up on the offer, and we will certainly connect offline and talk about the force and its relationship to Paramarine Search and Rescue.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Under violent crimes, I think you said intimate partner violence. Is it part of that?
Yes.
Is it on the rise?
Yes. So we had a statistic in an internal report that indicated that it is on the rise. Yes. Reported.
Right. We know
it's
that that's probably the most underreported crime.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and I'm not sure you can answer this, but in the new budget that you'll be receiving, is there an intent to increase policing in this area?
Well, right across the board in our investigative units, yes. So intimate partner violence in terms of the investigations as it exists today, we have a small but mighty team who does a tremendous amount of work. And, many of those investigations are relationship based. It often, there are multiple reports to the police before somebody has, really finds the courage within themselves to come in and provide all of the information. And so our investigators work really hard. In terms of the investments within those areas, these are specifically for that unit. It's not for that unit, but it's within the investigative services. So as we see rises in things, having a pool of investigators there that we can move into different areas matters a great deal. At the same time, what we're doing is we're investing in things like frontline supervisor training so that they can better understand the requirements of what's expected of them at calls like this, and so that they can help better direct and guide our officers in order to collect all of the evidence that we need.
So just, thank you for that. At the AMO board meeting this week, I don't know if you're aware of it, but they're gathering information for a class action lawsuit for opioid providers.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there's going to be, I'm on the police task force for that at AMO, so there's going to be a police task force and a policy task force that will be joining together to discuss how AMO will be able to support that.
Oh,
So I'll keep you posted.
yeah, please do. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Chief, really appreciate your presentation and all the questions. Some of them have been answered. You talk about at length on auto theft, and a lot of us are interested here to hear about it because we hear that almost every day, maybe sometimes twice a day. You said that this is a rising epidemic. Is the province going to call it, or we'd have to start calling it, or ask for a motion here? Because what I see on social media are violent videos of auto theft, and the one that I saw from Peel was just absolutely upsetting. Recently, when the whole family got involved into beating up this individual who was trying to take a car away from a gas station. So I just want to know I know that you're advocating with the province and potentially the federal government as well, and there is some people are saying that the responsibility are on automakers as well. Can you just reflect on more of the fact that where are we? What is happening here?
There's a number of things that are happening. So first, the Ontario Associations of Chiefs of Police have already communicated at both levels of provincial and federal government that this is an epidemic, and they've already started calling it that. There is very much a narrative out there that that this is the solution lies with automakers or the police or the courts in keeping people in jail for these types of offenses. I think that the real solution is a little bit of everybody. I think that it is because of the technology in vehicles today that make them so convenient. They turn on when you just by a press of a button, and they open up when you get close with your keys. Those are a bunch of ones and zeros floating through the air, and all of that is what the criminal element is utilizing. So I'd like to think that a bunch of 20-year-olds with a case of Red Bull from automakers could sit in a room and come up with a program that defeats that. But maybe I'm just a little naive on that. So I do think automakers play a role. I think insurance companies play a role. I think the federal government, in terms of regulating automakers in producing those products here in our country, play a role. I think policing plays a role, and one of the things that the provincial government announced yesterday was the funding for helicopters, including Durham Region, so that we can tackle some of these issues. Our helicopter has been instrumental in assisting all of our partner agencies, and right here in our own backyard. The timely arrival and following stolen cars and all of these groups out there. I think the law needs to change in terms of bail around this very serious issue that is today more frequently endangering Canadians at a rate that is mind-boggling. My advice is that we should utilize all the technology that's available, like Faraday boxes, and don't keep your the keys readily available there, and make sure your doors are locked. All of those things should be utilized. Vigilance, there's no substitute for vigilance when you're pumping gas or doing any of these things. This is an issue that's plaguing North America, and Canada today is a source country for stolen vehicles that's funding terrorism, and that's well known, and it's quite frankly unacceptable.
100%.
And I hope that at some future date, we're working on some significant projects right now, that we're able to report back on some of the efforts that we have made along with our partner agencies and some of the results that come out of that. But we're working hard at addressing this issue on multiple fronts.
Thank you. I personally am looking forward to our provincial and federal government to really do something, and which hits the hammer on the nail. My next question is on the 1,200 most dominant calls that you got this year. What were the most dominant nature of those calls? Car thefts?
Yeah, again, the top three seem to be reoccurring. Check on the well-being. Many of these calls that relate to people in crisis in some fashion, right? Mental health, homelessness, and addiction are often at the root of people in crisis. So increasingly, we're seeing those kind of calls. I don't have a comprehensive breakdown here of that statistic, but I can tell you that mental health calls continue to be driven up at an alarming rate, and those two call categories account for a lot of our calls for service. Again, the goal here is to find a way to prevent people from getting into crisis in the first place, to address those unmet core needs that often result in those kind of calls, because that is that draws our resources away, increasingly so, and they're often complex and require a lot of police time in order to get them into some service that can help them long term.
Thank you. My last question through you, Chair. Unreported crimes, and I know you answered that a few times here. Are they specific to a certain demographics that are afraid to police and are men and women in forces, or they're just sexual assault in nature?
So I don't have that information. The unreported crime comes through numerous academic research papers that exist. Academic research will tell us, and it varies from country to country. Here, unreported crime has a number of different factors, and when people don't believe that they're the police, this is so minor for the police, often those things go unreported. But when you have a rash of things happening, like theft from auto, like people breaking into cars at night, for instance, that can help drive our deployments so that we can apprehend those people and prevent that from happening to and victimize other people. But people often go, it's just a little bit of change, just my sunglasses. It's just something they find ways to justify in their mind not to report. We're trying to make it as easy as possible for people. They can report these things online, and we're trying to leverage technology. We just cannot be sending cops to every single thing. We just don't have enough cops, and I'm not sure that that's the right answer either. So we're looking at a number of different ways in order to increase that. And the number one way is to build relationships with people.
Sounds good. Thank you so much, Chief. Really appreciate it. That'll be all, Chair.
Counselor Chapman, you were on my list and you're no longer on my list, so you're okay. Thank you. Counselor Wu, questions? Push your button again, please. Madam Clerk, I can't call him up.
Okay, here I am. Yeah.
I'm going to come back. Okay,
Okay.
your mic's on. Go ahead, please.
Okay, through the chair, and thank you, Chief. I want to reference slide 14, and that's roadway safety. And you had mentioned, again, looking at the latest statistics, we have one less fatality than 2023. Now, if I look at the Durham Vision Zero Strategic Road Safety Action Plan, in there it says one fatality is one too many. And through the action plan, we put in place investing in public education, road safety technology, advanced road safety technology, but also increased law enforcement. And my colleague from Ajax, Councillor Lee, he touched upon this, and again, we in fact, just received this, and again, hasn't come to the board to actually deal with this, but here in Durham Region, we had 11,000 POAs, charges dropped by prosecution, and 35 to 40%, or if you want to say 3,800 or over 3,800 to 4,400 of those charges were laid by Durham Regional Police Services. So what I want to get an idea, just because some of that officers, I hope they don't feel demoralized, that they will still be enforcing the traffic enforcement. Could I get a comment from yourself?
No, our officers will not be dissuaded by, the outcomes. It's the reason that regardless of what happens in court, officers show up every single day to go out there and serve the public and try to mitigate the risks that are presented. Our officers repeatedly are stopping more frequently now are stopping the same people for things like stunt driving. They just get their car back and they're being charged again, and we're seeing that. We are highlighting that on our social media pages, and I invite everybody, if you're not following us, please follow us. It's so important. We're putting out information there, and what we really want to do is demonstrate to the public that we take a very strong stance against the four leading contributors to collisions, and including distracted driving and stunt driving being the two leading ones. Impaired driving, of course, is one other. Officers will continue to go out there and enforce the Highway Traffic Act and all the acts related to the privilege of driving. And we take a very strong stance, and we have no problem laying those charges. Over and over again, we are seeing very, very high speeds on our residential roads. And those are the kind of issues that our officers actually really enjoy addressing, because it impacts the quality of life for them as well and their families, because everybody's a road user.
Well, thank you, Chief, for that. And again, like I say, this information just came about very recently. As we had done with the police reform, we've sent letters in to the Solicitor General. Chair Henry, you've been a great supporter of writing letters to the different levels of government. And this is not something that just here in Durham, York Region, Toronto, Peel Region are facing this with the limited, let's say, judicial resources. Here we have, 4 courtrooms. Only two of them are being used half. I understand the resources. Maybe that's something that we should be writing to the higher levels of government, well, in this case, provincial, Premier Ford, about this. Because again, some people are just walking away, and that's wrong.
So, Counselor Wu and members of council, I will tell you that our Director of Legal Services is all over that issue.
Thumbs up. Thank you. And thank you, Chief. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Counselor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief, for being here. I have a couple of questions, just follow up to what Council Lee had asked. The two homicides in Bowmanville, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention that I can practically see the house from where I live. I know it's before the courts, but could you tell me or tell the community whether any of those arrested were from Bowmanville?
I'm not sure that we've released that information, and just out of an abundance of caution, I don't know if that plays a part in the homicide investigation. Being the chief, part of the luxury is that I don't get to know every single little nuance. So I'm not sure if we've actually released that. So I think all we've said is they're from the not from the area.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's, I guess, maybe
Yeah.
comforting if that's...
So Durham region being the area, yeah.
Okay. I also, Council Lee mentioned, and you mentioned the amount of folks being released because they're being held for too long without trial. I spoke with a Justice of the Peace, very respectable. Actually, he trained Justice of the Peace, and he has quit because of the amount of work and the lack of Justice of the Peace to hear courts. And to compound the problems, that the few that are being appointed, he said some of them are not really qualified to be Justice of the Peace, because that's what happens, and I'm going to say it, when you have political appointments. So I know that must be frustrating for your officers, wouldn't that not be? I know you answered Councillor Wu by saying they would still be going out and doing their jobs, but there must be a level of frustration there, wouldn't you say?
I can't speak to the first part of your question, the precursor there about the qualifications. I'm not involved in any of that, but I can tell you that while we police officers may be disappointed with outcomes, I can tell you that you do this job because it matters to people, and that doesn't change in you. 33 years later, I still want to serve and give back to my community, and so I have the privilege of doing that. And I can tell you, every single day, our members show up through various units to do exactly that. If it was contingent on the outcomes, we'd probably all stop doing all of our jobs collectively.
Understood.
Yeah.
Through the chair, one final question. You mentioned during your presentation body cams. Do you look at, are those looked at only when there's a complaint filed, or are they arbitrarily looked at to see if there's anything that happened that, especially marginalized communities, they're up to not report incidences? Do you look at that? Or
Yes, sir. Officers' cameras are routinely reviewed. It forms part of our body-worn camera directive. Within there are regular schedules, the number of videos, and they're selected for supervisors to watch. Some are very short, others are several hours long. And in addition to that, every single one that goes to court, wherever charges are laid, are reviewed because they must be vetted and edited. The Privacy Commissioner has given us very helpful suggestions that take up a lot of time to blur third parties' faces out, for instance, or identifying information. So there's eyes are on all of these videos all the time, and when there are things that fall well below our conduct, code of conduct, they are raised and they're investigated by our professional standards.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the presentation, and please convey my regards to all the officers. And the community is thankful for all the work they do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Leahy?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the chief. Again, very grateful for all the great work that your officers do every day to keep our community safe. My question is going to be around auto thefts. And, you know, when having conversations with residents, and of course, we only hear the media generally from Toronto. So as you know, just a few weeks ago, that officer basically stated, you know, better to leave your keys by the front door so that it's easier for the guy to steal your car so they won't bother you. Personal safety. And all things being equal, I guess, you know, no one wants to get hurt if they're going to take your vehicle, and a vehicle is just a thing and it's not a person. But the problem when you have messages like that, and that's what we hear in Durham because we don't have much other media, is then you have residents that feel that the police aren't going to be there to protect me, or they're not going to be there to stuff my car. Supplementary to that question before you answer is also speaking to other residents who have had their cars stolen, and I know the police are very busy and it's a personal property thing, so it's not a thing, and the officer doesn't come to the house and they're just said, well, just file a police report, get a new car from your insurance company. While that's all true, that also fosters a feeling that for a resident that's probably their only interaction with the police for maybe decades, and the answer is my vehicle stolen, just get a police report, get a new car. The police aren't, there's this perception that, you know, the police aren't there for that. They're there for important things, like if there's a personal safety thing, I have no question the DRPS will be there quickly if someone has a gun or someone's going to hurt a family member. But that is, the problem is we're undermining perception that the police are able to keep us safe and protect these thieves and get us from the car. Like, how do we answer those concerns and reinforce with the community that we're there as an organization to keep the community safe and protect property?
That's a great question. And so I'll answer the second part first.
Sure.
The perception that people have of the police matters a great deal and is what encourages people to call when something happens. And so this is not just a property crime. This is an epidemic, as we've called it. We're dedicating a great deal of resources, and it's tells me your question tells me there's more work to be done in terms of informing our community, all the steps and efforts that we're making in there. You know, getting your car loaded up onto CPIC as stolen is in a timely manner is very, very important. And you know, I think that is true in terms of just getting the report done. But there's also a follow-up investigation that is done. And quite frankly, this isn't just simply a report and then you kind of forget about it, because we are working on so many different fronts right now. I wish I could discuss all of them with you. And I think that the public would see that we are taking this very, very seriously. But it doesn't change the fact that if that is the perception out there, we have work to do. And I can tell you that the first part of your question in terms of, you know, give up, put your keys at the door. You know, I understand what that officer was saying. It was, sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it. The articulation wasn't there. I think what the intent there was, you don't want a confrontation with somebody at your door. But I would encourage people to use Faraday bags and to make it very hard, lock your doors, look at yours, leave lights on, for instance, right? Have good neighbors and have, you know, well-established relationships. So if people see suspicious people, that you're reporting it early to us so we can get there. And when that happens, we are able to intervene in a timely fashion and often prevent these things from happening. Or if the car's been stolen, you know, they're ramming our cars, for instance, because we're arriving at the right time. So there's a number of different things. But the last thing I want anybody to take away from the messaging, particularly from the biggest jurisdiction just west of us here, is that you know, all is lost and just give it up, make it easy. No, be a hard target. Be very, very difficult to be the victim of crimes. Vigilance is your greatest weapon. You know, security systems. But if it comes down to your own personal safety or the vehicle, yeah, give it up for sure. And we will follow up in that case there. Be the best witness you can, but stay vigilant and take the steps to protect yourself. Don't leave things readily available for to make you an easier target of crime.
Yeah, and I appreciate that response, and it's super helpful because I guess part of it is you just don't want people to feel that they're on their own and they got to take everything in their own hands. So you got some people in Toronto like 33 cars a day putting bollards in their driveway to wrap around their car, so just spending all kinds of money because they're so worried about the car being stolen.
Yeah.
Last piece on that, because I know I want to move on, is so of the cars, so we're up to about 1 to 2 a day, about 635. I think you said were stolen last year.
No,
So
that's what we've recovered.
that's what you
Yeah,
recovered. So how many were-
342 so far this year.
Okay, so 342. So of how many cars that were stolen last year, how many were recovered? I guess that was the part I was interested in.
Yeah. Yeah.
And about half were
yeah,
recovered.
Half.
So for a batting average, it's not terrible, but for people who want their cars back, we certainly can do
Yeah.
that.
No, for sure. You know, this is organized crime. Like
Yeah.
make no mistake about it. This is organized crime, and you know, we're working on a number of different fronts at you know, every level, municipal, provincial, and at the federal level as well. And you know, one day I'll be able to share here with council some of the efforts that we've made and the investments that we've made in trying to address this. And this is a shared responsibility amongst law enforcement across this country at every single level. And we are, and I can assure council, we are playing our part.
Excellent. I look forward to that update, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I'll ask the same question to the chief that I asked my tech-savvy colleague here a couple minutes ago. And your answer, I think, will be as much of a public service announcement and a helpful thing as what I couldn't quite acquire from my colleague. So a staff colleague of mine at the city told me yesterday that her husband's truck was stolen right out of their driveway. And the way they did it was that the thief sat in the roadway, reprogrammed the truck's fob, calmly walked up the driveway, got in, and drove the truck away. Now, through the excellent work of Durham Regional Police in concert with the police in Quebec, they've found the vehicle and it's on its way back. My question to you is, with modern technology like that, what can vehicle owners do to try and safeguard their fobs so that that type of theft either can't occur or is far less likely to occur, and it may positively impact the number of auto thefts and vehicle thefts in the region?
Well, Faraday bags help block the signals from your keys and those wireless fobs that we all have for our modern cars. But what you're describing is yet another evolution in that, and you know, because it's organized crime, you know, there's a number of different factors that play into that. You know, we tend to see cars stolen, and then when the new one gets delivered that night, it gets taken as well. So we're looking at a number of different fronts to you know, where that information is coming from. Manufacturers have a massive role to play in this, for sure, to address this, and this is where we're hoping the federal government really gets involved in pushing the manufacturers. And I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't give a shout out to GM right here in our own region here, who are our partners in this and are working really, really hard at understanding all the, you know, how quickly organized crime is adapting to the changes that they're making. And we continue to learn through every single event that happens new ways. But I think of it very simplistically. I think there's a programming software fix to this, but I don't think it's just one thing. I don't think it's as simple as I've suggested. But there's very much right now, and Deputy Bertram reported back to me because he attended the Auto Summit. There seems to be a new commitment here by all the different partner agencies, including the private sector, GM, and the automakers, to really find a technology solution to this, and that's going to prevent these cars from being taken out of our driveways.
So I'm really hoping my simple little Chevy Colorado won't be the target. They go for the more higher end trucks. But is there, you call it a Faraday bag?
So it's a lined bag that I don't have one here, but Yeah, if you just Google Faraday bag, you can see what it is. There are boxes that are also Faraday lined, that are lined that prevent the signal from leaving that bag. And it's, I know many police services have handed them out, often after the fact, but I encourage you to have a look.
Okay, so a lead-lined box is maybe going too far.
I don't know.
Might work. I don't know.
What year is your truck? No.
It's a 2022. I really like my truck.
Yeah.
I want to see it. Anyway, thanks, Chief. I'll look into that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. No, I was just, maybe I missed it. I think maybe one of the other councilors might have mentioned it, Chief. I sit on the seniors boards, and I know Whitby has them and other municipalities. Some of the seniors, of course, is reported by family members, and sometimes it's not running to the bank, getting 10, 15,000 over to turn over, meeting somebody. Like, I think we have to get that out to the
Question,
community
please.
more. Yep. So just your answer to that.
Yeah, so we created this older adults unit. They are both helping out with the target hardening, as I said, so providing education to seniors and others who support seniors, and as well as providing assistance to fraud investigators and other investigators when crimes have been committed against seniors. So we're working hard on this growing segment of our community.
Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, through you, Chair, to the Chief. Thank you for coming in today. My question pertains to the response and at-scene stats. The median at-scene times from 2020 to 2024 went up from 86.7 to 121 minutes. Is that due to resources, or is that due to crimes becoming more sophisticated?
A little bit of both, and more. There are a number of factors. Our front line is also where we have our most junior people. That's where our recruits are coming into and joining our organization. So and we've had a lot of people join our organization as people age out and retire. We're bringing in recruits. And so just the amount of time that they take while they're learning to do things properly, you only get one opportunity to do things right. And so it's so important. So I expect that some of those efficiencies will be found as people gain more experience. The other thing is things like domestic assaults, for instance, missing people, are all taking more time. Justice Epstein released her report on missing people. That's not just a Toronto thing. That's right across the province. And she released 151 recommendations. And so those have found their way into our directives because those are the best practices that exist today. And so all of these factors, if we add 30 seconds, just 30 seconds to a call that we do 7,000, 8,000 times a year, you quickly see, that we can have an FTE right there by just one decision. And so when your policing is changing dramatically, we have a new police, Community Safety and Policing Act coming to effect April 1st that, will again change things and have to change our directives. So all of these things mean that you have a really junior front line. We're supporting them with supervisors and some dedicated resources, but they're taking longer times. There's a changing nature of governance and a changing nature of harm. When you think about the cyber issues that exist today, the collection of that evidence can take some time, requires specialized tools. And so to respond, we're investing in making every officer a connected officer so that they can do much of this stuff right there on the scene and be leveraged and be able to access the information that they need in a timely fashion, be provided that guidance to pick up speed. So there's a number of different factors. And our response times are also impacted by the increased road use. right? It's taking us longer just physically to get to things. And when you have resources, particularly in our north, big space, calls just take longer to get to. And so as you see an increase in calls for service in the north, you begin to see that. And in response, we one of our most recent classes, we put 7 new officers up there. So we are looking at addressing this on a number of different fronts. Some of them are within our control, but many are not within our control. And so I am very mindful of that. And that's one of the reasons that we report on this, because we are watching this very, very closely and looking to improve in those categories.
Thank you. My second question, and I know we've talked a lot about car thefts. When you see some of these media stories where someone air tags their car and it's sitting in their driveway, but a month later it's driving around somewhere in Dubai, do you feel that the federal government is doing enough to secure these ports to ensure that they can go into the crates, take a look to see if these cars are stolen or not? And if they are stolen, common sense, I think, would dictate they don't get on the ship.
So I won't comment on whether I think the federal government is doing enough. I can tell you that we're working with all of our partner agencies in locating cars before they leave our jurisdiction, so that we can get them back in the hands of their rightful owners. And those that do make it overseas, again, there's this is organized crime. These things are funding things like terrorism around the globe. These are global issues. And so it's more than just one level of government or even one government. I think it's countries that need to work more closely together on a number of different issues. But I can assure council that we are playing our part in advocating for our residents and trying to dedicate the resources that we need in order to mitigate this. While we saw the largest percentage increase, we still don't have the numbers that others have, right? What we've lost so far this year is about what Toronto is losing in a week. So every week. So, it's still a very safe region, and we are working really hard, and we're making significant arrests, and we're investing in a number of different strategies to address this. And I hope somewhere soon that I'm able to come back to council here and talk about some of those other initiatives.
Thank you. My final question through you, Chair. Listening to the stats that you spoke about earlier on in terms of the type of criminals that are getting out on bail, what, in your professional view, do we have to do to ensure that we are cracking down on this? Do you think they should be in jail and not on bail?
The judiciary does that. They make that decision. The thing I can control is that we are collecting the type of evidence that Crown attorneys need in order to make a case. Whether the courts see fit to do it or not is 100% up to the judiciary to decide. I can tell you that my frustration lies when people are given multiple opportunities to demonstrate adherence to bail conditions. That's where I begin to kind of question a little bit. I think, though, I view it from the perspective of what can we do better as the Durham Regional Police Service to provide the kind of information that helps the courts make the decisions that we hope that they make. But I don't get to control those outcomes. But like every citizen, sometimes I struggle to understand the decision making, and that's what boils down to what Councillor Lee had talked about some of the changes. And I'd love for JPs to be required to put on their record how they weighed some of these issues, so that I could better understand, and perhaps it can inform how we police and the type of information we collect that can better assist the courts and improve outcomes for our communities.
Thank you, and thank you for all you and the department do to keep our community safe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So that exhausts the list of questions, and I'll go to Mayor Collier in a second. But Chief, I do have a couple questions. First of all, I'll start by saying as a council, we're all at a number of community events each and every month, and to see your officers from yourself down through your command team to your frontline officers at events is definitely sending a message to the community. Chief, auto theft is an incredibly challenging topic across this country, and I appreciate that Deputy Chief Bertram was in Ottawa to deal with some of the challenges. Have we ever had a conference of that style related to probably the second most costly thing for municipalities across this country organized to deal with the challenges of mental health, addictions, and homelessness?
Yeah. So on the auto theft thing, that was the second annual. That's right, and that was held actually in Peel Region. Chief Durapaya had hosted that. In terms of mental health, sorry,
Addiction and homeless.
Addiction and homelessness. Well, I believe Mayor Carter actually hosted something right here in this chamber here with a number of.
You're absolutely correct. I'm talking on a national level.
Not that I know of, but I stand to be corrected, and I think there's more qualified people to answer that.
You don't have to be corrected. Okay. It's never happened. So, and it is probably the second most costly thing, or equivalently as costly as auto theft. Data is everything, Chief. And how many cars are stolen from homes where the garage is full and cars not able to be parked inside?
That's a great question. I don't know that. Yeah, we'll get that for you.
It would be interesting to know because if you've got to steal the car, you got to open the door. And as far as I know, they both have controllers. So it's just personal interest for me. So thank you. Chief, the next question is a little leading, and you know where this is going, but you referenced people on first degree on bail. Now, the judiciary that made that decision to put that individual back into a community made a conscious decision to put that individual on bail. The amount of time, I assume, that's taken by Durham Regional Police or any other police service in this country to monitor an individual that has been released with the issues, I'm sure takes a lot of work.
It does, and we've actually partnered with the Toronto Police Service to create an app that helps us find some efficiencies in doing that, and the provincial government is actually rolling the thing that we co-authored right across the province as one of the best practices.
So the next question leads to that, and Mr. Hunt, our Director of Legal Services, is in the room. As I mentioned to you in a conversation a while ago, I have read every statute I can read related to the releasing of individuals back in the community. Nowhere does it say that they're the responsibility of the municipal police first to cover the costs of an individual that's released back into the community. We do it because we're the police service in that community. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then how come we're not billing the other levels of government for cost recovery related to decisions that have nothing to do with us? You don't have to answer that. But
I'm not sure how I would.
But I want members of council to understand, and Mr. Hunt, you can give a nod. I'm correct in my readings, that I cannot find anything related to people that are released back into the community by the judicial system on bail or any other reason that we cover part of that 23% of recidivism, and we do not get any funding for that. That is wrong. Members of council, I would love to send the federal minister responsible for this an invoice, but I think that would be a political statement, and I'm not supposed to make political statements during a question period. But anyways, Chief, I think my point's been made. The garage thing's a really interesting thing. I'm going to go to the chair of the Police Services Board. Mayor Collier. Mayor Collier, we still cannot hear you. So, Mayor Collier, I can see you, so just give me a nod. Mayor Collier was going to bring some comments up about, related to the recommendation of authorizing the executive protocol that exists between DRPS and the Region of Durham. It's simply a renewal of that agreement, correct? Just nod. If I can't hear you, so there's more to it than that. No, none of us can hear you, Mayor Collier. I'm sorry. Chief, I'm going to go to the chief. Chief, later in the meeting, under communications, item 7.1 is from DRPS Service Board related to information sharing protocol recommendation that the authorize the execution of the protocol. That protocol is still the existing protocol. It's just,
That is my understanding, Mr. Clancy. Yes.
and it just has to be a recommitment. So council's direction would be to enter into that agreement. And yeah, it's never come to council before.
It's actually on my desk for signing.
Yeah. Okay, you know what, we're gonna move along. It's not till 7.1. Mayor Collier, if you can send me an email, I will read it in at that time. Okay.
Okay.
On that note, thank you very much for your presentation this morning.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council.
Members of council, it's been almost 2 hours. I'm going to suggest a 15-minute recess. Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Leahy on a 15-minute recess. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We're in recess. Madam Clerk, roll call, please. Roll call, members of council. We have quorum. We have quorum. Members of council, lunch is in the back. We'll just continue. Some members of council have grabbed lunch. We'll just do a working meeting. And if you need to get up and get something to eat, please feel free to do that. Mayor Foster?
Yep. So, Mr. Chair, I wonder if it's worthwhile. We've got a couple of delegations that will be here speaking to the notice of motion that we have around the OEB decision. It's my understanding that Councillor Leahy, and I will support it, will be making a motion to refer that back to staff. You know, we of course will be happy to hear them today, but they may opt. I think the next section might be a lengthy section. They may opt to come when the staff report comes back. I'll just leave that out there. I don't want folks sitting around for any period of time. Or they may opt to stay and do their delegation.
Well, Mayor Foster, you've brought up an issue. Are you bringing forward a motion to alter the agenda to bring a notice of motion forward? Is that your intent?
There it is. So I think Councillor Leahy was going to do that, and I'm just thinking if we're doing that, we could, I suppose we could do that now if you'd accept that motion, and might save some time. But I think we should leave open if despite that motion, if the delegations want to stay here and speak to it after the next presentation. I didn't mean to derail the meeting, but leave it up to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, I sort of have now as my good colleague here. So I'm going to see if Councillor Leahy wants. I'm going to switch all of the blame over to Councillor Leahy.
Yeah, no, again, I'm open just to, if we want the delegates to speak or.
Councillor Leahy, I am at the will of council. So
Yeah.
if you're asking to do something right now, state it specifically. If not, I'm going back to the agenda.
Okay, yes, I'd like to alter the agenda to have the notice of motion brought forward and then hear from the delegates and then deal with it, which would likely end up a refer back to staff.
So maybe I'm going to try to help you. So why don't we hear from the delegates first, and then so what we need to do is we need to alter the agenda to bring items 6.3, 6.4, 6.5 forward. I'm just going to check with the clerk. Alter the agenda to bring the 3 delegations forward at this time. Or 4. I apologize. 4 delegations.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So it's to bring, item delegations 6.1 to 6.5 forward at this time.
Yes.
Okay. So it's a simple majority? Okay, sorry.
So it's just 6.3 to 6.5.
Yeah,
6.3 to 6.5.
Those ones just deal with ours, yes.
Okay, the motion is to alter the agenda to bring items 6.3, 6.4, 6.5 forward. Okay. Moved by Councillor Leahy, seconded by Mayor Foster. On bringing the 3 delegations forward, we'll have to call the vote simple majority? Yes. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. First delegation, if you could come forward, Mr. Kelly, please. Good morning, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Brian Kelly. I'm a citizen of Durham. I'm also coincidentally a member of the Whitby Sustainability Advisory Committee, although I do not represent them here today necessarily. And it's worth noting that I'm the previous manager of sustainability here at the region Ian McVeigh replaced me here. I'm pleased to bring forward a delegation in support of the motion concerning the OEB decision that's been tabled by Councillor Leahy. Some context. Next slide, please. Historically, Enbridge's cost, our gas utilities, for new natural gas hookups, which average about 4.4 thousand per installation per house, were distributed across all existing gas customers in the form of higher energy bills and amortized over a 40-year period. This is the historical background to this issue. The Ontario Energy Board, the OEB, which is the province's arm's length regulatory agency for energy matters and that has a primary consumer protection mandate, had previously supported this somewhat hidden subsidy. However, in December last year, the OEB decided after lengthy hearings to end that subsidy for new gas hookups and ordered Enbridge to remove from its rate base the cost of new gas connections in new housing developments starting next year. The OEB maintained that developers, not general ratepayers, should bear this cost, and in doing so, they supported the principle that growth should pay for growth. Since that decision was rendered, Enbridge has given notice that it intends to appeal that decision to the Ontario Divisional Court, and the Ontario Minister of Energy, Todd Smith, has recently introduced legislation to overrule that OEB decision. Next slide, please. So why should this council go on record as supporting the OEB decision? First of all, the Enbridge subsidy is bad for existing customers. Many residents are already struggling with energy bill increases. This perverse subsidy, as I call it, is buried in existing customers' monthly bills. The OEB decision, if it were to remain in place, would save customers approximately $600 per household over the next 5 years, or on average $120 a year. Secondly, the Enbridge subsidy is bad for new home buyers. It encourages and incents developers to install gas equipment, which is now considerably more expensive to operate than electric heat pumps for heating, space heating and water heating. Heat pumps have lower energy costs. They improve health and safety by not releasing combustion products into the indoor environment, and they improve the affordability of homes for new home buyers. Maintaining this subsidy, in effect, encourages lock-in for a minimum of 15 to 20 years of gas heating in new homes. Thirdly, the Enbridge subsidy we maintain is bad for Durham. It encourages gas hookups in most new homes and jeopardizes Durham's ability to achieve its community-wide greenhouse gas emissions targets. We are already in a hole on GHG emissions. There's an old adage that when you find yourself in a hole, stop digging. Let me just remind you of Durham's, on the next slide please, remind you of this region's commitments. In the Durham Community Energy Plan, copy of which I have at hand, at least the summary version, it is in the low carbon pathway, which was endorsed by this council on April the 2nd, 2019, the targets for incrementally increasing the number of net zero new homes to 100% by 2030 exists, and a similar target for retrofit of existing buildings, that 98% of existing dwellings will be retrofitted to various degrees for energy efficiency and emissions reduction. That's 200,000 homes currently in existence that we have committed to retrofit. Second note, Durham Climate Emergency Declaration. This council approved on January 29th, 2020, the declaration that is fairly lengthy in its wording, but you see it there. Thirdly, in this room, next slide please, in this room last May, in the lengthy discussion about the new regional official plan, the final agreement stated that future regional official plan policies address sustainability practices to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, energy and water consumption, and waste generation through measures including, item 4, the use of low carbon and smart energy systems and technologies at the district scale or building scale level in these new areas, again, as adopted by this council May 25th last year. So all of these, thank you, all of these commitments are at risk. And in summary, I would just say that the construction of new gas hookups for houses should not be subsidized because this results in higher energy bills for existing Enbridge customers, higher monthly expenses for new homeowners, and higher future costs to decarbonize or retrofit existing residential buildings in order to meet climate reduction targets. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to Mr. Kelly? Councillor Kerr?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kelly, if it costs $4,400 for each gas hookup, if this wasn't, quote, subsidized, would that not then raise the price of every home by $4,400 if they had the gas hookup?
Under the OEB's recommended decision on this, the cost would be borne by developers. I can assume, as you would, that they would pass that cost on to their respective builders, who would in turn pass that cost on to the eventual buyers. So yes, this would result in about a $4.4 thousand increase. I would point out that that is an immaterial amount in the cost of a new house, which is close to $1 million on average. We're talking about 0.4% increase on the cost of a new house. The operating costs of that system, if it's gas, would be higher than the alternate operating system based on electricity in heat pumps. And if there is an additional cost, it would be worked off.
Thank you. And with the heat pump, is it only solely operated by electricity, or is it a combination of electricity and gas? Or the current way that the person...
There are a number of different heat pumps. I have one in my house that has totally replaced the natural gas furnace that we used to have there. And in new housing applications, I would suggest to you that the heat pump would be sized and intended to provide the entire heat load in that house and would not require natural gas backup. The issue is that on a number of retrofits currently, householders are being encouraged by Enbridge, of course, to go with a hybrid system, which sees the existing natural gas furnace, in most cases, left in place with a heat pump added on top. That's not what we're talking about in terms of new houses. So my point is that the lower operating costs clearly demonstrated for heat pumps in new homes would soon counteract any additional upfront cost from a house that is heated by natural gas.
Thank you. Are you aware of the global adjustment charge in electricity?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, and that's paid by everybody, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Leahy?
Thank you for your delegation here. Just a quick question for clarity. If a person in a new home was to have a heat pump, the fully electric version of the heat pump, they wouldn't need to have a gas hookup for the home, so they wouldn't have to pay for that charge.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay.
But I think the point is, in most cases, the eventual homeowner does not get to make that decision. The decision is made by the builder, by the developer, probably years in advance of the person buying that house, and is passed on to the builder, who then passes that hookup and the cost for that hookup on to the householder. So the sort of nefarious outcome here is that the subsidy works to incent developers to make a decision on behalf of subsequent homeowners as to what type of heating they're going to have in that house.
And then supplementary to that, because I've heard from other people, especially up in northern areas where it's colder, that having a heat pump and an electric element that would kind of replace the natural gas wouldn't warm the house enough. is your understanding that if you add the electric element plus the heat pump, that even in a really cold northern environment, those combined would still be able to heat a home in a Canadian environment?
Absolutely, and certainly in our environment here in Southern Ontario.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Mayor Carter?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Brian, good to see you. I just out of curiosity, the 5 years is what, it's about $120 a year? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the reason for the 5 years, I believe, in the numbers that have been presented to you is that I believe the OEB reviews that rate base every 5 years. So that's why the number, because in theory, this decision, if it's overturned by the provincial government, it could be re-examined again in 5 years. So that's why that number is based on a 5-year horizon.
Just out of curiosity, do you have any idea what heat pumps and the conversion of a furnace and a air conditioner to be able to modernize going to heat pump? Do you know what that capital cost is?
Yeah, I've undergone it recently in my own home. You have to remember, we're talking about a one-off retrofit in an existing house. My experience is that to replace my natural gas furnace, we spent $20,000 on a full cold season heat pump.
Yeah, I think we were north of $20,000 also to do the conversion. You talk about subsidies. Is there any other energy provider that gets any type of government subsidies at all?
Not that I'm aware of that's relevant in this case.
So
my understanding is that when electrical service is put by Oshawa PUC or in
Lexicon?
Thank you. Lexicon into new homes, the developer pays for that. So we have an unbalanced subsidy system here currently.
Okay, so to your knowledge, like OPG or that, they don't get any subsidies, government subsidies or customer subsidies. They don't have like a debt repayment program that the new customers, old customers have to pay? Wouldn't you classify that as a subsidy?
That's a very complex issue as to where subsidies come from in the total electricity system. Currently, the provincial government is subsidizing electrical rates for residents.
Just out of curiosity, because I don't know, there was at one time a great belief that electrical heat and baseboard heat and radiant heat and all this was the best thing. It was the cheapest. It was around, and then suddenly it went south real fast.
Yeah.
So diversity of resources, does that help in regards to stabilizing prices?
I would say not, and I want to correct the impression that electric heat is expensive.
Okay.
Electric baseboard heating and radiant heating and so forth is expensive.
Yeah.
But we're dealing with a brand new technology called heat pumps, which are between 2 and 3 times as efficient as baseboard or radiant heating in homes. And that's the technology of the future that we're talking about putting in these homes.
Right, but there's a couple things that really bother me about this whole thing. Is one, there's commercial industrial aspects and the impact, residential impacts on it. I understand our commitment in regards to the environment, and I agree that we have to absolutely understand that that's 100% commitment, not only by this council, but also hopefully by our country. My concern is, this almost reminds me of the bank saying, no, what we're going to do is we're going to buy up these other places, or cell phone companies saying, we're going to buy up these other things. Don't worry about it. The price is going to drop. You wouldn't believe it. And every single time the price increases, because there is no other selection out of that menu in regards to those services. And so if we look at that, the only source of energy that we're going to embrace, and we're going to take natural gas out of the equation, and we're going to look at wind, and we're going to look at solar, and we're going to look at heat pumps. My worry is that it is going to have the same effect as other aspects of our experiences that have happened so far. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I would say I disagree.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
I mean, we can get into a
No,
discussion
no,
about
no,
that.
because we've got a long day, but it just, I know personally myself, my cell phone bill hasn't gone down, it's gone up. I know when I take a flight, they've gone up, they haven't gone down, and that's an amalgamation. I look at all of these things, and, it amazes to me that when I put petrol in my car, it seems that the gas hasn't gone down, but all this amalgamation continues to happen because it's going to make things cheaper. And I just worry about that. I appreciate your delegation, and I thank you for the opportunity to ask you a couple questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Barton?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Kelly, thank you very much for coming in. And I'm going to talk about the rural communities and some of the impacts that not having natural gas have. And just to set the table here a little bit, I'll just, I took training with you about climate change. We talked about to expect wetter and wilder weather and to be ready for emergencies. Okay. And then again, since spending time with you, I've got solar panels on my roof now. I drive an electric car 90% of the time. Okay. But I have a natural gas generator so that when we had the tornado in Uxbridge, it meant that my house still had power. I could charge my car. And there's no viable option for a generator except for natural gas. When the primary source of energy falls out, there's no other options. Do you want to just confirm that?
There is an option, which is propane. You could have a propane-fired generator as a standby in case of emergencies.
Okay. What's the cost of propane versus natural gas, and what's
I couldn't tell you.
It's about double. Okay. Plus you have to rent a giant tank beside your house, which for my fire department, for rural fire departments with people that are on hydrants is significant. So again, not looking to debate, but there are major risks when you come to trying to put out a fire next to
Okay, first
a
of all,
propane tank.
I just want to be very clear. We're not talking in this motion about banning natural gas. We're not talking about banning existing or new hookups for natural gas. We're simply talking about getting a perverse subsidy out of the system, which by way of how the decisions are made, results in people, new home buyers being locked in to natural gas. That's what we're talking about.
So what we're talking about here is one utility that's subsidized replacing another utility that's subsidized, possibly. Okay?
Yep.
And we're talking about taking away the option or the choice for residents, especially those that are rural.
No, we're not talking about taking it away.
Well, no, but
We're
again,
simply talking about in the case of a new house or application, we're talking about the purchaser paying the cost of the hookup rather than all existing customers paying the cost of the hookup. Full stop.
So again, I withdraw. I don't want to debate. I withdraw my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Kelly. I did have the pleasure of meeting you previously in Skugog once before, and that was really good. That was very informative, and I enjoyed it. And I enjoy your presentation today as well. I do have a question just to follow up with. Well, actually, I do have a correction for Mayor Barton, which is it's quite possible to have a diesel generator as well as a generator that runs off your tractor, which is quite common up north, especially if you have a dairy farm. Anyway, I digress. My understanding is that the issue at play may be the individual homeowner is being asked to cover the cost of the installation of the natural gas, if that's correct. Is that through you, Mr. Chair?
Essentially, yes. There's a chain of decisions here. There's the developer is now being asked to pay the cost of hooking up the new subdivision to natural gas and all of the subsequent homes in that. And then presumably the developer passes that cost on to the builder, who passes it on in the purchase price of the house to the eventual first buyer. So yes, that is the chain that we're talking about. And we're talking about right now that the decision of the old system, under the old system, which is being overturned by the OEB, there was no cost to the developer to request Enbridge's gas lines to every new house in that upcoming subdivision. So the OEB is saying that subsidy should come to an end, and henceforward developers should pay the cost of X houses times $4,400 per house for providing gas service to every one of those houses.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, so if I live in an established neighborhood where there's a main that runs past my house and I sever off a lot, there's an option for the home builder to, or sorry, the new homeowner to either connect or not connect. If a development goes in and it's projected that 20% of those houses will hook up to natural gas, but they have to cover that cost in the meantime, what is the likelihood that the developer or the builder is going to put in that main to begin with? Through you, Mr. Chair.
My understanding of the way it works is that the developer decides that this subdivision that he or she is going to build will or won't be provided with natural gas. And every unit is provided by natural gas by virtue of Enbridge's providing the piping to those lots. So I don't think I can accept that only 20% of the eventual homes are going to be hooked up to natural gas, because the decision to provide that service and the decision, frankly, to put a natural gas furnace in that house is made, in most cases, well before the buyer comes on the scene.
So my last question, Mr. Chair. Should Enbridge not have a pipeline that goes down the road that runs past the house, is there any decision to be made to hook up or not to hook up?
My understanding is that this decision of the OEB does not relate to main gas pipelines running down the side of regional roads to service whole geographic areas. I don't think that is the issue at hand. I think the issue at hand is whether or not that pipeline, large-scale Enbridge pipeline that comes off of the main trunk line that cuts across Durham, which is a TransCanada natural gas pipeline, my understanding is that the decision does not relate to either the main trunk line or the branch pipelines. It relates to taking gas from those main gas pipelines and putting it into every house in the new subdivision. Now, I may be misinformed there, but that's my understanding, that the 4,400 on average is to provide a street level, residential street level gas service and individual branch lines off that into every lot.
Sorry, I apologize, Mr. Chair. I said that was my last question. Should I not have natural gas on my street, can I hook up to it? Through you, Mr. Chair.
I don't know. I can't answer that question. If you're talking about an infill situation, I don't know. I mean, you can. It's a question of who pays. No, nobody is talking about banning natural gas here. That's not what we're not preventing you from hooking up. It's a question of who pays and is there a subsidy at play.
Mayor Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try something here. Mr. Kelly, you're aware that it is very likely a motion is going to come forward to refer this back to staff such that this body council has more information in front of them, correct?
Yes.
When that report comes back, is it your intention to come back and speak to it and perhaps answer questions then?
Yes.
Do you believe that the three delegations that are following you may also do the same, such that rather than asking questions now, prior to getting that report from staff, we would be asking them questions at that point when we are better informed?
I can't speak to their intent. We're not that well coordinated, frankly.
If you had to hazard a guess.
I would expect they would return, yes.
Okay, thank you ever so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that exhausts the list of questions and online as well. Okay, thank you for your
time.
Next is Keith Brooks with the Environmental Defense. we able to connect? Yeah, Mr. Brooks, you'll have to push the request to speak button, please, on your computer. Is he on? Can you hear me? Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks? Mr. Brooks, we're having difficulty. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Mr. Brooks, I'm going to ask you that because of the difficulties we're having today and hearing that this will be coming back, can you provide written comments today through to our clerk's department, and we'll make you aware of when it's coming back to the next meeting? Just a thumbs up is fine. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. We'll look forward to having you at that event. Madam Clerk, would you just note that we had technical difficulty, but he could hear us. We'll move on to 6.5, which is Gabby Calapos, Clean Energy Partner. Gabby, hi. Similar problem. Okay. You'll do the same thing. Thank you. Appreciate it, and we'll keep you informed. Madam Clerk, we have one more. I know the delegation is in the room, not on the list. It's Donna Popovic, Senior Advisor, Stakeholder in Enbridge Gas. Members of Council will need 2/3 to hear, but I'll look and ask if you would like to delegate, or would you like to be made aware of the staff report that will be coming back and delegate at that time? Okay. So members of council, in that case, I will need it'll take 2/3, so I'll need moved by Councillor Gerard, seconded by Councillor Crawford. And the motion is to hear the delegation. Members of council, I need 2/3, so that would take, just if everybody would put their hand up, that'll give me 2/3 without having to call a count. Madam Clerk, that is 2/3. So, Ms. Popovic, please come forward. Welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, it's on. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the introduction. My name is Donna Popovich. I'm a senior advisor with Municipal Affairs and Stakeholder Relations with Enbridge Gas. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to our concerns regarding the notice of motions presented today in 11.1. Our 2024 rate rebasing application was designed to provide our customers with safe and reliable natural gas at a reasonable cost, in addition to outlining measured steps to help Ontario advance a practical transition to a sustainable energy future. However, the December 2023 OEB decision conveys a strong bias against current and future use of natural gas and sets a course to eliminate it from Ontario's energy mix. And by extension, that same system through which lower carbon energies like renewable natural gas and hydrogen could be delivered are affected in the same way. This decision prescribes a path for Ontario's energy transition with no evidence to demonstrate that any other energy alternatives are available and ready to replace the energy supplied by natural gas. This in turn has very deep and long-term economic implications for the entire energy sector and for the future of Ontario's economic development. In particular, it impacts energy integrity, affordability, access, security, and economic competitiveness for all Ontarians. One of the most troubling aspects of the OEB's decision is to cut customer attachment revenues horizon from 40 years to 0. The decision prescribes barriers to accessible and affordable energy options. So, as mentioned previously, those looking to connect to natural gas will be required to pay an upfront fee of an average of between $4,000 to $6,000 per customer. This creates significant financial barrier to all forms of residential and commercial development. And at a time when Ontario is facing an affordability and housing crisis, the resulting fees add thousands of dollars to individual customer costs to obtain or expand existing natural gas connections. Paying for connection costs through rates over time is standard practice amongst most utilities, including hydro, cable, and other services. The idea that customers must pay full connection costs upfront is actually unheard of any public utility in Ontario. I also want to address that some claim that without the OEB decision, customer rates will increase by $300 to $600 over 5 years, which is very misleading and based on false information and calculations that do not translate into actual rate impacts to customers. I also want to note that rate impacts beyond 2024 have not yet been determined by the OEB, as the pricing formula has not yet been approved. So this is a gross oversimplification of the way in which this capital expenditure cost would be spread across customer rates. The method is inaccurate and does not reflect the significantly smaller impact that the rebracing application would have on residential customers. So to correct this, for 2024, the impact on all matters determined by the Ontario Energy Board in its most recent decision is approximately 2%. That averages about $25 per customer, which comes out to less than half of the rate of current inflation. I also want to address the issue around subsidies. Unlike the significant subsidies that provide cost relief allocated to our hydroelectricity system, natural gas infrastructure does not receive any subsidies from the Government of Ontario. Natural gas infrastructure does not receive subsidies, funding of any taxpayer money from the Government of Ontario. Customers pay for Enbridge Gas costs of providing gas services through the rates approved by the Ontario Energy Board. Enbridge Gas abides by the OEB rules and requirements that prevent the subsidization of new natural gas connections by existing natural gas customers. So the existing OEB policy, noted as EBO 188, protects existing ratepayers from the cost of expanding the natural gas system and ensures costs are appropriately borne by the customers who will benefit from the new infrastructure. EBO 188 also allows the cost to connect to the natural gas system to be spread over a defined period of time, which has historically been, as previously approved by the Ontario Energy Board, up to a 40-year amortization period. When we look at Ontario's energy system, natural gas actually meets 40% of Ontario's energy needs. On a peak basis, the natural gas system provides 3 to 5 times as much energy as the electricity system at less than a third of the cost with no additional provincial funding. The OEB's decision prescribes a path forward of rapid electrification without actually taking into account that there is currently not enough electricity to replace the energy provided by natural gas and meet the increased demand that electrification technologies such as alternative home heating and personal vehicles demand. And while we plan the path ahead, I also want to ask the question, what happens in response to the strong demand for access in natural gas that the province is growing agricultural and greenhouse sector, EV supply chain, and rural communities that are desperately want affordable energy but are looking to move off propane and oil? So in fact, this decision does put economic developments in your region at risk. Enbridge Gas capital budgets have also been reduced by this decision by $300 million and will be reduced by billions over the next 5 years, which significantly constrain our ability to invest in new energy projects and greatly contribute to your regional economic development, competitiveness, and yes, even emission reductions. A reduction in capital expenditure also stifles the growth of the industrial sector, leading to escalated costs for manufacturing, agriculture, and consumer goods. From agricultural to consumer operations and even new housing developments, the lack of affordable, accessible, and reliable energy options.
You must wrap up.
Yes, sir. Could potentially be very costly. So we know that a diversified pathway where pipes and wires work together is the practical approach and a solution for the path forward. So it's indisputable that natural gas plays a critical role in Ontario's energy evolution and supports the reliability of our electricity system.
I'll have to stop you
So
there.
we ask.
Oh, okay, I'll let you finish, but there's a limit for speaking in council meetings.
Yes, sir.
Move to extend for 2 minutes by Councillor Mayor Pietri, seconded by Councillor Yamada on extension. All those in favor? In opposition? 1, 2 in opposition online? It carries. So you have an additional 2 minutes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the additional time. I will need 30 seconds just to make a note that we ask that you, which has already been stated, that we refer this motion back to staff to provide an opportunity to meet with all appropriate stakeholders and get a comprehensive industry perspective on the essential feedback that Regional Council can consider before voting on this item. Thank you.
Okay, we have questions. So first is Councillor McCaughey.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation.
After this came through our council last week, I attended the meeting that we had at AMO last week, and this came up as a rather large concern, especially for the northern municipalities, but also the rural, and we have a significant rural area here. So I'm just wondering if, when this does come back, but I expect you will likely delegate again, but will you be working with the provincial bodies as well to really help us grasp an understanding of the impacts? Because there's a lot of moving parts here, and I want to make sure that it's not biased, but I would like the engagement to be there, and I'm just curious about what level of cooperation you're working with the other bodies on.
Absolutely. Our intent is to not sort of sway the perspective one way or another, but to ensure that natural gas remains a critical component of energy transformation in Ontario, as it is a critical energy supply to our daily demands. We are obviously working with the provincial government currently with the advancement of legislation Bill 165, with the government taking action to ensure natural gas is a critical component over the next 5 years, with overturning certain aspects of the OEB decision, but not all aspects of the OEB decision. So there is sort of a balanced field there. So we're more than happy to be a cooperative contributor to ensure that all aspects of this decision are considered.
Thank you. The other thing, one more question through you, Mr. Chair. The other thing I noticed with your organization on your website was the amount of R&D and investment into green infrastructure that you've been working on. Can you maybe just very briefly just explain some of the things that are happening and how this may affect that?
Yes, well, as an energy company, we are very much looking forward to what energy transition will look like. As part of the OEB decision, we did put forward a very comprehensive plan with measured steps on what energy transition and the transformation of natural gas would look like. But in terms of our direct affiliates, Enbridge Gas, our business development unit, for instance, focuses on how we can transform the use of renewable natural gas, hydrogen fuel injection. We have a state-of-the-art hydrogen facility at our Technical Operations Center in Markham that we do invite everyone who's interested to come on a tour so that they can see the work that we're doing. We've been provided funding by the provincial government through the Hydrogen Innovation Fund to further develop that technology. And right now, our facility there has the ability to run off of a mixture of either natural gas or hydrogen, or 100% one or the other, depending on demand. In addition to that, we're also working with municipalities such as Hamilton, where we have a pilot project for their transit fleet, where I believe hydrogen infused buses are running through the city and have cut their emissions down by about 20%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other members of council? Councillor Nicholson.
I'm just trying to understand one point that you made, because I got most of it. But you indicated that you're not subsidized by any government body. So who gives you the natural gas? Where do you get it from?
Well, we buy it.
No,
We buy
you
it.
get it from the ground owned by the people of Canada.
Oh, yes.
So the government is in fact subsidizing your product already by allowing you to withdraw it from the ground. Is that not correct?
Yeah.
Sir, while I appreciate your question, speaking to the technical extraction of natural gas and the industry is not my expertise, so I'm happy to follow up with any
Fair enough.
additional information on that
All right.
question.
The other question I had is that the statement has been made that if the OEB's ruling is changed, is allowed to continue, this will add $4,000 to the cost of housing. Isn't the total cost of housing controlled by the marketplace? That simply there's a cap on what a house will sell for, controlled by a marketplace and the free market purchase?
I mean, according to Adam Smith's theory, yes, sir. But I think if we look at the real estate market, we understand that in development, those costs ultimately are handed down to the consumer.
The only argument I was trying to make was it's not guaranteed that dollar amount. It could be, it might be zero. So my question is, would we recognize that it's not a fixed price that's being transferred? It could vary depending on the marketplace for housing in the community. So we can't say it's 4,000 in Durham. It could be 2,000 in Durham. It could be
No, but the average
10,000.
range of what I quoted was between 4,000 to 6,000, which is what our research has shown.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gerard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question and a comment. Thank you for the delegation. I just wanted to give you a chance to speak to, as the network expands, as we go perhaps into phase 3 and it's going in through rural areas, can you just speak a little bit to the benefits that our farmers might materialize from that?
And you mean phase 3 of the province's natural gas expansion program? Okay, I just want to make a note that the province's natural gas expansion program is an program on and of itself that the province of Ontario administers for energy, natural gas expansion in municipalities across the province where they would not otherwise have the feasible means to do so. Through a selection process, select municipalities are selected for the expansion, and we're in phase 2 right now. Phase 3 technically is sort of on hold at the moment due to the regulatory uncertainty that we are facing. So in terms of how it would be affected, well, we might not even have the ability to think about phase 3 down the road, depending on the outcome potentially of this decision. But in terms of if we do, and the benefit to it is that it would allow farmers who are often large and comparable to large industrial operations, the ability to have access to affordable, reliable, and resilient options for energy, who now depend on either extremely expensive propane or other even electrical sources that really eat into their costs. I think for drying grain and other such purposes, we have heard back from agricultural stakeholders that natural gas is an economical and viable option for their operations.
Appreciate that. And certainly as we support probably the biggest industry in Durham region through our ag community, I think it's an important part to recognize. I think where Mayor Barton was going earlier and then didn't go too deep into it, is there not also an opportunity for the farmers as they process some of their product to reduce their emissions and push methane, propane gas back into the system?
Yes, actually, there is a pilot project that we are working on right now. It's a pilot project, so it is to the cost of those that choose to participate. But it is aerobic digesters that a single farmer or a community of farmers can contribute to that would then go from the agricultural waste that's collected on the farm. Methane gas would be collected, stored, and then repurposed into the system.
Okay. Thank you. My last comment is just to thank you. As you sat respectfully in the back row, you weren't waving your arms, you weren't trying to draw yourself in front of the screen or aggressively shaking your head or laughing. So I appreciate your approach to that when other people were delegating. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that exhausts questions, so thank you for your delegation.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Members of council, Madam Clerk, waive the rules to bring the motion forward. So, members of council, if you turn to page 129, you'll see the motion that is here. Motion to support the decision of the Ontario Energy Board, OEB, to end the natural gas pipeline subsidy. It's moved by Councillor Leahy, moved by Mayor Foster as the seconder. I don't think there's a need to read it into the record. Councillor Leahy?
Yeah, just wondering.
Procedurally, if you're going to speak to this,
I'd like to make a motion to refer to staff.
So the motion is to refer to staff, same seconder. Okay, on the referral, Mayor Schumer, on the referral?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. I'm just curious, exactly what are we going to get from staff as far as information on this? Given the nature of what this is dealing with, I'm just curious what we're either expecting staff to be able to tell us about this or what they can.
The question is, or the intent is, Councillor Leahy?
Yeah, no, the intent is just to find more information. Like, we've heard so much information since we've just been hearing from these delegates that there's more to be had before this moves forward. So I think any extra information in the region's overall position and the impacts would be very worthwhile to see that before it comes back to council.
Mayor Schumer?
Okay, well, yeah, I'm just curious as to the expertise level required to give us information on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. I guess I take a slightly different view than the motion. I just don't see this as a Durham Region responsibility. We have an Ontario Energy Board. The various parties involved in those here, we spend millions of dollars producing reports and information and studies, et cetera. The people on that board are well-versed in making the decision. I fail to see what, with all due respect to our fine, talented municipal staff, what we would offer to the process other than literally is a political position. If council wants to take a political position and say, I'm in favor of this or I'm against this, that's fine. But respectfully, I think our staff have enough on their plates without second guessing the Ontario Energy Board and its decisions. And at the end of the day, whatever they come back with, I would be very surprised if the OEB paid any attention at all, either way. So I just think at this point, we're just creating work on a plate that's already very, very full. Thank you.
Councillor McCaughey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. AMO is looking at this, and I really do feel that it would be sensible for us to have those staff that are available through AMO present with their position, and I think we need a little time to allow them to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Members of council, the referral is on the floor. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Recorded vote is called by somebody. Okay, the recorded vote has been called by the clerk.
Councillor Jubb?
So anyways, members of council, clerk, could I have you read the vote in? 18 to 10, so the referral carries. Members of council will go back to, for those in the audience, it's been referred back to staff so that you are welcome to stay for this very long budget meeting, or you may take the opportunity to leave. Members of council, we're on to the next part of this is 5.2, which will be our CAO and Elaine Baxter and Nancy Taylor, Commissioner of Finance. But before we do that, I'm just going to read Mayor Collier's comments as the chair of the Police Services Board into the record. So, because he wasn't able to communicate this morning. So good morning. Thank you, Chief, for our first quarterly update of 2024. Chair Henry, I'm happy to hear that you acknowledge the increased presence of our command team out in public. This is all part of the Chief's direction and revamp of DRPS. I would like to speak a bit about some government's challenges that will come into effect shortly. As you may know, the Community Safety and Policy Act, which will be referred to as the CSPA, comes into force next Monday, April 1st, 2024. The CSPA replaces the Police Service Act, which came into effect almost 3.5 decades ago. The CSPA introduces major changes to the legislative framework for policing across Ontario, including changes to the authorities and responsibility of boards, police services, and municipalities. A new oversight body called the Inspector General of Policing is also created and will have significant inspection and investigation powers. The board and DRPS leadership hosted the Inspector General and his team in Durham last week, and we are committed to having a positive relationship with the new organization. There will be cost pressures associated with the CSPA, including updating training, equipment requirements, and new standards for adequate policing. The impacts continue to be examined, and there will be better understanding as the implementation occurs. The DRPS budget will be before Council today, and the board is grateful for the collaborative effort with the region and FNA to provide substantial new funding that will allow the additional 76 staff to be hired. We expect the demands upon DRPS will continue to accelerate as the Durham region grows, and the board will continue to advocate for the necessary resources to ensure that DRPS is well positioned for the future. Thank you, Chief, for introducing our new deputy chiefs, Chris Kirkpatrick and Kim Yendel. Have officially joined the DRPS ranks. We are pleased to have such competent leaders join Chief Morer command team and to support the efforts to modernize the service, strengthen partnerships, and build the community trust. The board will be hosting a welcoming reception for the deputies on May 21st, and an invitation will be sent to all regional council. We hope to see you there. Signed, Mayor Collier, Chair of the Durham Regional Police Services Board. Now we will go to deal with 5.2, and I'll turn it over to our CAO.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and through you to members of council. I would like to first thank staff for their dedication in putting together such a challenging budget. And as we know, it's been a bit of a prolonged budget season for us, so I greatly appreciate all of the hard work. The information before you today required intense dedication to pull everything together in a comprehensive and clear way. And a special thank you has to go to our Commissioner of Finance and to Nicole Pincombe and her team. You can't not imagine the number of scenarios that they've worked through in the past few months, so a great thanks to them for getting us to where we are today. As you know, these are difficult times for our residents, and we have been challenged to both provide a budget that meets Council's December 2023 direction and also reflects the significant demand on our essential services that are driving the pressures on the budget. Over the next slides in this presentation, we will focus on specifics of the draft budget and summarize major priorities. As noted in the report, Council has requested a budget at a cap of 7.5%, and this budget does meet that approved guideline. Next slide, please. Report 2024 F3 before Regional Council today reflects the guideline approved for the main regional property tax budget of 5% and a guideline of 2.5% for DRPS. This recommendation includes a 0.5% increase to cover the early impacts of Bill 23 and Bill 134, and also includes the Conservation Authority's consistent debt guidelines from prior years. There are also a number of advocacy-related recommendations in the report for Council's attention, and you will be getting my monthly email today where you will see there's been considerable advocacy over the last couple of weeks with our provincial officials. Some good news and some bad news since the report was finalized. We have heard from the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship that our submission for funding from the Government of Canada Interim Housing Assistance Program for 2023 costs was approved at $4.6 million. Also good news that the Province of Ontario has announced a $1 billion for new municipal housing infrastructure to support core infrastructure projects such as roads and water, to enable housing for growing and developing communities. More information will be coming on this soon, including the eligibility and intake details, which are to be announced later in the year, and we will be looking at that very carefully. The region has also received good news yesterday on the 2023-24 Provincial Gas Tax Fund, with the province confirming it has committed an additional $3 million in funding to maintain the provincial gas tax funding envelope at the 2022 and 2023 program levels. Durham's allocation has been confirmed at $9.6 million, approximately $248,000 more than received in 2022 and 23. On the bad news side, changes are being made to the Canada Community Building Fund, which will require us to prepare a housing needs assessment and will be required to report housing outcomes resulting from each CCBF investment. And this is the new title for federal gas tax. This has the potential to redirect funds from rehabilitation projects. Lastly, we were advised Monday evening that there could be a significant impact to our housing funding for urgent repair of community housing beginning April 1st due to the challenges between the province and federal government regarding Ontario's National Housing Strategy Action Plan. And we continue to monitor this very closely. I do expect some response from the federal government, but we'll have to wait and see what that is. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Nancy, who will walk us through the first part of the budget.
Thank you, and thank you to committee. My apologies first off. Usually people are trying to get me to unmute, and this morning I had challenges muting, so thank you for your patience in that. So the 2024 budget, subject to approval today and ratification, of course, is $2.78 billion. So of this, $600 million represents the water supply and sanitary sewage budget that was approved in December 2023, and the balance of $2.18 billion is the property tax supported budget for 2024 that's before you now. And these two pie charts provide greater detail on the property tax supported portion of the region's budget, so it excludes water and sewer. So as you can see, for the totality of our spending, on the left side, social services is the largest expenditure area at 29.3%, regional transit just shy of 22%, police 15%, and roads and bridges 12%. On the right side, the $2.184 billion property tax supported budget is funded from numerous sources, and often people are surprised to know that only 41% is coming from property taxes. So we have almost 23% from the province, 11% from reserves and reserve funds, just shy of 10% from the federal government. We have debt proceeds of 5%. And just as a note, the budget proposes to utilize approximately $321 million from reserves, reserve funds, gas tax and development charges, and that's a 35.5% increase from last year. So this slide represents the breakdown of that 41%. So the previous slide was the totality of all the spending. This slide takes that 41% from taxpayers and allocates where that is supporting. So, and you can see here that the largest component is police services at just shy of 30%, followed by social services at 20%, roads and bridges around 12%, and transit at 10%. So this 7.5% represents an annual increase of $231 for an average single-family home. And this slide essentially shows you how lack of funding affects things. So for the DRPS, as an example, they receive very little funding, so that means that they reside much heavier on the property tax base, just to give that some context. So a lot of the locals now express their tax increase as a percentage of the overall bill, not just their share of the bill. And this does increase transparency because often the public thinks they need to add the local plus the upper tier. So we've used some averages to try to approximate that from a regional perspective. So the 7.5% increase that's before you today is essentially about 3.9% on the total bill. And if you add that to the average local increase, which has been about 4.9, you'd end up essentially that the overall property tax increase to bills are about 5.7% cumulative today. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Nicole for some details on the various spending that's included.
Thanks, Nancy. So there were a number of base budget pressures and non-discretionary items that needed to be accommodated within the 2024 budget in order to maintain existing service levels for Durham residents and businesses. So inflationary pressures alone on the 2024 budget totaled approximately $8.4 million. In addition, there were also significant capital cost escalations that put additional pressures on our 2024 capital budget and 9-year forecasts. And details of these base budget pressures can be found by department in attachment 3 to the budget reports, as well as in the individual budget booklets as well. So, as has been previously highlighted, the fiscal sustainability of municipal government is severely challenged. The region's 2024 proposed budget allocates $253.5 million, or 28.2% of the property tax levy, for health and social services. The tax levy funding of health and social services has increased by $87.2 million, or 52.4% over the last 5 years. This is not unique to the region of Durham, with this trend being reported by many single and upper-tier municipalities across the province. The announced reduction in 2026 through 2028 of the federal funding under the Reaching Home program for homelessness supports, as well as the 1% increase in provincial public health funding, which does not keep pace with the inflationary pressures currently facing public health, is anticipated to place further pressures on the regional tax base to support health and social services. Durham Council has been proactive on this front by supporting AMO's call for social and economic prosperity review and FCM's call for a new framework for raising municipal revenue. In addition to supporting these important sector-specific advocacy efforts, the region continues to raise these calls for action through its various ongoing government relations activities. As Elaine mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, the 2024 budget is focused on providing critical investments in frontline core programs and services to meet our community's needs. The following 5 slides highlight the details of the significant investments that are proposed in the 2024 budget in the critical program areas of housing and homelessness supports, regional transit, paramedic services, police services, and climate action. The 2024 budget includes total investments in housing and homelessness supports of $137.2 million, an increase of $19.9 million, or 17% above the 2023 approved budget. Of this increase, the region's investment in housing and homelessness supports totals $80.7 million, an increase of $5.2 million, or 6.9% above the 2023 approved budget. And approximately 8% of our property tax levy for 2024 is allocated to housing and homelessness supports. This significant increase in regional property tax funding of housing and homelessness supports is possible in part to receiving a share of the Pickering Casino revenue. And as an aside, the 2024 budget included an increase in the Pickering Casino revenue from $4.5 million to $6.0 million, which is currently included in the proposed 2024 budget. There are a number of specific investments for housing and homelessness included in the 2024 budget that are highlighted on the screen. A couple of highlights to point out is an $8 million investment for the region's at-home incentive program, $8.3 million for rent supplements, $47.9 million for community housing supports, $1.8 million for Durham's newly launched outreach services program, and $27.4 million for housing and homelessness supports, including community supports, warming centers, and shelters. This slide provides an overview of the Durham Region Transit's investments proposed in the 2024 budget, which was informed by the 10-year service and financing strategy. The 2024 proposed Durham Region Transit budget requires $92.8 million in property tax revenue, which is an increase of 16.5% from the 2023 approved budget. The proposed funding increases support an increase of 59,665 revenue service hours at a net cost of $5.9 million. This is 85% of the projected revenue service hour growth that was identified for 2024 in the 10-year strategy. In total, the 2024 budget provides for 569,867 revenue hours of conventional service and 174,692 hours of on-demand service. In addition, investments in critical new positions to fill existing capacity gaps and minimize safety, security, and operational risks, while not identified in the 10-year strategy, have also been included in the proposed 2024 budget at an estimated cost of $1.1 million. Additional fares and UPass revenue of $3.8 million helped to partially offset the cost pressures identified in above. In addition to these operating impacts, there's also a number of significant capital projects that are proposed for 2024. And these are proposed to be funded in part through regional reserves and reserve funds, debentures, and senior government funding. A number of these projects are contingent on approval of the region's grant application under the Federal Zero Emissions Transit Fund. These projects include $239.7 million for the construction of a new indoor bus storage and services facility in North Oshawa, $8.7 million for design costs for the Raleigh bus storage facility rebuild, which will include electrification infrastructure, $5 million for the design of electrification infrastructure upgrades at the Westney Transit Facility, and $65.7 million for 34 electric buses and supporting electrification infrastructure, and $21 million for new terminals and bus stop infrastructure. You'll note in the report that recommendation V indicates that staff will report back in advance of the 2025 budget should sufficient senior government funding not be forthcoming to support the implementation of Durham Region's transit fleet electrification strategy and forecasted service enhancements. This slide provides the overview of the investments in Durham Region paramedic services. Again, this is aligned, these proposed investments are aligned with the 10-year strategy endorsed by Council and include 36 additional hours daily of paramedic services. This includes the hiring of 16 paramedics, 8 ACPs, advanced care paramedics, and 8 primary care paramedics, as well as 2 new ambulances at a cost of approximately $3 million in total. Also aligned with the strategy is the hiring of 2 new full-time support and management staff positions for 911 response, $0.4 million for advanced care paramedic training. The budget also includes $0.8 million for the region's primary care outreach program and $4.9 million in provincial funding for the community paramedicine programs. Capital improvements have also been included in the 2024 proposed paramedic services budget, including $2.0 million for the Bowmanville Paramedic Station, an additional $400,000 for the design of the new South Whitby Paramedic Station, and $500,000 for improvements to the region's existing paramedic stations. So this slide highlights the main investments that are included in the 2024 proposed budget submission from the Durham Regional Police Services Board. The 2024 budget requires $268 million in property tax funding. That's an increase of 8.3% over their 2023 budget, and as Elaine has mentioned, is aligned with the Council's approved guideline. Highlights of their budget include 25 additional frontline officers and 51 additional uniform and civilian positions that support investigative and operational support units, as well as increased investments for education, training, and wellness programs. There's also a number of capital infrastructure investments proposed in the 2024 budget, including a new dedicated police headquarters facility, the relocation of specialized services, improvements in the Central West Division, as well as investments for the Regional Reporting Center. As mentioned in Section 5.6 of the budget report, Durham Regional Police Service was able to achieve the Council-approved guideline in part through the deferral of the start date for the 76 new positions from July 1st to September 1st. While this is not consistent with the region's practice, because there are where all new positions are to be effective July 1st or earlier in order to help minimize the impact of the current year budget decisions on subsequent budget years. So by deferring the start date by 2 months, the annualization impacts on the 2025 budget have increased by $1.7 million, from $2.6 million to $4.3 million. And for context, $4.3 million in staff annualization costs represents an increase of 1.6% on the police budget and 0.5% on the region's overall budget. So in 2019, Durham Region Council declared a climate emergency and set a greenhouse gas reduction target of net zero by 2045. This slide highlights a number of the investments that are proposed in the 2024 budget to help the region move towards its 2045 target, include advancing various programs, including the Durham Green Development Program and the Durham Greener Homes Program, continued utilization of recycled materials in 2 road construction projects that are planned for 2024, completion of our greenhouse gas reduction pathway feasibility studies for up to 55 regional facilities. These are key documents that will lay the groundwork for future energy retrofit projects, installation of solar panels at regional headquarters, and advancement of the region's light-duty fleet electrification strategy, as well as ongoing implementation of the region's cycling plan, including the construction of approximately 19.36 kilometers of cycling infrastructure in coordination with the regional road construction projects, as well as an additional 0.9 million, which has been allocated for cycling network infill projects. In addition to the critical investments in the 5 main program areas, the 2024 budget also includes a number of investments to advance the goals of the region's strategic plan. This slide outlines those many priorities. While I'll not read through the list, I just wanted to highlight a couple in particular. The first one being the station design costs for the Lakeshore East GO extension to Bowmanville, which will be the subject of future council reports, as well as the ongoing investment in Durham OneNet for improved broadband connectivity for residents and businesses across the region. I'll now turn it back to Nancy to walk you through the capital portion of the budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. So as Council is keenly aware, you've approved a number of initiatives that are currently in process to support the further development of affordable housing initiatives, and a number of those include a 10-year housing and homelessness plan, redevelopment planning and business case work in support of revitalization efforts at the Malaga Drive and Christine Crescent sites owned by the DRLHC, redevelopment planning, due diligence, and business case work in support of the new mixed-income communities at 300 Ritson Road South in the city of Oshawa and across the road here in Whitby, and consultation work necessary to determine how unallocated space will be used at the 1635 Dundas Street property in the town of Whitby. So given the significance of all of these projects, a starting footprint has been incorporated into the 2024 proposed business plan and budget. And this slide outlines the potential future capital implications that are currently not financed, along with the potential number of units as opportunities. So based on a straight rebuild model, 1.8 billion would be needed over the next 10 years. Clearly, the straight rebuild of all properties listed is not the intention, but the intent here is to provide a baseline order of magnitude of work that needs to be done. So we'll be looking for significant partnerships with the province and federal governments, as well as strategic public-private partnerships to bring this to fruition, along with obviously individual decisions regarding the trajectory of each site. So we just wanted to put it all on one page so that you have the overall context of activity that's taking place here. With respect to the entirety of the capital budget and 9-year forecast, the Region of Durham owns and is responsible for the maintenance and renewal and replacement of assets. So this includes, for this budget purposes, transportation, facilities, fleet, and equipment. There's a significant inventory of those assets that provide essential services that need that ongoing repair and maintenance. And the taxpayer investment in all of our assets is at this point just shy of $83,000 per household. The 2024 major capital program totals $629 million, and additional information on that is located in attachment 5 to the budget report and is detailed in each of the respective budget books by department, so you can see every single capital project outlined. The forecast total for the property tax supported budgets is $5.1 billion over the next 10 years. With roads, transit, and police representing the largest components. These numbers are significantly higher than last year. So highlights for the 2024 financing, we're looking at general levy financing of $34 million, reserves and reserve fund financing, including development charges of $288 million, debenture financing of $110 million, and grant and other financing in the amount of $197 million. Of critical importance that I can't help but not encourage or at least emphasize, there's general levy financing in the forecast period of $760 million, as you see on the table here, and that would require steep increases in tax levy funding. So we have a lot on the horizon with respect to our capital program. The DC and reserve fund financing needed is $3.2 billion. Debenture financing would be in excess of 800 million, and grant and other financing in excess of 254 million. So as we have mentioned the last number of years, we are now entering into that period of significant capital requirements, and there will be extensive utilization of reserve funds and debt in order to accomplish all of that. I can't help but not speak to Bill 23. There's some more developments, and it's a challenging one for all of us. So it is particularly challenging from a finance perspective. So the impact for us is significant early on compared to others because of the rate phase-in and rate phasing impacts associated with the new development charges bylaw that came in July 2023 for general services, July 2022 for transit services, and of course the next presentation before you today is on the area-specific development charge for Seton. So based on an analysis of 2023 development charges, an estimated loss of collections for services no longer eligible, we are now out of pocket $56.3 million. So this is money that's real money that's lost up to December 31st, 2023. Our estimation over the 10-year period is about $470 million for the tax-supported budget, and I can't remember offhand, we're in about $650 million or so on the water sewer off the top of my head. All of that has to be funded from non-development charge sources. So one step we're recommending that's included in a recommendation is that any general tax levy surplus from 2023 go into a reserve fund for our share of having to fund this. So that's a recommendation, and a 0.5 percentage point dedicated to this through the 7.5. If we model out what we need to do on this, property tax increases of approximately 1.55% would be needed incrementally each year from 2025 to 2028 solely to address Bill 23. So that's not a recommendation before you today, but it's a heads up that those are real numbers that we're going to have to wrestle with. After that cheery news, so we also, as council had approved, originally our budget information to you was a 9.75%. Council ultimately approved a 7.5% guideline, as you know, with 2.5% for police, a 0.5% for Bill 23, and 4.5% for the remainder of all the regional services. I'm hoping that through Nicole's portion of the presentation, you really understood the value of what's being put forward with respect to new service delivery. The intent of this slide is to summarize the major things that were deferred or phased in order to get to that 4.5%. And one of the big things, of course, was a significant increase in our draw from reserves and reserve funds up to $321 million, which is unprecedented. Some of the major items, for example, under works is deferring funding for road rehabilitation and bridge rehabilitation strategies. And as you know, what you don't rehab today, you rebuild tomorrow at a much greater price. And the other note we would say from a transit perspective, as Nicole covered, we managed to achieve 85% of the service growth in the 10-year strategy, and that was 1.6% out of the projected 2. And every department did contribute. As I say, I won't go through each of these line by line, but every department contributed to trying to get us where we are. So the last slide I have before I'll turn it over to Elaine is probably the most challenging one. At Finance and Admin, I pretty much said that every slide I presented got worse, so my apologies for that. This is our looking forward slide on what we know is coming towards us. So known pressures, of course, is the annualization of new positions and those that DRPS has put forward, and the implementation plans that we move forward with on paramedic and transit services and housing. So over the course of the forecast period, there's other additional pressures that we're being faced with in order to deal with growing population, changes in demographics, community needs, legislative change. So a couple of them just to pull out and highlight, our climate change initiatives are not particularly funded to get us where we need to go. Social housing redevelopment, we talked about what that would look like on another slide. Homelessness crisis supports, advancing the DRPS critical needs to the work of the Police Services Board and the Chief of Police, further impacts of Bill 23, those roads and bridge forecasts, facility expansions, the new long-term care home in Seton, and a potential redirection of the CCBF, which is a federal gas tax funding, away from asset rehabilitation. We rely on that greatly, particularly in the road side, to fund rehabilitation. And if it's going to be tied to new housing only or portions of it, that's going to cause us a significant problem with respect to how we're funding our existing rehabilitation. So there are some numbers that are included in the slide particular to some of those items. And on that note, I will turn it over to Elaine to wrap up our presentation.
Thank you very much, Nancy. So this presentation, the budget report, all of its attachments, and the links to various budget booklets highlight the significant financial pressures facing the region this year. A very difficult message to communicate is that these pressures are not just require a one-year incremental increase with the return to traditional levy increases in the future. Along with the continued incremental funding that will be tied to paramedics, transit, and DRPS, Council has approved the construction of a 5th regional operated long-term care home. The regional incremental operating cost required for this new home is projected to require an overall tax levy increase of between 3 to 4% to be phased in over the next 3 years. This includes a greater level of debenture financing. In addition, there will be financial impacts for the opening of new regional operated childcare center planned for 2025 and the implications of an expanded housing portfolio and support to housing providers to accomplish the at-home in Durham priorities. As mentioned, the implications for financing shortfalls stemming from Bill 23 are now being felt as the capital projects come on stream. Staff will pursue all opportunities for provincial and federal partnerships to offset as much capital and operating impacts as possible. As mentioned, we have incorporated a number of advocacy recommendations pertaining to provincial and federal investments in Durham for infrastructure, housing, transit, and homelessness, to name a few. This concludes our formal presentation, and we now be more than happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
So members of council, it's questions to the presentation, and we can debate the budget at the appropriate time. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me how much money you put into reserve accounts in this budget?
Through the chair, we'll pull that out. It's in the schedule to the document. We haven't increased it in any. We've pretty much done the same as last year: roads and roads rehabilitation, bridge rehabilitation. But I don't have that right with me now. Perhaps when we get to the report section, I'll have that answer for you, if that's all right.
You don't know how much you put in reserve accounts?
Certainly, I don't have it memorized.
No, I'm just trying to understand. We do have an accounting for it, though.
Oh, absolutely, yes, yeah.
Would you have a ballpark? I mean, I'm not asking you to the dollar, but would you have a ballpark of what you put in?
Councillor, she'll have it for us when the report comes to debate. It's just.
Sorry, through the chair. I'm
No,
just
no problem.
digging through schedules here.
No, the other part I wanted to question is, if you don't have the money to do projects, isn't the usual process you don't do the projects?
So through the chair, we are delivering on the projects that council has requested and approved for us to move forward on.
Right. And if we can't raise the funds to pay for those, we'd have to scale back some of those projects. Would that be fair?
So through the chair, that's certainly a decision for this council to make.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Schumer.
109.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. And I did bring these questions up at Finance, but I thought I'd bring them up here just so for the benefit of all. So just to confirm what you indicated in the presentation with respect to meeting the targets set by this body, outside of the additional draws on reserves, which is a temporary measure in itself, the most of the accomplished reduction has been through deferrals and phasing in of various expenditures and costs.
So through the chair, and thank you, you did ask that question at committee. The reserves and reserve funds, of course, is a big piece of that at the 321 million. We also did an extensive line by line and review, and we found about 14 million in savings that way. But then you're quite right, the balance of it is looking at deferrals and phasing in of all the initiatives and critical capital side of things.
Okay, and you also mentioned, because by definition that is just kicking the proverbial can down the road, and then of course there's those future year demands that will materialize. So you did mention at finance about a possible report of some kind that will come to us, giving us a kind of a long-term projection of the impact on all of this, because it's not just a one-time thing, right? This is going to hit us, and I think the CAO or yourself might have mentioned it during the presentation about future property tax increases.
So through the chair, yes, thank you. We did speak to that. The region has significantly improved its capital forecasting over the last couple of years with financing attached. And we keep giving you indicators of individual items of operating impact. So we are going to endeavor to provide more fulsome information on a forecast perspective for the operating. It will evolve, but we do recognize the need to give you better information. So we are looking to at least step up our performance there for this year.
It will evolve.
Mayor Schumer, there's some background noise. Oh, the delay. Thank you.
So we're looking to step up our performance.
Oh. Okay, thank you. I'm losing my connection yet again during this meeting, so I'll end my questions there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentations today and the electronic one and all the bar graphs and pie graphs and all the stuff that comes with finance. A couple questions. One of the slides showed the impact of the provincial reduction in development charges, and I think it was $56 million for 2023. So yesterday was the provincial budget, and we've always been promised that we would be made whole, and that's W-H-O-L-E and not H-O-L-E, as sometimes Mayor Ash comments. Any relief on that front? Any signals of relief on that front from the provincial government on filling that hole?
So through the chair, particular to the budget presented yesterday by the province, there was nothing there to help us with respect to the DC shortfalls. There was a funding program announced that we'll get the details for later. That being said, our advocacy work has not ended with respect to Bill 23, so we are still cautiously hopeful that something may occur before the province recesses. The clock is ticking that sooner or later it'll be too late for us, but we would take anything we can get.
So you'd like to see the 56 million back?
Certainly that would be lovely. We certainly wouldn't, even if the legislation changed today, we certainly wouldn't be able to get that back from the people who did not pay it. So it is
well,
now gone.
Hopefully there would be a mechanism. But anyway, next question. The presentation spoke to revenue sharing from the Pickering Casino that the city of Pickering provides to the region. There was I guess there's a range. I think you said 6 million.
So through the chair, we were somewhat bold in this year's budget. The agreement that is in place currently has a cap of 6 million, and last year we had 4.5 in the budget. We have pushed it to the full cap for this year, so it's been increased by the 1.5 million because of the need that we're seeing there in the affordable housing and homelessness portfolio.
Well, if Mayor Ash keeps visiting, they'll have a very good year at the casino. When you spoke to that matter, the casino revenue sharing, I think it was under the context of housing and homelessness, was it?
That's correct. That's where it's all been devoted.
So it's clearly all devoted to housing and homelessness. And there, correct me if I'm wrong, but there is a mechanism where the region's going to report back to the city of Pickering as to where those funds within that umbrella of housing and homelessness was spent. So what I'm trying to say is it is directed specifically to homeless and homelessness as opposed to the general revenue pot.
That's correct. Now, with respect to specific reporting, I'm hopeful that the budget documents themselves would be sufficient, but we're always happy to engage with Pickering on any specifics that they'd like to see. But yes, targeted entirely to housing and homelessness.
I think
I'll have our CAO respond.
Okay.
Just to close the loop, yes, we do have a commitment to report back on how we invest the dollars each year. In addition, the Pickering CAO and I do talk quarterly in terms of how the revenue sharing is going. And I will point out that as appreciative as we are of the $6 million, it's incredibly important for the housing and homelessness work that we do. It is a fraction of the incremental costs that the region incurs related to the casino. We did those numbers a number of years ago, but we'd be happy to update them going forward now that the casino is fully operational.
Okay, I think that would be helpful. I wanted to particularly clarify that those funds were going to housing and homelessness. So I'm very pleased to hear that. My last question is transit. So I think it was under one of the last slides that talked about forecasting, and under transit had 4.5%. Can you break that down a bit? I don't think that's 4.5% over that 10-year time frame. Maybe you can clarify exactly what that means.
Certainly, and it may help as well with some of the dialogue we've been having this year. So Finance and Admin Committee in particular might recall that when the transit study came forward, the cash inflows required, we used a highly technical accounting term called lumpy. There was each year varied dramatically. So the 2% that was selected was an average over the 10 years in order to accomplish what was necessary. But when you actually look at the underlying document, each year varied quite significantly, and next year was a heavier year, if you will, with respect to the individual variations. But over the 10-year time frame, the 2% would get us where we are.
So you're talking about a 2% sort of rolling average over a range of time, but you're talking about 4.5% next year?
So it's more to make clear, maybe I'll say this the other way, we would still only be coming to you for 2% next year, but what we don't want you to think is that the service hours that were included for the 2025 year, we wouldn't necessarily be able to accomplish when we're comparing the service hours that are in that underlying document. We're only funding 2% over instead of what the 4.5% would have been required. So, and the reason why I say that is it's been a bit of a context with respect to this year's as well. Within the underlying document, it's more than 2 would have been needed. So there's going to be variations where when we get to years where less than 2 was needed, we would still need that 2 so that we can balance it all out. So it was an attempt to smooth the impact on the taxpayer and still move us through the underlying work that needed to be done.
Thank you. So getting away from percentages, would it be fair to say that year over year, each and every year, we're putting more resources into Durham Region Transit and increasing the number of, I'll say, service hours, because I think this year is 60,000 additional service hours into transit. So year over year, you will see we're putting more resources into transit, more serviceable hours. I just want to make sure that if you're talking about a lumpy, bumpy line, it doesn't mean that at any point resources are going to go down.
No, it's quite significant targets of increasing each year. And certainly General Manager Holmes, during the course of his dialogue with Tech, would be addressing sort of what accomplishments will be happening throughout each of those years. But yes, it's a consistent incremental investment in improving transit.
And one last question, Mr. Chair, to Nancy. So the envelope of money that goes to Durham Region Transit is not on set routes and set hours for routes that Durham Region Transit, I mean, they're going through a consultation process now. I attended one of the sessions at Pickering Town Center. But they'll be getting that feedback, and every few months we sort of tweak and adjust routes. So they'll still have flexibility within that envelope of money to apply resources where feedback suggests they be placed.
So through the chair, I'll answer yes, but perhaps I should give General Manager Holmes an opportunity to address how that takes place.
Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, basically you're correct. We do set out the annual plan. We do need to make adjustments from time to time. But we do look at assigning the resources to where they're needed the most in terms of where that demand is. And through the 10-year plan, again, we're increasing service by 127%, which will then enable us to, as a colleague, paint that canvas, the entire canvas, and we're just doing it stage by stage, year by year, through that period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I can just have one follow-up question to Mr. Holmes then. There would be sufficient flexibility if through this consultation process and everything else, that maybe some routes that were eliminated or cut back, there's some flexibility within your approved envelope of funding to look at putting resources back into some of those routes or jigging things around, I suppose.
Through the chair, as part of the 2024 budget, in terms of what we have assigned, the plan is to resume services that we did have to suspend in January. So the level of service will come back. It may look a little different in terms of the route structure network. But through this budget process, we will be able to resume the services that we had to suspend in January, and people will see that on the street at some point this fall.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Commissioner, appreciate you and all your staff's work on this. This is a lot of work with all the challenges we have. My first question is around, you mentioned in your presentations, surplus is necessarily not going to all reserves, just going to the Bill 23 impacted reserves. Is that fair?
So through the chair, there are a couple of directed contributions to reserve funds that occur from the surplus for modernization, very small pieces. But you're correct. The recommendation essentially is that the bulk of the surplus for 2023 would go directly into that Bill 23 reserve fund.
Okay, so bulk of that plus the 0.5, and we've done 0.5 in the past, right? So this is not just the only annual increase.
That's correct. Now, some of the 0.5 from 2023 had to go towards the support required to implement Bill 23. So not 100% of it will go in the reserve fund.
No, I get it. And then the 1.55 you're saying for the next 4 years, potential, I know it's not in the line yet, that would be on top of all this money that we've put in aside plus the reserves to date.
That's correct. That would be incremental increases.
Okay, fair enough. The other piece was, so after we take the 321 million and change out of reserves, where will our reserves sit after that withdrawal?
So through the chair, subject to us finalizing, we sit at about 1.1 billion in reserve funds right now. And as you note, just for capital alone, we're looking at needing 3.1 billion, but there is about 1.1 billion there today.
Okay, so no, fair enough. And then I guess from the provincial announcements yesterday on the infrastructure fund and focusing on long-term care homes and stuff for municipal water infrastructure, will we have opportunities to apply to those? I know it's not a guarantee, but I would assume we're going to have opportunities to look for that to try to defer some of those costs.
So through the chair, as Elaine mentioned, we will be all over whatever defined opportunities that we have. And they did reference doubling the existing water one that they mentioned where we're capped at a 35 million application. So there are some things that we will absolutely take advantage of.
Perfect, thank you. And then I guess my last question was that I think they recently announced the gas, so the so-called gas tax funds from the province. Did we get any additional funds, or was it larger than before, and did that impact anything?
So on the provincial gas tax side, we just got announced yesterday that for the 23-24 year from the province, we're looking at, I think that's my correct quote on it, we're getting just over 200,000 extra, 230-some thousand extra. We don't know yet, because our years stagger, we don't have any certainty for the following year, because the province is collecting less gas tax by virtue of their decisions. That means they have less to disperse to municipalities. So we don't know we don't have certainty there.
What next year's is going to be. All right, no, I appreciate that. Those are my questions for the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Marin Pietri.
Chair Henry, good afternoon, and Commissioner Taylor,
I know that a lot of work has gone into the budget. Obviously, it's not an easy task. So I want to thank your staff as well as Chair Ash and the committee and all the departments that were involved. Just some questions, because I sort of want to lead to an understanding. The benchmark that was set last year, because I think there was an indication that council set a new benchmark. The previous year's benchmark for this budget, what was that number?
So through the chair, and this is always the challenge of being asked to give a number. Last year, without knowing all of the circumstances that were changing, we had hoped that, we could accommodate generally around a 5 in any given year. Obviously, significant circumstances have changed with respect to the objectives of this council as well as what's happening with the province. It's why I hesitate to add up a number and give it to you today, because it would look horrible and we literally can't bring that before you. So we have a lot of work to figure out what to do for future years.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's in line with what I recall council approving, which was a 5% cap, up to 5%. What are the challenges that led us to the number that we're at now?
So through the chair, and you'll saw that a lot through the presentation materials with the main focus areas. So of course, when you're looking at, I'll quickly add them up if that's what you're asking me for. So transit's at 2, our housing and homelessness is about 1.2%. Our paramedics is 0.5%. We have, of course, the 0.5% for Bill 23. We have about, I want to say, 4 to 5% for committed things, annualizations, impacts on inflation, impacts on our capital program. And then, we do have the plus of about 2% of assessment growth that offsets there.
And as a result of those pressures, because they are, and we've discussed them numerous times, some of them happen to be upper level government pressures that are sort of foisted on us. We have priorities that are set by, committees and departments and therefore council as well. Is that correct? In those priorities, we've set the budget number. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I would add on an additional. Elaine in her speech mentioned that we're very concerned over the debate between the province and federal government on the housing funding. My inadvertent reference to that is essentially stealth downloading, because if all the funds to rehabilitate and maintain our housing portfolio either just get held in suspension or disappear, as you know, the condition of our facilities are challenging. So we're the ones left holding the bag for a lot of those kinds of issues that take place.
So, through you, Mr. Chair, I think it seems like we're in somewhat of an anomaly, but not something that's uncommon across the province. We do have a sense of what other municipalities of our size, regional municipalities, are approving. Noting the fact that we've got challenges, through you, Mr. Chair, that are pressured on the property taxpayer by way of other levels of government that, local property taxpayers pay taxes towards in order to get services or those programs. We're having to still do that. So it's kind of like a double tax situation, and it puts us in a horrible place, especially property taxpayer. Then we have our priorities. So it's kind of a pile up. And I think what I'm trying to say and ask through you, Mr. Chair, is I know we have an aversion to funding things in ways that may not be traditional. For example, using reserves, but we often talk about anomalies and rainy days. I think, just through you, the argument today may not be in terms of the debate of what the priorities are or how to overcome those challenges, because we're forced, but how to pay for it. And I just wanted to seek an understanding of, number one, have we looked at all avenues of alternative sources? And number two, could there be projects in the priorities that are funded over multiple years, but through this budget, and therefore not deferred, but can actually, not exist within this budget and sort of start a little bit of a cost savings in this budget to property taxpayers?
So if I may, through the chair, a couple of points there. One of the things that we did very aggressively, and the department heads certainly really stepped up to try to help with this, is to identify everywhere possible where something was one time. And that's why we have quite a dramatic increase in our draw from reserves and reserve funds. One of the things I would note is they're no longer, if they ever were, and certainly I don't have the history here in that sense, the reference to rainy day funds, they're not that anymore. If you look at our capital program, we're pretty much requiring all of those funds for very specific purposes. But there are a number of things, aside from trying to find as many one-time things as possible, there are also a number of things that we've done a multi-year phase-in for. And some of those things I'll use as an example is our cyber program. Obviously in open forum with respect to the bad actors that are out there, we're going to address some update in camera to FNA in the future, but we are phasing those kinds of things over multiple years. There's certainly a lot of programs throughout the organization that's exactly what we've had to do already. So I guess in answer to your question, we took that to heart, knowing that several members of this council have expressed that very strongly, and we have tried to do that up front so that we've already drawn dramatically from reserve funds. We've already identified whatever one time. We've already deferred, and you can see on the list slide that listed off all the items of deferral. So we have tried to utilize that everywhere we can, knowing that this council would be very interested in that.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate those answers because I think there's going to be a debate, and I think a lot of the work has been done through committee, and I'm not sure if it's going to be about reorganizing the deck on the Titanic. It's going to be more, the deck chairs, as they would say, more about priorities and how to fund them, not so much about the priorities and what they are, because there's been an extensive process. Through you, Mr. Chair, just wondering, we tend to get surplus amounts that come as a result of the previous year's tax levy. Furthermore, in my previous time or tenure on council, there was, from what I could recall, 0.5% that we'd put towards, just automatically towards reserves. Do we still have that 0.5% built into our budget?
So through the chair, there are built-in transfers to reserves and reserve funds, particularly those, I think the ones you're referring to where it was a council resolution to do
Yes.
those transfers, and that was
the
for
early
the
days,
bridges and roads. And we actually contribute them in and then pull the entire amount out in the same year. So yes, the contributions continue, but the need is so great that we then immediately use them in the capital budget process. The other thing that we have done very much more in the last 2 to 3 years, but in particular this year, is we looked at the reasons that were driving last year's surplus and then maximize the use. If that's something that was going to happen ongoing,
Sure.
then we adjusted for that by bringing more in. So, for example, one of the drivers of the surplus in 2023 is increased interest revenue, because as we all know, there's a painful side of high interest rates, but there's also that plus side. So we took a step to actually draw higher amounts into the budget from interest revenues, and then Finance and Admin will also see a prudent investment report to finalize all of that at the next cycle, and that will then also allow us to maintain that at a higher level in the future.
Okay. I guess the last, it wouldn't be the last question from council, but I think what comes to all of our minds is if we're looking at, last year's benchmark, and I'm sure that we set another one this year in terms of what we'd like to see targeted for next year, and you continue to have the pressures that we're having, and the priorities maintain the same sort of level of not only consideration but expectation in terms of delivery. We're looking at different numbers from other municipalities, like I said, other regional municipalities. Has staff looked at the change in service levels that we're going to have to undertake in order to meet the needs in the future? Because, going from 5 and having a 10 come in and getting it down to wherever it's going to be today, and then, say, for example, we set a 7 and then it goes to whatever it's going to come in at. Like, it can't keep going this way. We're going to have to have some sort of understanding of what we need to do in order to either get more funds from other levels, which doesn't seem to be coming, or relieve ourselves of some of the services that we provide, and at least the levels of service that are being provided.
So I'll have the commissioner respond, but Councillor, your time's up.
Yep.
So through the chair, we of course pay attention to our other upper tier municipalities, and there are a couple of them that are in exactly the same boat we're in, and they're all in the same boat with respect to the service demands. Some of them haven't felt the hit of the dollars to the extent we have because of the timing of our development charges bylaw, of course, so they will have a catch-up. But a number of them are very close to 10 and have approved very close to 10. And of course, City of Toronto was very public about that as well. We are very aggressive in our advocacy work because this circumstance can't remain. So certainly we acknowledge very much that something has to give.
Yes.
I don't have an answer for you today on what we'll give other than that, certainly the advocacy work we have to work very hard on. And then this council will really have to then grapple with, what trade-offs are they prepared to make? And at this point, we've looked at everything that we do and there's such criticality to all of it that it really will come down to this council having to make some tough choices if we can't get anywhere with the advocacy work that is so critical.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I hope that other levels of government help us and municipalities throughout not just the region but the province to relieve the property tax burden on residents soon.
So, Councillor, last week we met with a number of ministers and deputy ministers as part of our advocacy at Queen's Park. Bill 23 hasn't affected any other community in Ontario. We reminded them that the next community is Peel and York. So they'll be dealing with their significant challenges with those two municipalities and us as well. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, and thank you, Nancy, for all the work you and your team has done in this. 7.5% is something I'm trying to deal with residents. Toronto is an outlier, and we are probably there at probably 10, we're 7.5. So I'm being asked, why is York 2.5 or under 3, or why is Peel under 5%? How do you explain that, or what accounts for that? I know all regions are different, but
So there's a couple of things that I would respond to. One of the things to keep in mind is that we don't all provide the same services. So as our CIO had mentioned, we have 4 long-term care homes, soon to be 5. Many don't have that number of long-term care homes. The private sector hasn't seen the cost benefit necessarily of providing some services in the region of Durham that they do in others. So that has left, particularly from the social service perspective, the region having to really assist in those key areas. We talked about development charges, of course, not necessarily affecting everybody yet, but that's coming. The other thing I would point out is that places like Waterloo and Hamilton, they are in the same boat as we are. Some have a little bit more time before they get to that boat. But part of it has to do with the service levels that the region provides, and part of it has to do with the funding opportunities that some have received from upper levels of government that the region hasn't, and that was spoken to. Chair Henry had asked for a report back, and on today's agenda is a ratification of a recommendation relating to that. So the playing field is not level.
okay. So when you refer to service levels, are you saying we provide better service than York, for example?
So what I'm suggesting, perhaps the CAO may help me out here to some degree. What I'm suggesting to you that yes, there are some areas that we provide a greater level of service because there isn't the same evolved level of service available from a private sector perspective. But perhaps if the CAO has more to add, particular to York, I certainly do know that in their budget documents, they actually have attachments that they list as unfunded. So they are pending decisions around a number of service levels, but perhaps I don't know if the CAO would have anything to add on that.
I think that covers it well, Nancy. The one thing I would add is, as Nancy said, they do have a number of unfunded initiatives attached to their budget, of which is included Bill 23. So that is a little bit misleading. In addition, they have 2 long-term care homes. We're about to have 5. And with respect to water and wastewater, they purchased much of that service. Certainly, they co-own the Duffins Creek plant with us, but the remainder of that is purchased through the City of Toronto and the region of Peel. So it's quite a different service delivery model than Durham Region, where we're much more directly involved in a number of our services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are you going to close? Okay, members of council, that finishes that item, so thank you for the presentation. We will move back on to 6.1, which is a statutory public meeting to consider. Members of council and staff, we're just going to continue to work, so if you need to leave the room, just leave the room, and we'll try to maintain quorum and move along. Members of council, we're on 6.1. Members of council, this portion of the council meeting will be for a public meeting regarding the new Seton water supply and sanitary sewer area specific development charges bylaw and background study. This public meeting is required pursuant to Section 12 of the Development Charge Act 1997 as part of the process the council must follow before passing a development charge bylaw. This process also included the release of the proposed background study to the public on March 12, 2024. The purpose of the public meeting is twofold. First, to provide the public with information related to Seton area specific development charge background study and proposed bylaw through report number 2024-F-5 under departmental reports and other resolution in today's agenda. And second, to allow any person who attends this meeting to make a representation relating to the proposed bylaw study. Teleconference and video options have been made available to the public to facilitate the participation. Written submissions will be received by the regional clerk until 5 p.m. on April 30th, 2024, including those opinions expressed verbally at today's public meeting. They will be considered in preparation of the final development charge recommendations and bylaw scheduled to be presented to Regional Council on May 29th, 2024. Right now, we'll have Mary Simpson, who is within our finance department here at the region, will now give a PowerPoint on the presentation. When you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. As the chair indicated, I'm Mary Simpson. I'm the Director of Risk Management, Economic Studies and Procurement, but I am here today representing the Development Charge Working Group. And I have with me 2 of our economists, Gary Aslan and Matt Campo. And we have a representative from Planning with Colleen Goodchild. And of course, Works and Legal are also part of that working group. So if I could have the first slide, thank you. Today is an opportunity for council to hear public input. We have been consulting with the Seton landowners and other stakeholders since last fall. We released the background study on March 12th. We are here today fulfilling the requirements of the Development Charge Act to have a public meeting, and that public comment period will close on April 30th with final recommendations to be provided to Finance in mid-May and Council in late May. There is a deadline, as there was with the Regional Development Charge. The Seton Area Specific Development Charge is set to expire at the end of June this year. To provide council with, and the public with some background, the next slide, thank you, indicates that the region executed a front-ending agreement with the Seton landowners late in 2015. And under the terms of that front-ending agreement, the Seton landowners agreed to upfront a considerable share of the water and sewer capital works that were required for Seton. And in exchange, the region, as would be required, is to provide development charge credits for that water and sewer infrastructure being upfronted. In order to facilitate those credits, Council adopted the first area-specific development charge for the Seton Water and Sewer Works in April of 2013. That bylaw was renewed in 19, amended in 2021, and now is set to expire at the end of June this year. The next slide provides you with a graphic of the land area that we call Seton. Generally, it is in the northwest portion of Pickering. The next slide outlines the purpose of the Seton area-specific development charges. These area-specific development charges, and another member of our working group has just joined us from Works, Paul Gillespie, to recover a portion of the growth-related capital costs for the services that will be used by the new residents and employees in the Seton area. It's important to note that the regional water and sewer development charges do not apply within this area, but rather we impose the Seton area specific. The funds are used to pay for the growth-related portions of the capital projects and can only be used for those services. The Seton area-specific development charge is a bit different than the regional in that it is a very collaborative project, and we have worked closely with the Seton landowners along with our interdepartmental working group. The next slide gives you really the framework of the area-specific development charge. In this case, we have expanded the development forecast to 2039. We have looked and updated the capital cost estimates for the full build-out of Seton. We've, of course, maintained the terms of the original front-ending agreement and the previous bylaws. However, the Seton area-specific development charge is arguably one of the more complex development charges that we have, and there are 3 capital work components within each of water and sewer. One is the regionally constructed but upfront financed landowner portion. The second part consists of the works that the region agreed that the landowners could construct and upfront. And the third component is the regional attributions, which is really the regional infrastructure that benefits Seton that is outside the land area of Seton. So it would largely consist of the water and sewer plant capacity. That distribution of the cost is very important because the development charge credits apply to the first 2 components, which are financed through the upfront contribution from the landowner, and the regional attributions is the only piece that is actually paid by the developers as they develop. The development charges themselves are also structured slightly differently than the regional. The residential considers only 3 unit types, being the single semi, medium density, or apartments as one category. And the non-residential considers the fact that the employment lands, which are roughly the 407 corridor, are assessed on a per hectare basis, where the mixed use in the rest of Seton is applied on a square footage basis. So that's what makes the Seton development charges fairly complicated in their calculation. The next slide focuses in on the planning forecast. The residential units have increased slightly since the last study and are now sitting at 22,321 in total. The non-residential, broken between the employment lands and the institutional and non-institutional in the mixed area, have actually gone down slightly, with the employment lands sitting at 605 acres, not hectares, acres, and the institutional square footage coming in at 1.7 million, and non-institutional square footage coming in at almost 3 million. That then leads us to the capital forecast, which is shown on this slide, and I apologize for the small scale, small font on this. The important numbers here to take away are that it is almost $1 billion in capital infrastructure that is required for water and sewer for the full build out of Seton. And as I detailed a couple slides ago, it's broken between those three categories for both water and sewer. If we follow the prescribed methodology for development charges and we remove the benefit to existing growth, these are the middle columns, the benefit to growth elsewhere, the post-period benefit, and in this case, the federal lands, which are sitting to the north, we come down to a growth net share of almost 500 million, which we are seeking to recover through the area-specific development charge. Moving then to the rates, the proposed residential rate, which would come with the proposed bylaw that we are considering today, is decreasing slightly to a single rate of $27,595 per unit. Likewise, the medium density and apartment units are also coming in at a slightly lower, and this is largely because the actual number of residential units has increased. So we're dividing it by a slightly bigger number, and it is coming down. However, as Nancy's just walked you through, Bill 23 strikes here too, and we have to phase in the calculated rates. And that means that the phased-in rates for the first year of the bylaw would be at $22,077 for a single detached, which is bringing the decrease then down to 30%. And that phase-in is shown in small print underneath, but essentially it will apply for the first 5 years of the bylaw. It is of interest to note that the portions that were upfronted, those first two categories in the capital, are actually going to be a phased-in credit. And it is the third category, the attributions, which would be the amount which will be reduced for payment by the developers. The next slide just provides you with the detailed changes of those proposed residential. This is the proposed phased in, so this is after the Bill 23 discount for the first year. And it is broken out by the various categories just for completeness this morning or this afternoon. The next slide moves us to the non-residential development charge rates. The institutional and non-institutional, which apply in the mixed-use parts of Seton, come in at the rate shown of $291 per square footage and a non-institutional rate of $876. Those are slight increases over the current rate. The employment land, which is along the 407, is showing an increase of 12%. However, again, due to Bill 23, those rates will be phased in, and that brings the proposed change from the current rates to slight decreases ranging between 10 and 20%. And the next slide again breaks out those proposed non-residential rates by the various categories, just giving all of the detail for the public meeting today. And to wrap up, the next slide highlights the additional changes which were required in bringing this bylaw forward to council. In addition to the phase-in, the new development charge requirements allow this bylaw to survive for up to 10 years. We've also included the additional secondary unit exemptions and the various discounts and exemptions that council will recall from the regional bylaw, namely the rental housing developments of discounts for the number of bedrooms, the exemptions for nonprofit, exemptions for the non-inclusionary zoning, and the pending exemptions for affordable and attainable housing. And lastly, on the last slide, we are proposing two small definitional changes which mirror the changes that were approved by council last spring to the regional bylaw, just bringing in a alignment on the definition of bedrooms and the definition of apartment buildings. So in summary, the next slide, thank you. We must have this regional bylaw updated by July 1st of this year. We are now in the consultation and formal public input stage. I can advise you that the background study and proposed bylaw before you does comply with the Development Charge Act, and that the ongoing accountability for these development charges, like the regional development charges, are provided through the Treasurer's annual statements and the annual audited financial statements of the region. The next steps on the next slide will be a final date for public comment is the end of April, with FNA receiving the final recommendations in mid-May, and those recommendations then moving to council by the end of May, looking for implementation date of July 1, and then the statutory periods for notice and appeals are listed on that chart. And with that, Mr. Chair, I turn it back.
Thank you. There are questions from members of council. Councilor Mayor Pietri.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Director, I just wanted to ask a question that pertains to the language in the development charges update. I'm not sure who's performing the work, if it's Watson or what the organization is, but I think questions were asked at the previous council committee meeting of the whole or council meeting of the whole regarding whether or not we could take a look at things like the corridor project across the region of Durham and consider that as transportation, or have language in the development charge bylaw that would satisfy that. Just wondering if we've looked at that in this case.
This particular bylaw is very much linked to the front-ending agreements, which were only for water and sewer. And so those considerations are part of the work that our same group is doing,
Certainly.
but over on the regional bylaw. And as Nancy indicates, we are hoping to get some additional clarity from the province. And if we have to do any amendments, we'd be bringing that kind of work forward at that time. But this particular bylaw is focused only on water and sewer and only in the Seton area.
Okay, that satisfies me, Mr. Chair. I'm really happy to hear the director speak to the alignment of previous comments and the intentions of council and also the public's expectations when it comes to active transportation and, more and more of the service delivery that we're providing, and having that be a part of the development charge bylaw is intelligent, so that we don't have to go to the property taxpayer for that sum. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair, to the director and the department. Great work.
Councilor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to Director Simpson. Mary, I just have one question for you. Would you give me an example, please, of what institutional uses might be in this area, please?
Yes, I would think Grandview or hospice. I would think Grandview, the Ability Center, or the new Grandview build in Ajax, and a hospice. Those are the types of uses that would be. A little bit of background, it was the Seton landowners and staff who agreed on those definitions. And what you're seeing is really then the institutional, it was agreed that they would pay the lower rate. And then any commercial and industrial are all treated the same within the Seton for water and sewer.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Pickles.
Hi, Mary. Thank you for your presentation. A couple slides ago, and I thought it was going to be on the one you said was your second last slide, but I think it went back further than that. It showed the housing types that were exempt. There's, remember, from nonprofit housing that was exempt
Yes.
across the board.
Yes.
So if I understand it, those types of housing projects in their entirety would be exempt from development charges.
That is our understanding as well.
Okay.
We await further details. I know that there was a build actually in Pickering where it was a mix of market and affordable partly through a nonprofit. And I think that those kind of issues are part of the work that we continue to consider. And certainly my colleagues in development approvals are very aware of some of those challenges that might happen in the built form where certain of the units or certain pods of the units are deeded over to a nonprofit or being made affordable. So we are turning our mind to those challenges.
Okay, so not speaking to that specific one, but,
Okay.
and maybe you don't have the answer to this, and is there a provision by which you make up for those development charges by increasing the development charges on all the other ones that don't meet the criteria, kind of like the natural gas thing we just heard about earlier? Or is it, for lack of a better word, you eat it off the tax base?
Yeah, Nancy's slide, the spreadsheet that underpins that work that Nicole and her team did is very complex because all of these discounts must be funded from property taxes or user rates. The development charge legislation is very explicit in you not being able to cross-subsidize in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. That exhausts the list of questions. There is no members of the public in the audience, none online. So with no members of the public have registered to speak, but in the interest of transparency, I will ask if there is any members of the public who wish to make a submission or ask any questions on this particular matter. Seeing and hearing none. Is there any member of council aware of an individual who wishes to speak to this matter? For the second time, is there a member of council aware of an individual who wishes to speak to this matter? Seeing none, and for the third and final time, is there any member aware of an individual who wishes to speak to this matter? Madam Clerk, that is the 3 times. Being none, the portion of the public meeting with regard to the proposed Seton water supply and sanitary sewer area specific development charge bylaw is closed. Madam Clerk. We will now move on to 6.2. 6.2 is further to public notice regarding the 2024 Regional Property Tax Supported Business Case and Plan. This is to ensure that there is not anyone in attendance at the council meeting to speak to the issue of the 2024 budget. So, Madam Clerk, that public has been given notice via the public notice section of the online newspapers, the Region's website, social media, that the Region Council today is intending to review and adopt or amend the 2024 Regional Property Tax Supported Business Plans and Budgets, including related fees and charges, and the 2024 Regional Property Tax Rate. Is there any member of the public at this meeting wishing to appear on the matter? Madam Clerk, online. Is there any member of the public at this meeting wishing to appear on the matter? For the third and final time, is there any member of the public at this meeting wishing to appear on the matter? Madam Clerk, with no one wishing to speak, we will continue with our council agenda. Members of council, I know I said we would do some work from your seats, but the chair needs a 10-minute recess. If you, so, okay, members of council, I appreciate the levity. Could I get a motion for a 15-minute recess? Moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Pickles. On a 15-minute recess, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, we are now recessed for 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 2:20. Members of council, we'll call the meeting back to order. Madam Clerk, we should do a roll call.
The vote is now open.
Okay, so we have quorum. Members of council, we have dealt with the delegations, so we're on to communications. We'll deal with them one at a time. Item 7.1 is from the Durham Regional Police Services Board. It's information sharing protocol recommendation. What I need is a motion to authorize the execution of the protocol. Moved by Mayor Carter, seconded by Mayor Foster. On 7.1, I'll call the vote. Debate. Sorry, I'm just so excited about what time of the day it
Great.
is that I was just.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you for this. I'm not going to support that. I think this is a protocol between two parties, and I think two parties should look at the options. I note that council wants to have the chief here 4 times a year. I note that the chief was here today with 3 deputies, the CAO, the executive director, at least 6 or 8 other white shirts, superintendents and inspectors, and I don't think it's the most valuable use of time. I think we spent over 2 hours today on a quarterly update. I think a more appropriate update would be 3 times a year, based on our schedule of not having typically scheduled meetings in the months. So I would ask your indulgence to perhaps for you, the CAO and the clerk, to review this protocol, because it is a protocol that's by both parties. I know that I, as mayor, have an opportunity much greater than some members of council, so I acknowledge that, but I speak to my inspector very often. I have the opportunity to interact with the deputies and the chief very often. I just don't think having $1.5 million of salary is the best use of time 4 times a year. So, and they're also here for a number of budget meetings as well as any special council meetings. So I would think we should relook at this.
Okay. Pardon? Yeah, so Mayor Ash, I think what you would need to do is you would actually have to put a motion forward to refer it back to staff, but you've spoken to it already. So next is Councillor Lee.
I'll move that motion, Chair.
So you want to refer the protocol back?
Back to staff?
Back to staff, seconded by Councillor Marion Pietri. On the referral, there is some speakers on the list, so we'll go to Mayor Roy first.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And while I'll support the referral, I will make comment that the number of staff members that were here did not have to be here. Secondly, the number of staff members in this room from the region of Durham who support us each and every time we're meeting should be no different than having the same type of support from DRPS, which is under our guise. I have same relationships with our inspector. Our counselors have the same with the inspector as well. But I think overall, the dialogue has been good dialogue that has taken place. If there needs to be less staff members present, that's a decision of the DRPS. But I think it's a good relationship for all of us to hear collectively the same message.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Yes, I have a similar point of view. If the issue is too many police staff members attending, then address that. But to limit the number of meetings is to make us less accountable and less transparent. And as you saw from the questions today, there was an awful lot of interest from the members of council to ask questions of the police chief. And I think it's good to have a dialogue directly from members of council to the chief, and in quarterly for a couple hours. Surely that's not going to break the system. It's a very simple rule here. If it's not broke, why are you trying to fix it?
Mayor Foster?
Chair, point of order.
Sorry.
I think we're now talking about the report On the
We're
debate.
talking about the referral, yes.
I don't think the two last speakers spoke to the referral, in my humble opinion.
Well, thank you. Mayor Foster to the referral.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think partially in terms of the referral, and you're hearing the same thing, I think on the referral, it would be an expectation of the number of staff that come, what do we want? And the chief certainly can get back to us if he doesn't have the resources, as our staff do. If we're asking detailed questions, we should do so in advance. The other question that I would ask is if it is perhaps more effective. And I know in Clarington, we have the inspector come to local council, which gives the local councilors, the mayor, and the regional
Yeah,
councilors
you're getting away from
access.
the referral.
I'm sorry?
You're getting away from the referral.
Well, no, but I'm wondering if that should be considered as part of the referral, that while the chief may come here, if there are quarterly meetings at the lower tiers where these questions could be asked, that might be the most effective. All right, thank you.
Councillor Marion Pietri.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I completely understand the direction that we're trying to seek here to refer back the item so that there's an understanding, because I know that there was mention, a happy anniversary to the police chief. It is the first year, and I think it's important to take a look at these things, but what I would caution is that if you're going to have the meetings, because I suspect that, I'm getting a sense that council wants those meetings. I was observing very closely, not just in this session, but in others, there's an interaction between all of the staff members to figure out how to provide us with the best answers. And I think, curtailing the number of staff members that are here may not help the chief or us get the kind of answers and the interaction that we need. So I understand where Councillor Ash is going. So basically trying to say is you can't have it both ways. Either we go the way that Councillor Ash has indicated as being optimal, or we maintain status quo, because I think, there's a danger in reducing staff complement in the sense that you're going to get answers like, I don't have that information with me, I'll have to get back to you. And that then causes more staff time and more aggravation, because then we'll be into what we were into the past, which is, could we have another meeting? We didn't get the right answers and so on. So just wanted to, through you, Mr. Chair, regarding the referral, I hope that aspect of how we're dealing with it, like this one, is also weighed with what we're looking forward to, and then we can have like a comprehensive understanding of what we want. But I think things are working.
That exhausts the list online? None? So the recommendation is to refer this to staff. I'll call the vote now on the recommendation on the referral. All those in favor? In opposition? Okay, the referral carries. On 7.2, from Ms. Wendy Bracken, read the budget report. Recommendation is to refer to consideration of item 9.1. Can I get a mover, please? On the referral, Mayor Foster, second by Councillor Wu. Anyone in opposition or wishing to speak to this item? Call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Robert Howe Goodman's LLP, read the DC report. Could we have this referred to consideration of item 8.1, please? Moved by Councillor McDougall, seconded by Councillor Chapman. On the referral, all those in favor? In opposition? That carries. Madam Clerk, that brings us to 8. No, or 9. 8. There are no reports. It's on the addendum. Sorry, can I have the addendum, please? Okay, what do we want to do? Oh, okay. Members of council, on 8.1, we need a mover and a seconder on this report. Moved by Councillor Leahy, seconded by Councillor Wu. The report is now on the floor. Online. Thank you. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? That carries. Thank you. members of council, we'll move on to committee reports. Just give me 1 second. Okay. We'll start with okay, sorry. That's that one. Okay. Moved by Mayor Ash, seconded by Councillor Leahy, that recommendations contained in items 1 to 5, inclusive report number 2, the Finance Administration Committee be adopted. Pulls. Okay, sorry. So what? I'll come around, and I'll come to you next. Yeah, I just heard 5. I'm coming to you next. Okay, so 5 for. Okay.
There's no ash exemption.
Councillor Nicholson, pull.
He's a BFF.
4 and 5.
Okay, so number 4. Okay. Okay, when we get to 5. Okay. Councillor Brenner?
Mr. Chair, I provided information to the clerk on the item to be pulled and an amendment. And I believe that is,
The clerk have it? But I don't have it.
I copied you on it, Mr. Chair. And you were copied on the response from the clerk as well,
Yeah,
and
well-
from the Commissioner of Finance on the draft
So
wording.
Councillor Brenner, I don't, on top of this chaos on top of my desk, I do not have the time to operate a laptop. and
No, I
barely have a
understand.
chance
That's why I
to
sent
check
it
my
last night
phone,
and you were
so-
copied. That's all I'm saying is that I did copy you out of protocol and respect, sir.
Can you just spin your laptop for me? So this is on. So it's on item 5. So item 5 has already been pulled by Mayor Ash.
And that was to advise that I do have an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Is there any other polls? So Madam Clerk, I have 4 and 5. Okay. On the remainder, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. On item number 4, I was pulled by Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. It's just more an advisory. I'm seeing in my constituency in Oshawa a large number of decisions now coming out of the landlord and tenant board where the increases are far in excess of the standard 2 and change recommendation from the province. And the vast majority of the costs are taxation appeals. Landlords are quoting the multi-residential rate that they're paying, and therefore they're saying that they want to pass that on to their tenants through an enhanced rent increase. I've made the argument for many years, and I'll make it again today, just to get on record, that we should be moving incrementally away from the 1.8665, slowly down to the 1.1, especially for more traditional neighborhoods which have apartments that were built, in some cases, decades ago. These apartments also have increased repair costs that they're not subject to the new builds. So therefore, the pressure on tenancies and rents is even worse in those buildings. And although we've got this recommendation today, and I'm quite sure it'll pass, I think we seriously should start working slowly towards getting the harmonization between multi-res, new multi-res, and residential rate. Because eventually, at some point, the rent prices are just beyond our community. The average one-bedroom in Oshawa now is $2,400 a month. It is simply unaffordable. And anything that adds to that burden and allows for even higher increases in rents is something that's going to, in the long term, hurt our communities. So I just raise that red flag once again, as I do every budget year, to say to council that we need to start seriously looking at this.
Okay, thank you. Is there any, Councillor Neal, on on number 4?
Yeah, recorded vote on 4A.
So instead of dividing this, what, do we need to call, or just call recorded vote on the whole item?
Okay.
So you're calling for, okay, recorded vote on both A and B. We'll do them together. No. Go to the clerk. We have no conflicts on this.
We're on item number 4.
We're on item, yeah.
It doesn't need to be divided, it can just be voted on.
It doesn't, yeah, so we can vote at a recorded vote on the single item. I have no one on my list. Anybody online? Okay, then in that case, record a vote on number 4.
Okay, the vote's open now.
Motion carries 20 to 4. We'll move on to number 5, and it was pulled by the mover, who is Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There will be a requirement to divide certain aspects to reflect the conflicts of myself and Councillor Wu and Councillor Crawford. Good morning, Chair, or good afternoon. This was written yesterday, so I assumed we would be in the morning, but unfortunately that's not the case. I'm pleased to present the proposed 2024 Region of Durham Business Plan and Budget for Regional Council's consideration today. The development of the 24 budget has been very challenging, with the region continuing to face significant inflationary pressures and the requirements for urgent investments to core programs and also to improve current service levels to address growth and to advance service modernization. The proposed 2024 business budget totals $2.184 billion, with a requirement of approximately $900 million to be funded from property taxes. This is aligned with the guideline approved by Regional Council in December. Residents will experience a net property increase of 7.5% on the regional portion of the property tax bill, or approximately $19.25 per month for the average residential homeowner. The proposed 2024 budget includes the following key strategic investments: $137.2 million in housing and homelessness to support, including funding to create new affordable housing units and rehabilitation of existing units. It includes an investment to increase transit revenue service hours by almost 60,000 new hours and continues the implementation of Durham Region's transit electrification plan. It also includes 36 additional hours of emergency paramedic services on a daily basis. It also has critical investments in police services, including optional frontline officers, investment in investigative services, and operational support units. To provide for these critical investments with council-approved guideline, the proposed 2024 budget includes $6.9 million in line-by-line savings and the use of approximately $321 in reserve fund, gas tax, and development charge financing to offset and fund both operational and capital impacts. I want to thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to provide these introductory comments. I am pleased to support the proposed 2024 budget plans and budget that provides for enhanced frontline services in our communities. The investments in regional program and services included in the 2024 budget will make a meaningful difference in the lives of many Durham residents and businesses. And I know there will be some suggestions for amendments today, and I completely understand. One party will try and reduce the budget, one party is going to try and increase the budget. The Finance Committee tried to do a balancing act, and I want to thank the committee, all of its members, for full participation in the review of the budget. They certainly challenged staff to come up with a budget that reflects council's direction and also is mindful of the day-to-day challenges of many of our residents. This is a very hard budget at 7.5% to support in regards to the issue of affordability, but I think it brings a balance to the balance of affordability as well as the need for investment. So thank you for that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy is the seconder.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just really briefly to echo. Thank you, Chair Henry. Just really briefly to re-echo the comments from Chair Ask, fully supportive of the budget that we have here before us. I'm grateful for all the effort of work of staff and the committee, starting and coming in at 9.5, making some hard choices and reevaluating all the staff that we're hiring and supporting our frontline staff primarily, and all of the impacts from the province, the costs, the development charges. So it's fully supportive of the budget. Really appreciate the effort of staff and the committee. I do think it was a well-balanced approach to try and get us down to a more reasonable thing. So 7.5 at the region. On average, it's in the 5 range, 5.7 overall. It's a little bit less. In Whitby, every place is a little different. So really appreciate staff, support of the budget, and I thought it was a great collaborative process working with staff this year, and appreciate everyone's work. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've presented staff with a motion that I'm putting, seconded by Councillor Marion Pietri.
Could we post that motion, please?
I believe there was a small amendment submitted by Treasurer Taylor to that motion. I think it was forwarded. There you go. You got it. The one in the small font is the one that's being proposed.
Could we advance it up just a little bit, please?
All right, thank you.
Just let me finish reading this, please. Okay. You need to push your microphone button, please. Mayor Ash.
Thank you. On a point of order. I know Councillor Nicholson is going to have the floor very quickly, but there seems to be disagreement in regards to what this motion means between myself as chair and our staff. I read it to mean that the increase in the budget would go from 5% to 4% plus the 2.5% for police. Staff has made a different interpretation, going from 7.5% to 4%, and the delta in those two numbers is $29.9 million, or if it's a 1% reduction, it's $8.3 million. So I'd like my friend Councillor Nicholson to confirm what exactly the intent is.
So actually, I was going to ask for clarification too, because the police number isn't referenced in the 4%. Is this to include the police number? Microphone, please. Just hit. No, I don't know why I went off, but just request. Thank you.
Yeah, the motion is intended to reduce the overall tax impact from municipal taxes from 7.5% to 4% at a cost, if taken from the reserve accounts, of $29.9 million. Does that clarify it for council and for yourself, Mr. Chair?
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
You have the floor.
Yeah. First of all, before we get into the debate about this issue, there's nothing in this motion that cuts 1 penny out of the expenditures. All of the business plans submitted by every department are not impacted by this motion in any way, shape, or form. So for people to start running the list of all the good things we're doing, whether this passes or is defeated, all those expenditures will continue irregardless. The argument in this process is simply between whether we take the $29.9 million from the taxpayers of the region of Durham or from our reserve accounts. That's a very simple motion. It's easy to understand. It's easy to explain. As staff indicated earlier, we have $1.1 billion sitting in our reserve accounts. What we're asking here is to recognize the affordability crisis that we have in our communities all across Durham, east to west, north to south, urban or rural, business or residential. Everyone is struggling in this economy. And when you put a 7.5% tax increase on top of the pressures they're in now, you are making it impossible for people to survive in this economy for very many of our income groups. Seniors got a 1.2% increase in their pension this year, not 7.5. Businesses are struggling to pay higher utilities, higher labor costs, higher rental costs. And every time we add an extra burden to them, we make some of them go out of business. And in the long term, that cuts our long-term tax revenue down the road. We have to recognize that if we're a prudent council, and I believe we are, we've identified the expenditures necessary for this region to move ahead. But the reason we have reserves is to provide assistance to this regional council in establishing our project priorities and our tax requirements. Otherwise, we wouldn't have situations like tax rates division reserves, or transportation reserves, or planning reserves. It's really a simple equation, folks, and I'll put it in a very simple words I said to a resident. And I said, if I had campaigned 2 years ago saying that I would have supported a 7.5% increase in Durham Region municipal property taxes, I would not be here. And I respectfully state to my colleagues here, if any of you had campaigned on that decision, most of you, not all, most of you would not be here. We made commitments virtually across the board. And I did research this over the last week or so. Virtually every member of this council said they were going to be prudent financial managers. Well, this is your chance to be a prudent financial manager. By reducing the impact of 4%, which is still about average what our local tiers have done, you still get the appropriate funds you need to do the projects that are necessary to grow Durham and to meet our service requirements. But you give some relief to those in our economy and those in our municipalities that are struggling mightily just to keep their heads above water. And I think if we were simply to pass the 7.5 and not recognize that negative impact on business and residents in our community of all ages, then we're simply turning a blind eye to what's happening in our economy. Other level of governments are starting to get this story. They're starting to cut back on their expenditures. They're starting to find new ways to think outside the box where you get revenue. That's what we have to do as well. And lastly, the point I want to make to you is simply this. The residents of our communities are pleading with you to do the right thing and to lift the burden even just a little bit. And I know we in Oshawa, we did it. We got, under the leadership of our mayor, we got down to 3.89%. Wasn't easy. And things had to be chosen, things had to be passed on. But most lower tier municipalities got it down. Not all, some are still over 7, but most got it down. The only group that's not yet got it down to a reasonable level is the region of Durham. And I do sincerely appeal to you that join us, make the necessary expenditures, but take a little less from the taxpayers and take a little more from the reserves. And I want to note, this is not a new plan. The staff of the region have already taken $321 million out of reserves. They're using this plan to get the rate down to 7.5. I'm saying take a little further. Take it from 321 to 350, and you'll get it to 4%. And keep in mind, once the 7.5 passes, you're going to charge that amount next year and next year and next year, because our taxes are cumulative They're not one-offs. So what you raise today, you're going to pay tomorrow and the year after and the year after. So I simply ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chair, and I appeal to my colleagues to what I believe is to do the right thing and get it down to 4%. Thank you.
Councillor Marin Pietri as the seconder, and Councillor Brenner, you've dropped from my screen, so. Okay.
I think the danger in speaking, ahead of the schedule, or at least before everyone else, is that, you're going to be criticized for saying what you're going to be saying, and you're not going to be able to defend from it. But I don't think there's much for us to defend from. I don't think this is a proposition in you versus us or them versus, everyone else. I think Councillor Nicholson articulated it very respectfully. And if you know the level of respect that I have for the Chair of Finance, as well as the members of the Finance Committee, as well as yourself, Chair Henry, and the staff members, you'll understand that this may also be a proposition in, helping those who are involved in the decision-making process, have a second sort of opportunity from our end to sort of, bring to the table an initiative that, or at least a proposition that is not as invasive as one that involves the reduction of service levels, which had the opportunity to chair the Works Committee meeting this past session, and it was openly requested or suggested, at least by myself, that if anyone had any service provisions that they wish to reduce or change or deviate from, that they bring them forward. And we haven't had that in-depth discussion. I know that the Commissioner of Finance has indicated we're going to have those discussions moving forward. But ultimately, I know that other municipalities provide different services. I know that we provide a different service than, lower tier municipalities between region and the city. But I do also know that some of the comparators that are being provided, and I'll give, for example, Toronto, I hesitate to even mention that municipality because they haven't had the same, interest in, I guess, harmonizing their taxes with other municipalities because either they haven't had to or they didn't have the appetite. So it's not a proposition in us trying to everyone else is doing it and we kind of have to, and everyone's got the same sort of pain. Councillor Nicholson's right. And I think that, we've all struggled with how are we going to get this number down? There's not a single person in this room, not even those on finance, and especially not those on finance, that said, we're good with 10. And then we potentially could be good with 7 when the benchmark that we set was 5, hoping that we can get it down from 5. Moving forward, if we do set a 7, you're going to be in perpetuity adding to it. I think the average person, when they look at what we do and, whether we apply the surplus to projects or to other programs or have reserves for capital projects or programs, that's not something that they can, differentiate. They look and they say, you have them. You do have surpluses as a result of the taxes that you've levied. You have reserves that you've levied as a result of taxes. You have those reserves. We talked about the rainy day. I don't know if the next 18 months, I don't have a crystal ball, are going to be any better than the ones that we've had in the last, 6 or 7. But what I can say is that if we have an opportunity to align ourselves with the work that I believe was done in all of our municipalities to come below the number of 4, it's still going to be too much for some people. But at least, it sends the message that the hard work that's been done in other municipalities continues to be done here. Staff have done their work. Now the decision-making comes to us. Are the funds available in reserves? If the 29.9 million are, it's up to us. It's up to us to make that decision as to whether or not we would like to reduce taxes by that sum. Yes, there will be an impact in years to come, but there will be an impact in years to come if we continue on the trajectory that we're on, because I can see the 7 this year and a 10 next year and the year after that, because we're not getting the help from other levels of government. So, until we align ourselves with that kind of financial assistance, or at least the relief in some of the service provisions that we're providing, I don't think we have much of an argument when it comes to this amendment. This amendment is the least invasive process or proposition that you could possibly ask for in this budget. And I want to congratulate those who were involved in trying to get us to the number that we were benchmarking. But I think we need to do this work today, and it's unfortunate, but this is where we've been sort of positioned by the
Your time's up.
Bill 23 in particular.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy to the amendment. Sorry. You're good. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Chair Henry. I wish I could see it better. So again, I completely appreciate the sentiment and where the mover and seconder are coming from all this. I think all of us in the chamber want to have a lower increase on our residential taxpayers all the time. That's what we generally campaign on, myself in particular. I guess the challenge is that, things change and things are fluid. We had the highest inflationary year in 33 years was in 2022, and that flowed through 2023. And while we started last 12 months from now, 12 months ago, we started at a 5% target for 3 years. We figured 5% will get us through the next 3 years, but all of our costs have changed, all the pieces have changed. The provincial legislation changed. All these things have changed. So we're not making these decisions in a vacuum. And I guess the challenge I have for now is that the time to adjust the target and the tax rate is when we're setting the target in the fall, when that's approved by council, so that staff can take those months and that time to adjust to the target that council gave them to give them a program that delivers the services that we need for the residents. And for us to come in and take us out of all the reserves, and granted, there's a bunch of money in reserves, but we have like I think we have about $1 billion in reserves, 1.1, but we got like a $3 billion capital program where it's not like we're gushing, flowing with the cash in the reserves. Most of it's all allocated, and we don't have enough for the programs that we have. So that's the challenge I have. We're going to create a 3.5% hole for next year if this passes, because we're taking the money out of reserves. Plus, we're going to annualize all the positions, and then so we're already going to be at a hole of 4%. And if we see even a 5% next year, that's a 9% increase next year. So I don't see how that serves the residents ultimately. Like, as much as I appreciate the sentiment, and I would love to bring down the rates, the time to do it is the target setting, and minor adjustments on programs during now, sure, but to go straight from reserves, I just don't think that's the most responsible way of us adjusting the money. So I appreciate the pressures. The overall increase overall is going to be 5.7 less in all the municipalities that had lower increases. That's pretty close to what we're seeing at inflation, so I think it's reasonable. And while I appreciate the sentiment, I certainly can't support taking 30 million out of reserves, because it's not just 30 million now, it's a 30 million hole in perpetuity until we raise the taxes to compensate for programs that we're going to run. So no matter how you slice it, I just can't support it at this time. Thank you.
On the amendment, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Leahy was trying to do the rough math. I was going to ask the Commissioner of Finance, if this passes, what would we start at next year? Based on your estimates from your presentation, including the 3.5%, what would we be starting at?
So through the chair, here's a list of numbers. So you'd have the 3.5% that's under discussion now that you'd have to make up for. If you assume that our inflationary impacts, the embedded next year's approvals of what's been approved this year is fairly consistent, you'd be generally around 5. You also have the Bill 23 to consider. You have annualizations from the police that were advanced a bit further. And that doesn't include the 2 for transit, 0.5% for paramedics. This year we increased funding to homeless and housing by 1.2%. Yes, we would have assessment growth that would then come off of that, but this 3.5 triggers us into it's already a bleak outlook. This 3.5 would make that.
Sorry, I wasn't keeping track. What would that final percentage be? Are we over 10? Or is it 5 or?
Certainly it would be in double digits based on that rough pencil scratch.
So, and then I assume then the possible strategy would be to keep dipping into reserves to kind of get it to a reasonable rate. But I inevitably, unless a program falls off or we fall into a funding source that we have yet to identify, the reserves run out eventually. And I think rainy day notwithstanding, we're just kicking the can, we're just making it harder for 2025 ourselves and making even harder decisions then. 7.5 is incredibly high, but I think Toronto and Peel and other regions we're all in the rough ballpark because of the inflationary pressures and the regulatory pressures that we're all seeing. That, I sitting on the finance committee, I am incredibly proud of staff and the committee for even bringing it down to 7.5 under all the pressures. And I think the budget is an incredibly fair budget, and so I would unfortunately not support the amendment, though I completely understand the motive behind it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Barton?
Yeah, call the question.
It's in order, if you get a seconder. Seconded by Mayor Foster on calling the question.
Recorded vote.
So we're only dealing with the amendment right now. Okay. So, Madam Clerk, so we'll do the vote on calling the question, and then we'll have to deal with the amendment, right? Okay. So, somebody called a recorded vote? Okay, recorded vote was called by Mayor Ash. So give the clerk a minute to get it set up, please. It'll only take a minute. No breaks.
This is to call the question.
This is on calling the question. This is on calling the question. Calling the question only. Okay, so on calling the question takes 2/3. And it's a recorded vote, please.
And the vote is now open?
That was quick.
Calling the question takes 2/3. You'll have to work the numbers out, Madam Clerk.
Nope, doesn't make it.
Doesn't make it.
2/3 on calling the question carries. So now it's to the recorded vote on.
Yeah, it does.
So Madam Clerk, it's a recorded vote on the amendment. Okay. Okay, Councillor Nicholson, push your button, please.
The new math, but 1711 isn't 2/3 of those present.
I got my advice from the clerk. We'll check again. We don't have. So, Madam Clerk, okay, members of council, the clerk will respond.
Sorry, that's correct, that we didn't reach the 2/3 threshold, so the motion failed.
Okay, so members of council, everyone understands that now we're voting on this amendment.
No,
Madam Clerk?
no, we're speaking on the amendment.
It failed. Sorry. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. We continue with Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be supporting this motion. Over the last year, whether you're out reading newspaper articles, talking to residents, you hear about the issue of affordability. It's front and center on every level of government. We have to do whatever we can to ensure that those seniors that are living on fixed incomes, that families of with children that see grocery prices going up every week, that they're going shopping, that we're able to do something for them. You know, there is only one taxpayer, and when we see that, you know, Justin Trudeau's carbon tax is set to go up again on April 1st by 23%, we have to find a way to provide residents with some sort of relief. And if this is short-term relief that is able to bridge some families here in Durham region to next year's budget and to keep them in their homes a little longer, I will support that because I think it's the responsible thing to do. Thank you.
Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you to staff, just a couple of questions. If my memory doesn't fail me, it seems to me that we have something in Oshawa called the Tax Relief Reserve Fund. Do we have anything like that at the region?
So through the chair, there used to be what was called a rate stabilization. Back in 2019, we divided that out into an operating impact reserve fund and a capital impact reserve fund. And the operating impact reserve fund is heavily utilized for things that are unanticipated during the course of a year, which we've often felt. So the reference to rainy day funds is a historical reference. Our reserve funds are heavily utilized. That being said, there is funds in the operating impact reserve fund, but we don't categorize it as a tax rate stabilization.
Thank you. So there were no surprises here. We knew this was coming. So my next question is, what will the impact on the taxpayer be per month of a 7.5% rate that we're looking at today and a 4% rate that is being proposed in this amendment?
Through the chair, the impact on a 7.5 for taxpayers, an annual impact of $231, and it drops to $201 for a 4%. So it's a $30 differential annually per household.
Yes, but my question, if you would please, because most people think per month and not per year.
Oh, sorry.
On a per month basis, what's the difference between the two?
So you'd be looking at $19 a month at the 7.5, and at risk of being as difficult on math, 200 divided by 12 is $16.75.
So about a $3 difference.
Per month, that's correct.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, we have this argument, it seems like every year. And every year, it sounds attractive to do what's being proposed, but the argument is always that in the following year, we're going to jump up tremendously in what we need to go back to the taxpayer for. So, you know, what you don't, as my old English granny used to say, what you don't get on the go by, you get on the roundels, right? It's going to come back and bite you sometime. So better to spread it over 2 years than to have a seemingly bit of a grace period now and then get hammered next year. That's what this comes down to. We have this argument, seems like every year. As much as I'd like to support this, I would hate to be sitting in my seat, excuse me, coughing like I am, next year when we have to go back and say we need a 12.5% increase. Wow. So this is a lot of tax increase on us, not from self-driven, but from externally driven. And we're the ones paying the brunt on this, and this is how it has to come across. So as much as I like to support this, I just can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you can hear me at all. My meeting video is about 8 minutes behind, and I only know I can talk because my name lit up red. I'm really at a crossroad on supporting this because I'm not supporting the budget in general. It's been talked about that if we approve this, we're kicking the issue down the road, but we're already doing that. We are kicking many millions down the road, and I'm probably going to vote to approve this because I think maybe it'll light a fire under this body's butt to deal with the problems that we obviously have systemically in our finances. I'm not saying all of these problems are made in Durham. A lot of them are made at the province and the federal government. But we've got some issues we have to deal with, as a number of councillors have said today. So I'll support this, but you know, if it doesn't pass, I'm not supporting the budget because we have done nothing really here to get this thing under control. And I'm hoping that this year, this body is going to make some decisions to get things under control, because otherwise, yes, we're looking at double-digit increases for years and years to come. So I'm a little torn, but I am going to support this this motion, and I think we all have to start making some really tough decisions. Either that, or the default tough decision is massively double-digit increases for years to come. So I'm going to support it in the hope that it's going to drive some changes this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Roy?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just in the efforts of just understanding, how many budget meetings did we have collectively between all of our committees?
Oh, my, good question. Ms. Taylor?
So through the chair, we had multiple guideline ones, but through all the budget committees, I think there's about 10, because we also have DLHC and 911 board and Donny board, and then we have all of the committees that worked our way through planning, works, transit, health, social services, and I think I'm missing another one of the external ones, but quite a number, if that's the question.
And how many motions did we have to reduce the budget?
Oh, your microphone's not on. Oh, sorry.
We reduced the target, but after the target.
So through the chair, at the committee levels, there were no reductions to the budget.
And here we are at the 11th hour, and we're pushing this down the road for future to deal with the impact of the budget. And we had ample opportunity, and even last Finance Committee meeting, I know that myself and the chair of DRT, we sat through that meeting as well too, and there was no motions to reduce. In fact, there was very little attendance other than ourselves to be at the meeting where there could have been, and I'm sure, and I know there was others online as well too, but I do know that even for health and DRT, we had no motions to reduce the budget. And it's quite concerning that while we understand the impact to our community and the impact on our everyday, that if we really, really, truly do not want the double digit will be created today by doing the 29.9 million over and all. But we need to have the review of like what takes place for how we are looking at the funding from all levels of government. And our impact today is onto our operations of our organization here and how we are trying to offset what we can do and the need versus the want. And I think that there was a lot of need that was identified versus the want. But I know that for everybody that's around this table, and it's not just about the Finance Committee, and I respect everybody from finance and everything, but it's everybody collectively in this room and outside of this room that created today's budget. So if we're going to look at $29.9 million, then we do it across the board, and we just say, take out $29.9 million. Don't impact where we take it from reserves. Make a decision about, is it 4%? Or is it, because we are now creating with that 4%, we still committed to the operations for tomorrow. That will have to be funded tomorrow. So where do we find that? So I'm not supporting that we go to reserves. We've already gone to reserves. This is like taking your line of credit and paying your credit card.
Councillor Gerard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments. It was a reference made to the impact on our seniors, and I would argue that there's no bigger advocate, certainly within the Township of Uxbridge, to support our seniors. A quick search of the impact or the increases that seniors have seen, assuming they get the average CPP and the maximum OAS, they've seen about $50 a month increase. We're comparing that then to the proposed that Councillor Kerr brought up, that $2 to $2.25 to whatever the math turns out to be of an increase on that. So I'd suggest that while I certainly advocate for seniors every day in my job, we don't need to focus that this $2 a month increase is going to completely consumed the increase that they've received, even looking beyond their investments or pensions and so on. The other piece I would provide, albeit as a relatively new member of this council, there were many increases that were in the 2 to 2.5% increase area. And I'm sure if we had the crystal ball at the time, we would say, you know, with what's coming down the track, let's not do 2.5. Let's prepare for what's going to happen. Let's go with 3 or perhaps 4%, whatever the number would have made sense. And I'm sure everybody that's in this room that was here before I was did the right thing in the moment that you had. Things have happened now. We're facing inflation. We've got all kinds of infrastructure. We've got phenomenal growth that needs to be managed. I don't think at this point it makes any sense at all to continue to rob Peter to pay Paul. The idea of pulling out of reserves, our Commissioner of Finance has said what that's going to do is kick the problem down the road. The problem down the road is not going to be just the same. Infrastructure costs are going to go up faster than inflation. It's going to cost more next year than what we're saving this year. There's no way I can support this recommendation or this motion. Thank you, sir.
Okay, any other member of council? Just one comment. Mayor Schumer made a reference to the other levels of government. Under the direction of this council, given not only to me and to staff, to take the message of what's happening to our budget to those levels of government, we have done that. I just want to say that in the last few weeks, when we received our check related to asylum seekers, Ms. Taylor, correct me, we were $1 million short.
Through the chair, that's correct.
I also want to raise, and Commissioner of Health and Social Services, that we've just been informed that we're losing almost $5 million of funding that we were expected to get, that the government has now told us that we're not getting. I'm just going by memory. Sorry, I don't have notes.
Through the chair, we're still figuring that out. We were looking at possibly 10 million at least.
Possibly 10 million. And we have conveyed to the province Bill 23 and the challenges that we're having. We have talked about the cost of recidivism with our police department. We are advocating on behalf of our residents. And I don't know what else we can do as a council that we haven't done now to get the message to the other levels of government. I just don't understand why they think municipal governments across this country need to pick up where they're failing in their responsibilities. Well, you know, we don't allow them, they just do it by legislation. So, you know, Councillor Nicholson, I understand, and I know what you're trying to do, but I'm not prepared to take this and all of the other stuff that the federal and provincial governments are going to dump onto us in the next 10 months and add it to next year's budget. What I would ask is that many of you have relationships with other levels of government, whether it be federal or provincial, that you advocate on behalf of your community in the region to get the message there. I know many of you have great social media sites to talk about the challenges. But when it comes to this budget and the challenges we're having, this has been something that has been dumped on us. And I don't know what we can physically cut to get us to where we need to be. I'm not interested in cutting any of our social housing. I'm not comfortable with cutting the work that we're doing related to homelessness, mental health, and addictions, which, by the way, is a problem in itself because the funding differential between the other levels of government is almost as much as our budget, the difference we're talking about today. So anyways, those are my comments. I appreciate the intent, but I will not support this amendment. And I don't normally speak from the chair, so thank you. So on the amendment, there was a recorded vote. Councillor Nicholson? Recorded vote.
Recorded vote is now open.
I'll have the clerk read back the vote. Thank you.
Just looking for Mayor Schumer. Just a second time? Okay.
So the amendment fails. We're back on to the budget. I'll go back to the speakers list. Just send me a message there, Councillor Nicholson. Sorry, the technology is not cooperating today. I'll do it again.
Okay, thank you. I respect the vote. I understand the fear that some have, but the one part of the equation that didn't come up in the debate was that we get to carve the cloth next year to meet what we think our constituents can afford. One thing that was not mentioned by anyone was maybe we don't spend as much next year as we're projecting. Maybe we recognize that our residents can't afford that level of expenditure. Now, to be clear, there were a number of us when the targets were set who made this exact same argument. This is not a surprise motion that I moved. It was not a surprise position that I'm advocating today. I made the argument way back when we started this process that the rate projection was too high. And I've been consistent in both years of this term of indicating very clearly that there's a limit for how far I'm willing to go to increase the taxes of the residents of Durham. And that limit was 4%. It was the same limit at the lower tier. We got under the 4%. You can't continue to simply spend, and put everything on your wish list and just reach into the pockets of the taxpayers to pay for it. We're coming in from the wrong direction. We should be developing a financial fiscal plan on taxation that says, this is how much we think we can make available through taxation and the property taxes for the next 10 years. And then we cut the cloth to hit that target. But what we're doing now is the exact opposite. We're adding everything into the wish list. We didn't deal with the budget. We set targets for 2% for transit. We set targets of 2.5% for police. We set targets for paramedics. We set targets for CLOCA. We set targets all across the board. But in none of those debates did we actually have the financial argument. We just said, this is a nice target, let's try and meet it. And of course, we spent to the limit. The argument we have to discuss in this budget is actually quite simple. We're asking our residents to reach into their pockets for more money to give to us because we're unwilling to reach into our own. We have over $1 billion in reserve. It collects interest every year. The interest we will collect this year alone is far exceeding the $20 million that was suggested in reserve accounts. We also get a surplus that comes from unanticipated taxation as we grow. That number was higher than the 29 million as well. So let's not send the story out there that somehow we just can't do anything but tax you, because we do have options. There's a lot of things we can do to stop this impact. But we've chosen not to. We've chosen to, the only option that we, unfortunately, governments always seem to get down to is when it all comes to the end of the equation, let's reach into the taxpayer's pocket. You know, and I say this respectfully because I'm not trying to target any individual with this comment. There are many of us here who are arguing against the federal government for carbon tax, saying, my God, axe the tax. Like people are running across this country saying, axe the tax. And many in this room support that position. But when you were asked to axe the tax here, your answer was no. You can't have it both ways. You can't say the big bad province, the big bad federal government, they're taxing us to death, therefore they should cut the cloth and give us a break, when we're doing the same thing they're doing. It's like a battle between three levels of government. Who can get into the pocket of the taxpayer faster? And I want to stress this point. At no time has anybody suggested that our expenditures be reduced. We recognize the need. The debate most of us have on this budget is, where do we get the money to meet those targeted expenditures? Some want to take it from the taxpayers. Okay, I respect that. That's your view. It's not mine. I believe it can be a mixture of reserves and taxation in order to provide people with some relief. And I can tell you, I don't know about the rest of you, but I get calls regularly from people who are literally in tears. I had a senior citizen call me last week who says, I don't have enough food to last the rest of the week. She says, I'm hoping I can stretch it out until my pension check arrives. But she says, but even when it comes, till I pay all my expenses, I've got a couple $100 for a month for food. Any of us that have gone to our local supermarkets know the cost of food has gone through the roof. And food's not an option. You can't say, well, I'm just not going to eat today. I'm not going to feed my kids today. You know, there comes a point where the taxpayers just can't afford anymore. And it's kind of a unique situation. I'm appearing like the right-winger here, folks. And I'm the bleeding heart. You know, I'm the one that says, you know, we've got to help people. But you can't help people if they can't eat. You can't help people if they can't pay the rent. You can't help business grow if they can't pay the bills. There comes a point where we have to say to ourselves, maybe we have to spend a little less or stretch over a little longer time frame in order to provide some relief today. Because what we're seeing here when we talk about kicking it down the can, we're saying we're saving money to spend in 2031 by taxing people today in 2024. How do you justify that? How do I go back to seniors and say, I'm sorry, but we want to build a road 10 years from now, so I've got to tax you today and next year and next year and next year and next year and next year, and then we might build the road.
You're out of time.
All right. So I'm going to vote against this budget, not because I want to. I wholeheartedly support the expenditures, but I think we've missed the boat on how to fund those expenditures. And each member of council will have to look to their own conscience as whether they think this is the best step or not. Thank you.
Councillor Brenner?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move an amendment, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Cook, who is remote. And if the clerk could put the amendment on the screen, please.
We can't see the whole amendment. There we go. Sorry. Okay, Councillor Cook is apparently online. She is? Okay, so Councillor Brenner, you're moved an amendment to the budget. It has been seconded. It's on the. I just need to hear that Councillor Cook has seconded it. Councillor Cook, you're seconding this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I know this may seem like an awkward amendment given the discussions that we've had. But I think it is so important to keep in mind that we have many individuals that unfortunately see it a little bit different that are dependent on public transit. We're talking about a service that we provide, a service that unfortunately at the beginning of January had to change. It changed because our transit ran out of money. It ran out of money and did the best job they could to make changes to get us through until we can get this budget through. What does it mean? It means those changes, while some were revisited and reviewed, will not be changed until the fall of 2024. What does it mean? We have students who depended on that transit system that, let alone have challenges getting to school, can't get to part-time jobs. Part-time jobs are critical to the youth across the region. We have individuals that relied on public transit to get them to work during various hours. Some of them worked for Amazon in Ajax, lived in Pickering, couldn't get there. They lost their jobs because they were forced to quit. So yes, it's a little counter to what we've been discussing. But let's bear in mind that these individuals that depend on our transit system need jobs, need the ability for education, to have the financial capacity to pay taxes. Unfortunately, we need to collectively look at how to help those transit users. And I want to assure every member of council that I've taken the time, and I'm sure others have taken the time, to engage not just with transit users in the city of Pickering, but I have engaged with transit users across Durham region in the various municipalities. I've held, with the cooperation of our with our transit staff, town hall. We had about 40, 50 delegations that had an open dialogue, stressing the concerns and the hurt that unfortunately impacted their ability. And that was just a micro of those impacts. So yes, I realize what I'm putting forward, in fact, can increase and will increase. But unfortunately, it is a service, and for those that depend on public transit, it is an essential service. It is not a discretionary service that unfortunately that somebody else is going to do for us. That's why it's here. That's why I'm asking members of council to please consider this and to vote yes. And I will ask for a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cook, as the seconder of the motion, did you want to speak to it? Councillor Cook?
Thank you, Chair Henry. I believe Mr. Brunner, my colleague, has captured most of my sentiments. I would like to emphasize that our transit staff has been doing a fantastic job working with what they have, and I do hope my colleagues will join us in voting yes.
Thank you, Okay, Councillor Marin Pietri? Oh, we're speaking to the amendment right now, so I'll come back to you. Okay. Councillor McDougall?
Thank you to the amendment. We had a great discussion about transit at FNA, and everybody is a staunch supporter of transit. And I'm speaking to yourself, Mr. Chair. You spoke about advocating to other levels of government, and we've talked about the carbon tax repeatedly in here. There is billions of dollars being collected in carbon tax, and nothing would help us to help decarbonize and help our environment than if the other levels of government would get together and fund transit appropriately, with those funds being collected off of the vehicle kilometers that we drive every single day. Unfortunately, I won't be supporting this amendment, as I feel that those funds should be coming from other levels of government and not from our taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles?
Thank you, Chair. And, you know, I certainly appreciate and have heard of the issues we've had with transit. And in fact, Councillor Brenner and I have spoken about it, and I've spoken with our Durham Regional transit staff as well. A question of clarification, and then I'd like to speak to it a bit. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding. So the 1.4%, the additional 1.4% to the overall regional levy means that the levy would go from an increase of 7.5 overall to 8.9% overall. Am I getting that right, or am I looking at the wrong numbers? clarification through,
So through the chair, that's correct.
so rather than the 7.5%, it'd be 0.9%, the overall tax levy. So it's
Yes.
not 1% increase in the, okay, I just wanted to make sure I had that right. I just want to go back to the comments I made earlier that, and perhaps the Commissioner of Transit can address this again. The overall budget has increased, and we have 60,000 new service hours. And perhaps, if that's correct, perhaps you could clarify as to whether that's, or what proportion is on demand and what portion is regular routes.
Through the chair, you are correct. There's approximately 60,000 new revenue service hours, and of that, roughly 15,000 is allocated to on-demand, and it's split half and half between the rural areas of the region and in the urban areas.
Okay, thank you. And part of my comments earlier, based on conversations we've had, and probably Councillor Brenner as a representative on the Transit Commission executive has had, is that we regularly review operations and routes and allocation of resources, I would say. How regularly do you do that? What's the turnaround time on that?
Through the chair, the process is about a 3-month duration. Generally, we look at service changes in September, January, and then some reductions in late April, and then the summertime based on student levels of ridership. That really has an impact on our service. So through that process, we take our annual plan that we have, so the annual revenue service hours we have, and then we break that down by week. So, we really plan on a weekly basis within those periods. And then from there, we schedule and maximize the service that we come out based on the number of staff and buses that we have.
Okay. And when I asked earlier about finance staff, they said I use the umbrella, but the envelope of resources and funds you have flexibility within that. You're somewhat nimble. You can adjust as you see whether routes work or don't work, or how they're taken up or underutilized, and whatever. You have some degree to be able to move those resources around.
Through the chair, that's correct. So as we experienced in the fall of 23, significant ridership record levels exceeding pre-pandemic, and we needed to make adjustments for January to maximize the use of those resources for the majority of ridership across the region. So we can make those adjustments as required within the envelope of the service hours that we have been allocated.
So the next regular adjustment, as Councillor Brenner has noted, is in the fall. You were saying September. Is there an ability to be more nimble than that and to adjust some routes, tweak some routes, or reimagine some routes prior to that time as you witness need, gaps, or underutilization? Are you that nimble?
We are within the resources we have. So, based on the proposed budget this year, we will need to hire the additional staff and get the additional vehicles in place. That does take us some time. So that's why typically we look at September as that opportunity when we are able to have the additional staff in place to put the additional resources on the street.
And I don't want to be too Pickering specific here, but there's a couple routes or services that I think have created maybe a greater hardship than we might have imagined, and I'm sure the same occurs in some of the other lower tier municipalities as well. You're open to hearing from regional councillors on maybe what tweaks or adjustments need to be addressed prior to the September regular periodic review.
So through the chair, yes, and I will emphasize, we do have our annual public information sessions, which are ongoing now, and I believe the council referenced that earlier. So those are ongoing now, and that's really that opportunity for residents across the region to come out and talk with our planning staff to understand where we're going, what our plans are, and for them to let us know where they're perhaps having issues, challenges. And we have experienced this year, a lot of people saying, hey, things are going well, which is nice to hear as well. So we take that feedback. We take all the feedback which we receive from councillors, from the public through the year that our great customer service staff receive. And we use that through the year and looking at and making adjustments as required, as well as the data we collect on a regular basis in terms of ridership, reliability, on-time performance. That all factors into the service that is planned at any given board period.
Okay, thank you. Well, as our Chair of Finance said earlier, there'd be motions to reduce the budget. There'd be motions to increase the budget. I'm not going to support the motion because I don't want to see our overall rate increase significantly more. But I do have some confidence that that myself and Councillor Brenner and the other councillors of the City of Pickering can work together to try to address some of those more difficult and challenging changes that have occurred, and to reintroduce some to address some gaps there. So I look forward to working with all on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jubb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to the Commissioner of Finance or Mr. Holmes. Just looking for clarification to follow on what Councillor Pickles just mentioned. Our 10-year plan calls for 2% per year for transit. I'm just looking for clarification on what this budget is included. I believe it's 1.6 plus a fare increase, but can I get clarification on that, please?
Through the chair, that's correct. This budget accommodates a 1.6% out of the originally anticipated 2.
Okay, thanks for that, Ms. Taylor. With the fare increase of which I believe was around a quarter, how close are we to that 2% combined?
So through the chair, and I think I'm hearing you. The 1.6% means that we were short. I want to say about 4.2 million, give or take, from what had been planned. But as our general manager of transit had discussed at Finance and Admin and had been referenced, all of the 1.6 couldn't just go right to service plan because there were critical staffing needs that also needed to be adjusted in order to accomplish the plans that need to go forward from an innovation perspective and delivery. And I certainly don't want to take words out of the General Manager of Transit's mouth, so if I've expressed that, if he needs to clarify.
No, we're getting a nod.
Okay, that does clarify, and that's all, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Councillor Crawford is Chair of Transit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Being blindsided as the Chair of Transit on this is really lovely. And so I just want to say, I don't believe Mr. General Manager Holmes has said that I think if you got 20% today, you couldn't implement service again before the fall. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Right. So through you, Mr. Chair, to Commissioner Taylor, what is the possibility of funding transit by 0.4 that we're lacking now? Because we did make a commitment to 2% last year, on average.
So through the chair, based on that on average comment, Nicole's done the math here, and we're essentially about 3.3 million short. That's what that 0.4 represents.
Thank you. I know that's not what the motion says, but thanks for the heads up. And I think that I can't support the 1.4. I think, as Brian Nicholson so eloquently said, we are already stressing the taxpayer as it is. Another 1.4. I know that I have spent a great deal of time with DRT Transit and residents in Ajax, understanding the gaps that optimization did, and we were able to put in routes that were not quite the same, but were able to hold over until we were able to figure out what the budget was going to be. And I've been assured that once the budget has been passed, that we will be relooking at all of the routes that were looked at and trying to implement, whether they look exactly the same or not, but that we would be looking at filling the gaps. Am I correct?
Mr. Holmes?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Well, to say that I was surprised by the motion would be an understatement. If the mover had suggested that the 1.4% come out of reserve accounts, he might have got my support. We would then be providing a needed service without hammering the taxpayers. I have a couple questions to staff, just I want to clarify. How much money are we putting into the reserve from the surplus to offset the Bill 23 future expenses?
So through the chair, we haven't quite closed up an exact number, but we're in the vicinity of 19 to 20 million would go into the Bill 23 reserve fund to deal with our $56 million shortfall.
All right. If someone had suggested that we take a portion of those funds to support transit and the rest to support paying for Bill 23, I might have been in favor. The problem I'm having as a councillor for Ward 5 in Oshawa is that if I have to go back to my residents and they say we're giving extra money for transit, the question I'm going to get back is, do we have a transit? Because I got one route for my whole ward. And that's Simcoe Street, back up Cedar Street, back to the rest of the area doesn't get bus service other than the on-call service. If this had been targeted towards accessible ridership, I might have been able to find a way to support it. But simply have a blanket, here's another windfall of cash, takes us from our 2% target to a 3% result. I don't know how to sell that. I don't know how to go back to the taxpayers and say, I went into a meeting and I was very unhappy with 7.5%, but I came out of it with 8.9%. I just think the people will look at us and say, have we collectively lost our minds? Have we collectively lost touch with the reality of people's lives? Because no one wants to cut back on transit. Nobody wants to stop provide services because it is the transportation route of last resort for many. But you got to find an offset. You can't just say, reach in the pocket deeper and take out another chunk of cash. If we want to take it up to 3%, then let's give us the offset. Give us what you're going to cut out with the budget to pay for that transit priority from somewhere else. So it's either from reserves, from other service cuts, or other program deferrals. But simply say, hey, more taxes, with respect. I just don't think we as councillors can sell that to our community. But I'm willing to listen to other ideas if someone wants to bring forward another plan to help transit that doesn't involve another massive tax hike. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. And I was surprised by this motion. I saw it maybe 5 minutes before. And I know the intent of the motion. It's because I know transit we're not meeting the demands of our resident. And you know what? If someone can't get to work, guess what? They're going to go on social services. So somebody's going to pay for it. But I, as one who is struggling with 7.5 as it is, if this is going to add to that, I can't support it. And as Councillor Nicholson said, if there was somewhere where that was coming from, then yeah, I probably could look at it and say yes. And I know the need is there to increase transit, especially out in Clarington, where I guess we have the least amount of service of any of the Lakeshore municipalities, probably. And I get the calls, I can't get to work, and sometimes they try on demand and it doesn't fit their needs, etc. So I know that. And earlier I spoke with General Manager Holmes, and he actually said other regions I'll do it here, are here, and we are here when it comes to transit. So I know we're lagging behind most other regions when it comes to that. So I have to wonder, I hear about all the time about carbon tax. If those other regions, they don't pay carbon tax or any other tax, why their transit is way superior to what we have here. But as I said, going over 8 point something% for that reason, I can't support it at this point. So those are my comments, unless we can find some other source of revenue to fill that gap. So those are my comments on this. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Again, I appreciate the sentiment of the mover and seconder trying to fix transit, but again, we all have many budgets under our belts, and we know that the right process and timing for this is to do it at committee or at finance committee or at the target setting time, not on the 11th hour for replacing the floor, and not informing everybody else so that we can make informed decisions in advance. So appreciate the sentiment. We're all transit commissioners. We all support transit, every single one of us. It's very important. We are working on it. We are growing it, but this is just too much. The timing isn't right, and we need to follow our budget process and target setting process and committee process to come to these kinds of, this is a 20% increase to the tax bill that we saw from this morning. So it's too much. Can't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Holmes, is there any other transit organization in Ontario that covers 2,500 square kilometers?
We are one of the largest regions. There are the regional transit systems, but we would be one of the largest in Ontario.
And Mr. Holmes, in this budget, I'm going by memory, so 63 new operators, 31 support staff.
Correct. That's approximately correct.
A bus takes about a year and a half to get,
Through the chair, currently, yes, that's correct.
and we're still struggling to get through the fire.
We're doing well through you. We are doing very well in terms of that. We are expecting some of those replacement buses actually to come very soon. We've got some lease buses. It's very much a work in motion. Right now on the fleet side, we are meeting that fleet requirement for the service levels we have planned for September.
And Councillor Anderson said carbon tax, everybody pays carbon tax. There's no break to anybody. And Councillor McDougall also brought up the issue of carbon tax. What is the total carbon tax separate to April 1st that we currently pay on diesel fuel? And the reason I'm asking the question is that logic would be that if you didn't put a carbon tax on public transportation, the savings could be reinvested into the system. Is it right now? Is it about $2.7 million?
Through the chair, it's actually for 2024. We've budgeted for, I believe, approximately 1.5 to 1.6 for the carbon tax.
For the carbon tax,
yes.
And with the new increase, what's it take it up to?
That's considered in that number.
All right. Anyways, that exhausts my questions. Members of council, Madam Clerk, was there a recorded vote called on? So there was a recorded vote called on this amendment. So Madam Clerk, I'm going to call the vote now.
The vote is now open.
So the amendment has lost. We're back to the main motion. Councillor Miriam Pietri, you had asked to speak to the main motion. I need you to push your button. Thank you. So Councillor Miriam Pietri, you're first. Pardon? Point of order, go ahead. Wait a second.
Sorry, would it be possible that when we have recorded votes and we put the results up, that we could at least leave them up for about like 10 seconds?
Yeah.
So we can actually read them? I get this complaint from residents who are watching online that they can't read the recorded votes.
So absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, can we leave them up for 15 seconds, please, after we take them? Thank you. Oh, okay, Councillor Nicholson? That's good. Okay. And back to Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to ask a question before speaking to the main motion on the budget. Is there an ability to divide parts of the budget out, such as the police budget? I'd like to move division on that.
Well, there are a number of divisions that will have to take place for conflicts. So can give us a minute.
Sure.
Talk amongst yourselves, and the clerk and I will
Certainly
work with this.
Thanks for the invite.
Oh, they're good this year too.
Take it
from
your
Members of council, thank you. Mayor Schumer, you have a comment? Mayor Schumer, okay. Mayor Schumer, you were on my screen. You have a comment?
Not about the current question.
Oh, okay, then just please go back to requests. Councillor Maren Pietri, and after both of us conversing with the clerk. So Madam Clerk, we're going to do A and I. We have to separate I out for the conflicts. That will solve one problem. And then if you wanted division, then we would have to divide out this one. So I would need a motion. AI is done because of the conflicts automatically.
I'll move to divide 5A7, or subsection 7.
Yeah, we can divide out AI and ABI all in one motion, that motion to divide.
Okay.
And then we'll deal with each one separately.
So it's a little more complicated. So I'm looking for a motion to divide out AI and AVII.
I'll do that.
Moved by Councillor Maren Pietri, seconded by Councillor McCaughey. Okay, Madam Clerk, that gets, so we can deal, so now what we'll deal is we'll do a recorded vote on item.
After we go through the motion to divide, we have
Okay.
to get the approval to divide.
So we'll call
and
the
then
vote.
we'll do AI.
So on the motion to divide, does everyone understand what we're doing? No. Okay. In order to meet the conflicts that were declared, we need to separate out AI, which is the departmental operations excluding long-term care. Didn't somebody have a long-term care? Do we have a member of council that declared on long-term care as well? No? Okay. So that deals with all of the conflicts that were mentioned at the beginning of the meeting this morning. And then Councillor Maren Pietri wants to divide out the police budget, which would be VII or 7. Now does everybody understand? I'm just looking for consensus.
We're just voting on the motion to divide.
So we're only voting on the motion to divide. Mayor Foster.
So a question, if we're here long enough and I need to move into long-term care, do I have a potential or a D?
There's a 7-year waiting list, and if we're here that long, yeah, anyway. Okay, members of council, I'm glad we can have some latitude and in the middle of the afternoon and on a very long day. So, we've had it moved and seconded. Everybody understands what we're doing. Okay, so the motion divides on the floor. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? One in opposition. You're the reason we're dividing. You can't vote again. Okay, that carries. Madam Clerk, we're going to deal with.
Part AI, and that's to do with the conflicts.
Okay, so on, and then what we'll do is just call on the remainder.
Nope, we're just gonna deal with just part AI, and that'll deal with the conflicts, and when that vote's taken, probably a recorded vote.
Okay.
Then we'll go to ABII.
Okay. So, members of council, we'll need a recorded vote, Madam Clerk, on AI. Remembering those who declared conflicts this morning. Okay, the vote has now been called.
Councillor Pickles, looking for a vote?
And did mine show up? Okay. And if when you're done, if we can put the vote up too, please.
What's your vote? It's not showing up here. Yes, okay, thank you. Noted. Display the vote.
Okay. So part AI carries. Okay. Okay, members of council, we'll move on to, as Councilor Miriam Pietri says it, item 7. Okay, Councilor Miriam Pietri, you wanted it to divide it out. Did you want to speak to it? Recorded vote on okay, so that's what, all you wanted was a recorded vote on the item. So members of council, we're voting on item VII or item 7. It's the police services. Okay, I'll call for the vote now.
Mayor Foster and Councillor Pickles, looking for your vote? Yes? Well, no, Pickles is yes.
So we'll see the vote. So the vote is, it carries 25-3, and did that include the Mayor Foster and Councillor Pickles?
Maybe 26.
It's 26, okay. All right.
Now on the remainder.
So, members of council, now we have the remainder of the budget. Okay, all right. Okay, was there a recorded vote called on this? It's been a long day. Recorded vote called by Councillor Leahy. Pardon? Wait a second, sorry.
So I just had a point of clarification. So now we're voting on the balance of A and the rest of the budget?
No, we're voting.
Yes.
The remainder, everything, yes.
So would I be able then to move a motion to divide the rest of the balance of A out?
So you want to divide all the items out?
No. So we voted on the police budget. We voted on
Departmental operations.
AI.
Yes.
I would like to separate out the rest of Section A, the balance of Section A.
I think he wants to do each one.
Like A2, A3.
Yeah. Is your intent to do A2, A3, A4, each one for separate them out? I'm not understanding what you're trying to do. And I'm not the only one, the clerk's struggling too, so. Microphone again, please. There you go.
So understanding that I would like to support the capital asks within the budget, the remaining of the operational and the special contributions, I don't know if I want to support that.
Okay.
So it sounds like he just wants to just literally divide the rest of A, excluding AI and A7, because we've already voted on them separate.
Okay, so what I think the clerk and I are trying to understand, you want to separate out all the remaining items and vote on them individually? No, okay.
He's looking to separate capital versus operating. However, departmental operations does not mean operating, right? This just means,
So he can't divide them.
so he can't divide capital out because capital tax levy support for capital is embedded here. So it can't be separated. We just
Okay.
don't have the numbers to do it.
So you're talking to our commissioner and the clerk, you're not able to do that? Okay? Okay, so now we're voting on the
Now we're
budget.
just voting on the whole budget.
Okay. A recorded vote was called by Councillor Leahy. I'll call the vote now, please. Okay.
Councillor Pickles, you're a yes? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so they're asking to see the count, but everybody's got it on their screens, so that carries. Okay, that is finance is finished now. We'll move on to count planning and economic development. So members of council, we'll move on to planning and economic development located on 124 of your agenda. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickles, that recommendations in item 1 of report 3 of the Planning and Economic Development Committee be adopted. Paul? Seeing none, all in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll move on to works, moved by Mayor Barton, seconded by Councillor Miriam Pietri, that the recommendations contained in item 1 to 5, inclusive of report number 3 of the Works Committee, be adopted. Councillor Nicholson?
I'd like to pull item 4.
Item 4. Okay, is there any other polls? Online? No? On the remainder, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Councillor Nicholson, if you could push you're still on, sorry.
Still on.
On item 4?
Yeah, I just would like a recorded vote on item 4, as I'm in opposition.
So you just want a recorded vote?
That's correct.
Okay, on item 4, it's on 126 of your agenda. We're just getting it set up. Give us a minute, please.
The vote is now open.
My residents don't like it. They're too close to their homes. So I gotta protect my butt.
Councillor Pickles is a yes? Thank you.
live meeting from my phone, and then I logged out. See the next page, please? So you jammed yourself.
Okay. All right, so, the Committee of the Whole report's located on page 28. Could I get a mover? A move by Councillor Yamada, seconded by Councillor Wu. That recommendation is contained in item 1 of report number 2 of the Committee of the Whole be adopted. Polls? Councillor Crawford?
I'd like to pull one.
Okay.
I think it's the only thing on it, actually, so it's pretty easy.
Okay, that's fine. So you have the floor.
Thank you. First of all, I'm sorry for the late hour, and I will try to make this speedy. What I would like to say first is that I do agree with this project. However, the portion of Ajax is actually attaching itself to an existing trail. And if Ajax itself was actually doing this trail system, we would not require an EA study on it. So I think that if we were to be able to separate each of the stages of this particular project, Pickering, Ajax, Whitby, and Oshawa, and actually do it in stages, we wouldn't need an EA at all. And therefore, it would drop the price and we wouldn't have to pay the $1.2 million for EA study. So my amendment to this would be that this not be looked at as an entire whole project, but that it be split up into 4 municipalities, and that an MOU be created between the region and each of the municipalities for any of the studies that would have to be done for their respected positions, places, spots, something.
Okay.
I have it, I gave it to clerks. I
No,
gave it to clerks.
Yeah, so just display it, please. So it's an amendment, and it's moved by you. You'll need a seconder.
Yep.
Mayor Roy. And it's on the floor. Just a question. In creation of this amendment, the information that you provided to us today, you received from somebody. So the floor is yours, but can you explain, just for us, where the information came to form this?
For the Ajax piece?
Yes.
From our staff.
Okay. And just to go to Mr. Bridgman, Mr. Bridgman, this process, would it work?
Mr. Chair, we haven't been able to confirm if it would work. And there is some element of EA splitting that may not be seen favorably by the Minister of the Environment. I would prefer if this was actually referred back to staff, and then we can look at these things a little more carefully, but we just haven't had a chance to really dig into it.
Okay. Okay, so
I'm okay with that.
Okay,
Are you
so
okay with that?
I saw Councillor Nicholson's hand go up. Are you moving the referral? I am. Thank you. Councillor Chapman, are you seconding the referral? It hasn't worked all that well today, but thank you for seconding that. Okay, so members of council, on this item, it's being referred back to staff. Mr. Bridgman, timing?
I guess before the summer, we'll aim for that.
Okay, and that won't slow down anything?
No, because this year is we're working on these negotiations anyway, so it's
Okay.
part of the process.
So it's being referred back to staff. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Okay. Okay, we've, pardon? Okay. Okay, so we have item number 10, department reports and other resolutions. Councillor Neal, you have a motion? Yes. Councillor, normally this will go through the committee process.
Yeah, I thought I'd bring it up today since we're doing the budget, and that's important that everyone's talking about taxation, so.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead. It's just you know that it'll require 2/3 a vote, so to put it onto the floor. So what you're asking for is leave of council to add.
To introduce a resolution.
Yeah. So the first thing you need to do is ask to introduce the motion.
Yeah, I'd like to introduce the motion, please.
Okay, and you'll need a seconder to support that.
Yeah, Mayor Schumer.
So Councillor Neal is asked for a motion. He wants to introduce an item of correspondence from the CIP to the agenda basically that it is the resolution from the town of Amarath be endorsed. Do we have that here? So before we go any further, can we put it up on the screen, please? Okay, so that is the motion that he wants to do. But before we do that, we have to waive the rules to introduce the item. So it's been moved in second on introducing the item. We'll give everybody a chance to read it before I call for the vote. So we're just simply endorsing their motion.
Yes. We have to pass the motion to introduce the ordinance, and then access so moved and seconded and.
You'll have to put it on the floor. Okay, so members of council, you know, I'm going to call for the recorded vote. Just makes it easy on the 2/3 because I don't know who's online. So we'll call that vote now. So you need.
Yep.
Councillor Wu and Councillor, oh, Pickles.
He's going.
Councillor Wu? And looking for Councillor Collier and Councillor Shahid?
We're almost there, members of council. So does he have the 2/3? Okay, Councillor Neal, now you'll need to put the motion on the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and my seconder is Councillor, or Mayor Schumer again.
I need to hear Mayor Schumer as the seconder. Mayor Schumer?
I do second that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Neal.
Yeah, and I think it's, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mayor Schumer, for seconding. I just wanted to, it's pretty self-explanatory, and we talked about it today, a number of councillors in regards to, I did hear a municipality to the west of us. Evidently, they're going to be asking, the latest news on that is Toronto's asking for more funding. So if they're successful again, I don't know where that leaves us, but I don't know, we're all dealing with it, the comparisons. So ask for a recorded vote. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I made a very similar joke at Finance where I ultimately asked, you know, what is our Ontario place that we can offer the province for additional funding? So, I mean, this is the first time I've ever even heard of the township of Amaranth, but I absolutely support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Mayor Foster?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know why this is coming now. We've passed the budget. It could appropriately have gone through finance or perhaps the police services. Not having the opportunity, if I'm reading this, am I correct that they would look at I guess a per capita amount, divide the 12 million and federal and provincial funding by per capita and look for the same amount here. I'm honestly not quite sure what we are asking for. Amaranth, for those who are interested, my sister was a counselor there for a number of years. From what I gather, did not make it as did not make it in the last mayoral election. But but anyway, does Canadian? So am I correct in my assumption on that? Do we know?
So, the motion, what you're doing is you're endorsing their position. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay, I guess, but we don't know exactly what that is. But anyway, you know what? Sure. Thank you.
Okay, members of council, so the items before you, okay, Councilor Mayor Pietri's asked for a recorded vote. Okay, recorded vote has been called. Madam Clerk, if you can get the system set up, please. Okay, so the support for the Township of Amaranth carries. Madam Clerk, there is no unfinished business. Members of council announcements, other than I believe Councilor Jubb, it is Maple Syrup Festival early in April. If you're online, or Mayor Schumer, can you give us the date, please? It's in Sunderland. Mayor Schumer, because I asked for you.
Yes, it's in Sunderland, of course, and it is the weekend after Easter, so the following weekend.
Thank you, Councilor Chapman. Thank you, Mayor Schumer. Next is Councilor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Just a reminder that currently it is the holy month of Ramadan, so Muslims across Durham Region, Ontario, Canada are celebrating this holy month. This, as we can all imagine, is an especially difficult month. So Eid will fall in the next 2 weeks. I just want to wish Eid Mubarak to anybody celebrating. And that's all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Roy.
I want to offer congratulations. I want to offer congratulations to Regional Councillor Marilyn Crawford. And this is on behalf of the Whitby members of council. It's our pleasure to extend congratulations for winning the International Women's Day 2024 Women of Impact. And Mr. Chair, I do have a certificate for her.
Actually, would you?
It's been a year of
Well, wait, please read the certificate into the record.
You're welcome. I have to read it into the record. So I got most of it. Council and I are very proud of you and all your accomplishments. Your receipt of this award is a tribute to your success.
Well done. Councilor Mayor Pietri.
Congratulations to Councillor Crawford. I also want to wish well to those celebrating Easter this weekend. It's Holy Week. And a special announcement along the lines of a brilliant young lady, my daughter's 17th birthday today. So I know she's watching. I want to wish her a happy birthday.
And here's your certificate.
Well, Councillor, I'm happy that you're going to get out in time to take her for dinner.
Maybe.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Happy
Councillor Shahed.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I just wanted to thank Councillor for wishing Muslims of Durham Region happy Ramadan, and Eid's coming 2 weeks. So thank you so much for recognizing that, and I really appreciate it. Yes, it is difficult, but not too difficult. We're fasting with 12 hours, so we are thankful.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I just want to congratulate the Oshawa Generals on their 12-game winning streak, and they became officially the Beasts of the East when they led the Eastern Conference. And for those who are interested, the playoffs start against Barrie on Friday and Sunday. If you haven't got your tickets, do your best to get there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. There is a venerable theater company in Oshawa celebrating 50 years of service to the community. They're called Durham Shoestring Performers. They do high-quality, low-budget productions that are accessible to as many people in the community as possible. Their last production of the season goes tonight, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at 8 o'clock. DurhamShoestring.org. At the first night of this production got a standing ovation, so if you're interested in a very thought-provoking play, try to make it out. Thank you.
And who's starring in that production? I have a role there. You. Okay. Councillor Chapman.
Monday, April 1st, 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Air Force and the 76th anniversary of the 420 wing in Oshawa. They had an excellent gala event last week, and they need to raise some money to raise the wing, because it's a building that was built in 1941 when the British Air Commonwealth Training Center was there. So happy birthday to us guys in the Army. Always say Canada's April Fool's joke, the Royal Canadian Air Force. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman, I do know you attend their fundraiser pancake breakfast. When's the next one?
It was really good. You missed it. Big sausages. I have to look it up here. Hold on a minute. Mr.
So
Chair.
maybe
It's the 20th of April.
And
8:30 in the morning at 420 Wing. All you can eat pancakes and sausages for $8.
And would that be the same weekend as the first Tank Saturday? Sorry.
No, I don't think so.
So,
I don't think the first Tank Saturday is until May.
So members of
If
council.
you want to know the rest of my calendar, next Friday I'm going to the Armored Corps luncheon at the Royal Canadian Military Institute.
So if I could ask you, Councillor Chapman, if you would make sure that all members of council know when the next pancake breakfast is that coordinates with the Tank Saturday, and if you haven't been there for
Okay.
a Tank Saturday at the Ontario Regiment Museum, you're really missing something, so please feel free to come out and join us.
Great, thanks.
Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would be remiss if I did not congratulate the Sunderland Stingers, a ringette team, who took provincial championship, won gold, and we're all very proud of them, both the players, the coaches, the volunteers, everybody associated with the team. So it was really great to bring that championship home to Brock.
Okay, thank you. And then on behalf of council, I just want to take the time to thank all of the directors, all of the staff, the commissioner and her staff, and the CAO for putting this budget again together for us. And the next budget starts in what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? It is something that our team here lives almost 12 months of the year, and for the work that you've done this year in a difficult year, I just wanted to say thank you. Business of the day is finished, except for bylaws. Mayor Ash?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moved by myself, second by Councillor Barton. Bylaw numbers 2024-008 to 2024-016 be passed, dated 27th day of March 2024.
Okay. Members of council, on the bylaws, Councillor Nicholson?
Your attention. I'd like to divide out the budget bylaw so that I can vote against
Madam
it.
Clerk, which one would that be? Nicole, do you know which bylaw it is for, that's just for the budget?
Through the chair, there's one for each different fund, so I'm just scanning down the list here to let you know. So it would be 2024-010 is the general purpose budget, 011 is the transit, 012 is solid waste, 013 is a tax ratio one, so I'm not sure whether I understood your comment there. And then we have the levy bylaws as well, which would be 14, 15, and 16. So half are the budget, half are the levy, and then there's that policy, tax policy one that you may also have concern with.
I'd be happy to group them as one vote if you wish.
Okay, so, Commissioner, does that also include bylaw 15 and 16 as well?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're talking, so Councillor Nicholson, you want a recorded vote on bylaws, correct me if I'm wrong, 010 to 016?
Correct.
Okay. Members of council, do we need to divide that out? Or-
I don't need to divide it.
Yeah, technically, we should divide them out. So a motion to divide by Councillor Nicholson. We'll need a seconder. Mayor Roy. So on the division of 010 to
8, 9, separate.
yeah, we'll be voting on 8 and 9 separately. So on, we're through to 16 is what we're doing right now. So on the division, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so it's already been dealt with. Your conflicts have been dealt with. Okay, so members of council, we'll vote on 14.1 and 14.2 together.
No, it's 2024, 08, and 09, and then it'll be 10 through
No,
16,
So
correct?
that would be 14.1 and 14.2. Okay, so 08 and 09. All right. So we're saying the same thing, but different ways. It's almost like the Liberals in Ottawa and the Conservatives here, but that's for another day. So on the two bylaws, 008, 008, 009, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, in opposition and online, there are none. Okay, on bylaws 010 to 016, we'll call that vote now. Is recorded vote?
Yes, please.
Okay, recorded vote by Councillor Nicholson. But we're doing them all at once. Okay, so 19 in favor, 6 against, okay? That carries. That's all of the business.
Confirming bylaw?
The confirming bylaw.
It's
So
moved by myself and second by Mayor Barton that bylaw number 2024-017 be a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held the 27th day of March 2024 be passed.
on the confirming bylaw, all those in favor? In opposition? And online, none? Seeing none, that carries. The last item on the list would be adjournment. So Mayor Watton and Councillor Lee on the motion to adjourn. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? And let it be known that there's one in opposition. That carries. I wish you all a safe evening. Councillor